わけにこれが最後の願いね Let's go! ネオンの絡む肌踊る影揺れるステップ流されるままにはにかむ横顔に遠くで響く鼓動探すほど見失い溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね Let's go! 寂しげな言葉をつぶやく唇を音色と混ぜ合わせて消えてく人の波預ける指先に儚く揺れる光溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね失われた声街に飲まれて霞んでいく笑顔遠くになる瞳曖昧な距離さえ甘くてほんの少しでもこの夜に酔わせて溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね
the best that this region has got to offer.
It's that time of the week again. That's right, it's our big APL weekend. I'm so keen to be back in the Asia Pacific region. Today we kick things off with North, but before we get too deep into it, Pengu, it feels like it's been a while. I actually did some of the South American League with Jesse. You unfortunately had to take a miss on that broadcast. So how have you been while I've been missing you?
It's been pretty good. You know, we had some pretty exciting stuff happening in other regions as well. So you mentioned ACL, we also had NAL, we had EML. Siege has officially started for Tier 1 competitions because every single region has had their very first playdate.
Yeah, we truly have kicked off at this point, and we're getting ready for the Salt Lake City Major that is coming up. That's what we're all trying to qualify for. Yes. So you best believe that we're getting keen for the next major, a return to the United States of America, and of course, a location that certainly took me by surprise, us to go to Salt Lake City, a very interesting and unusual place, a very different part of the United States compared to places we've been before, like Boston and Atlanta. So this should be a very unique major, Pengu.
Also taught me some geography because honestly I had no idea where Salt Lake City was placed on the map, so I thought, you know, we're going East Coast like usual. Like you said, no, it's practically on the West Coast, right, you know, above Las Vegas and not too far from Los Angeles, so it's quite far away for Europeans. You can scan the QR code right on your screen, get to the ticket website, buy a ticket if you want to go. Maybe we'll see you guys there. Go have a good time.
Yeah, 100%. Go get your tickets while they're still available. But across the pond over in Europe and the MENA League, of course, we've well and truly been underway. It's been kind of crazy. Obviously, every region has had a roster mania. But to me, I can't deny that my heart, when it comes to roster mania, was really brought to Europe and the MENA League because of what has happened with Falcons, with G2, with Virtus Pro. And already we've seen a bit of a surprising result out of some of these teams. For example, you know, G2 losing their first game. Virtus Pro, for the first time without a full Russian roster, are undefeated.
Yeah, no, it's definitely been an exciting time if you're a Siege EML fan. The big deal they are here, right? VP, huge surprise in performance. They picked up Naku, Rorik, and Skies while still keeping Dan and Pasha from their previous Russian roster. Now people go, that shouldn't be a good team on paper, but like you said, they're undefeated. They're doing so good. Meanwhile, G2, their ego swinging every single gunfight. You're dying to Skylights. That's a good old meme from that first couple of play days. No big surprises there, right? When you have a team like G2 with big star players and a bit of an ego, you're gonna see some pretty funny moments. And honestly, EML, from a content perspective, it definitely delivered. Yeah,
there was some pretty funny clips. We were talking before we went live about that shot between, I think it was Hashom and Twisted Minds taking on GK. And yeah, it was kind of embarrassing what ended up happening against Hungary in that 1v1 shield outside on Consulate. But of course, let's keep rolling through the other regions. So let's talk about Asia. Down here in the APL, of course, the Asia region is, in a way, our most potent of the sub-regions because they host Weibo Gaming, of course, the best team in all of APAC, top 8 at the 6 Invitational. And I mean, continuing the roster mania, man, we've had some serious changes in here. Of course, Fury dropping their previous team. They've now been called the 6-7 roster. They've actually recently got an organization in Team Orchid, but we'll perhaps talk about that on the Asia Playday tomorrow. Any highlights for you so far out of the Asia sub-region?
I mean, big highlights, honestly, not too sure about particulars. Obviously, Weibo Gaming are as good as ever. I mean, my big question mark about them was, are they going to take this super serious and play it 100%, or are they going to start, you know, lacking some discipline, ego challenging? But they showed us that they are as good as they were last year, and they're going to keep up that, just elevating their level every single stage, essentially getting more and more experience. So I feel like Asia honestly played out kind of as I expected, to be honest.
Yeah, of course, I wouldn't necessarily say the same down under in OCE, of course. Here's the bracket for what's happened so far in O's. Now, of course, similar to Asia, we do have a clear number one in this region. It's Enterprise. They've been the number one for a very long time, over a year now, and they picked up the 2 best players that weren't on their team in the region. So it's no surprise that Enterprise did away with Barbie Boys very easily. However, what is maybe a bit of a surprise to see Team Anios, previously a Tier 2 roster, take down that brand new Chiefs roster, which is funny, Nick, because it puts both Barbie Boys, which by the way is Wedables' team, you know, Wedables, formerly of Chiefs, formerly of Bullies, he's going to be playing against the Chiefs for elimination on the next playday.
I feel like O's, they have this storyline where they always upset one of the top teams, and it creates a very good like kind of villainy storyline. We saw that before with the Titan roster, for example. I'm not sure if you saw every single match here, James, but was the Chiefs Enemies matchup, was that Chiefs like playing really poorly, or was the Enemies playing really well? Was it like what happened there? Do you know?
Well, I'll give you the TLDR. Look, Anios is not a team to underestimate. They actually beat the old Chiefs roster last year in a Tier 2 circuit, and they do have some well-known players in the region. And also, let's remember, this Chiefs roster are quite a departure from the Chiefs that we know and loved in previous years. You know, it's not your Oda, it's not your Wedables, it's not your Jigsaw and your Brendo. It's a brand new roster, much more like the old... They are completely... I'm forgetting. Anyway, it's a very different roster. Let's go talk about what we're looking at today, though, which is APAC North. Of course, this is Japan and Korea, and this is the matches throughout the bracket that we'll be casting today. Pengu, already Playday 1, really impressed us. Japan is as strong as ever.
That's the one. I mean, if you're a Siege Korean-based fan right now, you're gonna be feeling a little bit bad with both Helpless LFO falling to Kinotro from Japan, and same thing here for BNK Fearix, also losing 0-2 to Scars. Now they're both gonna go lower bracket, and eventually, you know, they're gonna take each other out. That's what's gonna happen. That's just the reality of things, meaning that you're a bit more limited. But Japan, big surprise, I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like we had CAG for a long time being like the front runner. Scars had a couple of moments, but nowadays you also have LFO, no name, really showing up. Yes, they lost the CAG, but they had some really good performances, some really good individual showings that have so much potential. Scars back with Nina and Rek on the same roster, really fired up in their game against BNK Fearix. So Japan, dude, more and more teams are showing up all of a sudden.
Totally. Of course, today is going to be a really exciting chance to see the final quarterfinal, one semi-final and one lower elimination match. Kicking things off with our quarterfinal, Pengu, of course, this is very much a David and Goliath matchup. Can you be my enemy? Brand new through the Challenger Series from Japan. These guys were very much a Tier 2 or a Tier Nobody roster. They made it through Challenger Series, and they had a big upset over Vite in doing so, and made it through to this tournament, through the kickoff. This is a very exciting time for young up-and-coming players.
Yeah, and honestly, one of the big strengths for these guys might just be that they're a bit of an underdog, and I think you have to kind of play into it, right? Because you're going to go up against a pretty big name in this main bracket, regardless whether you're upper bracket or eventually if you end up going lower. So play your wild card, play your surprising stuff, play on the fact that people don't know exactly what you're going to be doing. I think if Can You Be My Enemy goes into this playing the most default Siege ever, they're probably not going to go super far. So I want to see a bit of that flair from them.
Yeah, they're very much going to need to do so. Of course, BME, as we're calling them, I hadn't seen any of these players in Japan in the previous seasons of the Japan League. This is a true debut for them. Of course, they didn't even play on Playday 1. This is their first match in Tier 1. What a crazy time to be one of these players taking your first step in, and it's going to be a really tough first match. Like you said, Nick, this entire region of APAC North has been really competitive. The Japanese teams are looking phenomenal, but one team that we know is at the very top of this region that we haven't yet seen play is D+. Korean organization, yes, but a full Brazilian roster, made a recent roster change as well, bringing in world champion from 2021, Muzi, formerly from NIP, to this already star-studded lineup. After a top 12 finish at the 6th Invitational, Pengu, there's no question D+ Kia are the favored team out of this entire APAC North sub-region.
100% that it's going to be the right take here. And also, you see in the player camps right now, they are booted up in the same building on that boot camp vibe. You know, of course, this is the thing when you have an import roster, you know, they might go home to Brazil to practice in the off season. Who knows? Who cares? But when you go into the active season, because they don't natively live in the region, they're probably always going to be exclusively in that same building. So they're going to have that slight advantage, if you can say, you know, having all the players in the same space, being locked in 24/7, sieging it up. But that's also a necessity for these players because they're expected to get #1 in the region and go international every single time. Falls, who's in the camera right now, has been phenomenal in the interviews, being very humble as well. and really have taken their story from being, hey, we're the villains, to saying, hey guys, we're actually gonna play an APL, we're gonna represent the region. We actually want to see that if we win, it's gonna be an APL victory for the whole region. So
That's
really
right.
hard to hate these guys.
For sure. For the last 2 years, we've really been talking about these import rosters, formerly Elevate, which had a Brazilian team, formerly Gaming Gladiators down in Oceania, which had a largely European team. And yes, they have been positioned as the villains in the past, but you're right, that story has really changed because D+ has become such an integrated part of the APL. Now let's talk about the best of 3 that we'll be playing today and the maps that we'll be going to for it. Obviously, no matter where we go, D+ are going to be favored, but it is BME who get to pick the first map. Now, they're going to take us to Lair. Following that, it's Clubhouse, and then finally, an Attacker's Paradise on Bank. This is spicy. I love all 3 of these maps.
I love them as well, but you have to go, these are pretty difficult maps to play, especially if you're lesser experienced. So it does kind of just say D+ was favored before the map veto, and look at the map veto, they're probably even more favored, right? Lair, yes, still a little bit new, but still so many layers to pick apart. Clubhouse, all about your fundamentals and, strategic depth and like how many layers and stress that you can have. And then Bank, that just is a lot to deal with both attack and defense. So honestly, this is going to be D+ all the way for me.
Yeah, of course. I think it'd be a miracle to see BME come away with a win out of this game. That would be, without a doubt, the biggest upset that we have seen in APAC so far, maybe even in the world. Of course, I don't want to understate the fact that BME are up out of nowhere from the Challenger Series. None of these players have ever made it to the Tier 1 of Siege before, and they are going up against a top 12 team in the world in D+ Kia. So this is a huge opportunity for some underdogs to make their mark on the APL. To kick things off, we're going to their own map pick. Can You Be My Enemy versus D+ Kia here, kicking things off on Lair.
So we want to see BME kind of go for these out of the usual approaches that can obviously start in the operator bans. Now, to their benefit, they are starting on the defensive side, and I think that's going to be a lot less daunting if you're up against a really strong opponent like in D+ Kia. You can kind of, have your prep work, follow the paper, not have to think about countering and making all these sudden adjustments on the operator phase, because that's the job of the attackers, right? Defenders, you do your stuff. And they have banned some pretty good operators here, right? Really talking about the execute, we're talking about the Ying, the glass, taking some of that lethality away from D+ Kia. It is really opening up the other portion, which is going to be shields. That's been the conversation for the last, James, year and a half, 2 years almost at this point, where either you ban the shields and you get the utility thrown in your face, or vice versa. Also leaves open operators like the Capital, which still has a ton of utility for clearing out players. So, curious to see. But Be My Enemy, they're starting off very strong themselves here, but the Clash after it, the Shanka for Plant Denial, traps in the thin rear. This is a very good start from the IT list, for my mind, here from Be My Enemy.
Yeah, very much. I mean, they've brought so much utility. They're looking to play some smart Siege here. And to be honest, Pingo, I'd love to hear your take on this. I feel like D+ is maybe giving them a little bit of grace by starting on the attacking side. Of course, it being BME's map pick, then D+ Kia get to choose the starting side. They're the ones who have chosen to start attack. Now, obviously, in Siege at the moment, there are some maps that are more attacker-sided. Lair doesn't make that list, not in the top 3 at least. It's really Bank and Border that take the cake on that. But yeah, for D+ to say, no, we are confident in our attacks, obviously that's a great confidence statement from them, but it does give a little bit of leeway to BME to build up some confidence on the defense.
Yeah, so BME have played Lair 3 times at least in their Challenger League Series runs, so maybe this is one of D+ saying, hey, we scouted them, we know what they're going to be doing on defense, we start on the attack inside, we do our counter prep, and we can hit the ground running, because that's often the thing, if you choose to start on the attack on a non-attacker favorite map, it's all about the countering, because you're expecting your opponent to do something specific. And also, if you have a cheeky defensive strat of your own, you can then not show your enemy that, right? And then you can use it yourself later on. Maybe playing verticality or playing Solus or roaming, whatever the case might be. But right now, it's D+ attacking from the vert. Block downstairs, kind of wreak havoc from beneath. Then you have Blackbeard upstairs, currently on the roof actually, who can then walk in the building and work the layers together. But before anything happens, D+ really tripling down on the drone work, making sure that the roamer of block downstairs can stay safe.
Couldn't help but notice Koromomo from BME also has a vertical angle looking down onto where that buck was playing. Really nice little move. Also love this DMR on the Hibana, making quick work of those keeper barriers from the Azami. So very split from D+, but I'm liking a lot of what I'm seeing from both teams so far.
And you can see Mitty respecting that pressure and the verticality, right? Constantly having to check the angle, make sure, hey, he's not holding me, I'm fine, I'm safe. But look at D+ though, applying pressure in so many locations. Downstairs, on upstream, now in the back portion as well. There's False and that Blackbeard leading the way forward. And the big thing to me is BME have the Clash Asami holding the front portion where there's not really a push coming from. It's just Neos holding them with that DMR. So BME might be on for a surprise in the backstab.
Yeah, it's a big pivot here from D+ Kia. They look to try and make their way inside. However, Koromono, he suddenly gets off the Clash's shield, finds a kill, and retakes control of Ops. Now, D+, they themselves have taken control of Server and the associated hallways, but BME have fortified the bomb site. They've reinforced off of Server, and they've pulled back. However, that pick might create an opening gap here for D+ Kia. As they start to make their way inside, though, BME are ready for it. JV63 is on the ground. And D+ need to convert this kill. The C4 comes over the top, shot out of midair, and Levy finds his big kill. It's all up to the final player, and I mean, they won't stand a chance, will they? Not against a very, very keen D+ Kia. It looked pretty tight there for a brief moment, but a great start from this Brazilian roster to kick things off in style.
Honestly, not a bad start for BME at all, right? They read the play quite well. Essentially, in the beginning, they're just kind of fanning out and putting out their feelers, right? As we said, holding the vert, peeking upstream with the class, etc. Once they felt that backside pressure being like, oh, 2, 3, oh, there's 4 people, they just send the Asami and the Clash 2v1ing against the player in upstream, that Hibana, and they get the opening pick and they get that 5v4 for a brief second. But then D+ Kia, they strike back on the rocket stairs, on display window, and they get kill after kill. They injure the Oceania incredibly early, denying all that potential plant denial. And that just meant they could keep pushing and keep taking that map space. So honestly, a pretty good showing for both teams. It did feel like the Clash played maybe too big of a role for BME, being that wherever Clash is, we can find success. Everywhere else is extremely vulnerable because they all lost their individual gunfights. But that's that top floor done. It can be a bit tricky to navigate all those different angles. But I think that's kind of the story of Lair. Now they're in the basement, and this bomb site plays kind of similar. If D+ wants to just go for a horizontal basement attack, and they go garage, they go locker door, they attack all that bottom portion, there's like 7 angles to watch and worry about in various crossfires as both an attacker and a defender. So it can be a lot for BME to keep track of exactly what is happening, and that's why I love this double shield play from D+. First it was Blackbeard who has the grenades, now it's Monty who can just extend that shield and go for a plant and take map control for free. But Echo's being brought out as a counterplay. So both teams again, honestly countering each other quite well.
Wow. Aggressive peek there from Koromomo with the shotgun through the drone hole. That's actually a very cheeky angle I personally have not seen before. Already a bit of map control taken here for D+, and great work with the Flores to clear out these Vulcan canisters on site. A late round is going to get much easier because of that early pressure alleviated. Should surely die. Muzi goes for the peak, however, Bokeh managed to find one first. Takes down Muzi on the Deimos. A lot of damage done. Great support from Yoshiko with those Yokai drones from the Echo. Finally, Nears will take Bokeh down. And with that, a little bit of pressure alleviated. However, there's no question the Warden did so much damage in that position before finally being taken down.
Something's in the way. Penalty.
Ooh, oof. Nice cover on the jump. The Vault managed to get spotted. Yeah, here comes the... Oh no, the Yokai needs to deny the plant, but it doesn't. Levy upstairs as well, managed to cover for one. Nears as well. Oh, it was looking so good for Be My Enemy, but then Yoshiko missing that crucial plant denial, and the rest of D+ springing into action means that despite this being a good showing from the Japanese 2 rounds in a row, they have fumbled over the finish line.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs
So,
as they can.
really interesting thing right there, honestly, is that D+, they're winning these things on very small things, right? Normally, when you go up against an Echo or Shanghai, etc., you'll go in that door, plant left-hand side, and you just kind of get denied. But Falls just toss the smoke in that door, went right-hand side, and then planted there instead. So the Yokai just kind of guessing where the plant is going down, it missed because of it. It's not BME missing the Yokai drone being like, oh, I can't aim. It's literally Falls just planting in an off angle. And because of that, the Echo has to guess where that player is in the smoke. So honestly, BME, yes, they're down 0-2, but they're losing on tiny margins.
5 seconds left before insertion.
It's a good sign. Now, I did manage to get to watch a little bit of the Challenger Series that these guys competed in. And I'll be honest, coming into that final match, the qualification game for BME, they came up against Vite, which is a team that has played in the Japanese region for many years and had a lot of more familiar players. And Vite had already knocked BME down to the lower bracket 2-0 quite dominantly. It was on this map that BME started their comeback. They managed to win Lair in overtime and then continue throughout the rest of that series to earn their spot here in the APL for Kickoff. So we've underestimated them before. We shouldn't do so again. Now D+, they are being pushed hard, but 2 rounds is still 2 rounds.
And they're going to be happy with that. I don't think they're going to worry too much about the details just yet, but these gunfights can change everything. D+, they need all their attackers alive. We've seen how they've done quote-unquote split theory all the rounds so far. Always having a backstabber somewhere and a main push on the opposite direction, then working together to meet in the middle. You've got a Dokkaebi on Mitzi here. Often that's going to be your backstabber. This Levy who gets their first kill to JV. This Castle move from action, not the most important operator into the util, but has a great gun with that damage buff that happened recently. Meanwhile, Koromono on that stairs, gonna lock things down on green.
Oh, hello, Blackbeard. Goodbye to Falls! Big play here from the Azami on the staircase. About to get swung from the player down below. It's Levy. Finally clears out that meddlesome little Azami. And restabilizes into a 3v3. A lot of early pressure. But now it really comes down to that late round coordination. All 3 defenders for BME are upstairs, away from the bomb site. They have verticality to look for a plant denial later, but they don't have a lot of util to work with here, Pengu. There's no Solus, there's no smokes, or any way to kind of delay this push. They're going to have to deny the plant with their guns, or perhaps, if possible, the C4.
It's gonna be a fight to the death though, because D+ have no way to plant either. No shield, no smoke, no sense. Well, they gotta go upstairs and take those fights. There's one for Levy, off for a triple.
Oh, and Midi comes in from behind as well. Another round where it looks so close for BME until it simply doesn't. Great stabilization at the end of the 3v3 for D+ Kia. Was it Levy with 3 or 4 kills in that round as well?
4 kills.
Massive plays from him. That's 3 rounds deep already for D+. They're not slowing down anytime soon.
I mean, again, strategically, D+ aren't really winning the round. In the very first one, I would argue that they did, right? Second round on basement, they actually lose almost 2 people to Warden on the staircase because the Echo Drone denied Falls' Monty. That is BME winning that round strategically, but still losing the round in actuality because, you know, D+ get the plant down in the smoke grenade. The round that we just witnessed, same story. D+, they lost the shield player, they couldn't clear green stairs, they lost 2 people to a sole player of Asami, and then they can't go for a plant. But Levy gets 4 headshots, so they win the round again. So it feels like D+, they go into the round with a very clear strategy, but more often than not so far, they've actually been stopped before they can be victorious in that singular instance of play. Then saying, guys, We're better players. Let's just walk down the hallways and go for the gunfights and force those 50-50s. And maybe this is the thing that BME are going to be a bit surprised by, is how quickly D+ can just flip that switch and go, you know, D+ are being a little bit more passive, a little bit more respectful, and then saying, screw you. I mean, look at Levy, he's 9-0. When he wants to take a gunfight, he's gonna win the gunfight every single time. Nobody can stop this guy. And if that's gonna be the story for this game of Lair, I think it's gonna continue on that exact same trajectory where D+ will just rely on Levy or individual players when things don't go well.
I guess that's one thing that separates okay teams from really good teams. Is you might have some okay teams that can get by because they have really good fraggers, so even when the plan doesn't go right, they can kind of redeem the round out of nowhere. And you'll have the opposite, you know, people like me in ranked, where I'm not going to win a gunfight, but I have a few smart plays, so I might be able to win a round because you bring the right piece of utility. And to be a proper good team in Tier 1, you can't just have one of those. And at the moment from BME, we're kind of just seeing the second one. Like, to be honest, like, they're playing pretty smart Siege right here, Pengu. They're just losing these 3v3s because a gunfight here and a gunfight there, and the round is over.
That's it. I mean, they literally have 3 donuts right now on the scoreboard, right? They only have 2 players who are actually having kills on the board. That's gonna make a ton of difference here on a map like Lair, because you're not fighting in 1 or 2 areas of the map, meaning just 1 or 2 defenders can stop the enemy. You're fighting often in 3 or 4 areas of the map, meaning right now, I'm a D+ player, right? I'm taking the scoreboard. Okay, where is Juicyco playing? He's 0-3. Let's take that gunfight, right? Like, you always know that there's gonna be that weakness in that gunfight. Obviously, for this one, it's going to be a bit more util-oriented. We got the Demo Striker that can go downstairs. The Capital Fire and Smoke from Falls. Got the Blackbeard entry now from Levy. They're going to want to take Ops Room. They're going to walk down those hallways. They're going to want to pick apart this site. I expect this to be 5 people actually attacking from the same area for once without having that backstab because it's too risky. But somebody stopped Levy. It's going to be JV. 63, but then he overswings. A little bit too eager for a second and gets injured. Classic.
It looks like they're going to try and make a play on the back of it. Yeah, indeed. Look at the way D plus Kia are flocking. Like moss to a flame, looking to try and pounce on the chance. It was given to them by that injure onto JV63. Now he's back up again, and still D plus are playing from 1 player behind. BME just need to restabilize. That's a great smoke. Just prevent the rush. Make D plus Kia think, okay, we have to slow down. We have to reposition. I also noticed Yoshiko's gone downstairs.
I'm actually not against that. There's not that many strong spots upstairs any longer, and you're going to be stacked quite close together. So instead goes for a backstab flank below, giving you a different avenue of attack here on the defensive side. Meanwhile, we flip the attack for D+, back on the front portion, fire in the breach, smoking quad as well. This is the last toxic bait from defenders, leaving just the Echo alive. But now look at this, they're winning the gunfights. Another one goes down for D+ Kia.
Great fire though from the Capitao. It forces Duckov back. Oh no, a team kill as well from Bokeh on the Duckov, and with Nears finding not 1 but 2 kills, I think the round is surely over. The Echo has to come in to deny the plant, but the first one gets shot. I'm not sure where his other 2 are. Nice shot from Midi, but Nears finds his 3rd, and there is no clutch potential there from BME. Another round that they get so close, but they cannot take home.
Another round where strategically BME they play solid Siege, right? Another round where they actually get the advantage, the opening kill, and they don't surrender map control all those kills shortly after. Yes, JV got a kill, then got injured, but they stabilized, they slowed down the round, they hit that hard reset button. But then we see D+. They storm through the bomb site. And honestly, I'm not sure if that team kill really ended up making a huge difference, because the person that got team killed was getting shot from 2 different attackers at the same time. So I wouldn't blame that as being like, oh no, they messed up, that's why they lost the round. It just, once again, in some very simple Siege terms, the gun skill difference. D+, whenever they can't go for that default plan attack that they desire, they will walk in together, 3-1, and just pick up every single kill. 4-0 now, and there's a very clear sign, I guess, from the scoreboard perspective of why D+ wanted the attack inside.
Yeah.
It's been pretty easy going.
It has. They've really been abusing all of these shields. A lot of Blackbeard, although the Blackbeard has died both times. It's been played pretty early on. Now the Blitz Blitz is picked off of, and the Blackbeard is brought once again. Now we're attacking the basement for the second time. Remember the first attack onto this basement from D+, it was actually very good from BME. The Warden delayed a lot of time on the stairs, found a kill. The Monty was very slow, and D+ kind of erupted at the end of the round to redeem what looked to be unwinnable at first.
Of course, with a Solid Snake, the more regions that we've seen play, more and more regions and players swear that he is the operator to play right now. Easy, oh, he's dead. I was gonna say, easy roam to now, a little bit of map control, good bit of intel, but no longer, no more. Died to the Ella, I believe, of upstairs, so... Actually, no, it was downstairs, never mind. So a bit of a shame of an early death, and then falls his turn, sees a bunch of damage to the Thorn Trap, there was Razor
That's
Bloom.
so much damage. Half his HP, and he sprinted as soon as he detonated it. That's impressive from the Thorn. Levy's gone 10-1, by the way.
Only stopped once in Blackbeard, and then he said, you know, get me off the field, man. Get me just a long-range gun. Let me take those fights. JV goes down as well to Mitty. So again, another pressure on for D+.
Oh, another one for Levy. He makes it 11 before he finally goes down. It's up to just Duckov in a 1v3 for D+ to go 5-0 on their attacking side. Falls, putting that pressure right on his face. It doesn't have any more traps, doesn't have any more utility. The nades coming his way means that he is doomed to die. A great finish from Muzi and a great 5 rounds straight from D+ Kia, taking no prisoners against the new kids on the block of Be My Enemy.
Oh, it's gonna feel frustrating. I don't know what the... You know, there's the thing about PME. They're a new team. We don't know that much about them. Honestly, looking at the player cams, does not that, you know, they've lost too much hope right now. It feels like the same expressions as we've seen the entire game thus far. But honestly, for this BO3, just stay composed, right? You're playing your round, you're playing your strat, you're playing your game. And honestly, if you look into the deep details here, again, BME are not losing in these like really big ways, and they have no fighting chance, whatever. There's been some close rounds. Again, 1 or 2 gunfights on that previous one goes differently. It's a different outcome. And this is the thing that frustrates a lot of people about Siege, right? Is that we always talk about strategy and depth and whatnot. It is still an FPS game. You can hit that one-shot headshot, you win the gunfight, and you took down maybe a Smoke or Echo or maybe a Shield player. And how that round was going to play out in the 5v5 without that headshot, versus how it plays out because you get the kill somewhere, can change the entire landscape of a round. So again, if Be My Enemy can just reflect upon themselves here and go, guys, keep playing our Siege. Yes, we're going 0-5, but actually, if you look deep into the round details, we're actually not losing that badly.
Yeah.
Because again, I think they're so close to a round victory here, and it's a BO3. So don't get knocked out mentally because of one bad map.
Yeah, honestly, it could almost as easily be 5-0 in the other direction. Yeah, I feel like BME have played really well, but like you say, crucial mistakes here and there mean everything. And look, just to kind of piggyback off that point you were making, Siege is, of course, an FPS. It's an FPS with a lot of utility, tactics, and strategy, but it is an FPS. But it's not just you need to be able to, you know, have good mechanics and flick people. It's about the team chemistry. It's about playing around each other. And that is one aspect where D+ are running circles around BME. Obviously, you know, Levy's going 11-2. There've been a lot of really good entries from Nears and Midi. But whenever D+ are making a play, they're doing it together. Whenever they see a gap, they're going together. And that chemistry, that unity amongst the team is what elevates them to being a world-class level team.
It's also what the shields bring you, right? Like, you know how back in the day when you played Lion, it gives you like a 3-2-1 countdown to play together, because it's like the Lion scanner literally counts down. Shields kind of force you to play around your teammates, because you have a shield walking in who doesn't technically have an active gun, so he has a gun behind him. Now you're linking up 2, maybe 3 attackers in the same portion of the map to take that fight together. It could mean that shield bans are on the menu later on for Clubhouse, who knows? The issue is Clubhouse plays very, you know, dissimilar, very different to Lair. So for Be My Enemy right now, I think the biggest obstacle is how do you want to try and target ban and counter D+? Because the issues of this map won't be the issues on the next map, most likely. But for this, it's going to be that top floor potion clear again. Ops room, get inside a bathroom for the backstab pressure. A team kill and an injury kill for Mitty. Great shot, not so great shot. And like you said, Whitebeard was played twice before, died early. Whitebeard played 3 times now, dies early again.
I think Levy's going to be pretty upset about that. His stats, I think he's just gone from a 200 EPS to in the 100s again, poor guy,
Yeah.
due to the team kill. But at least for BME, they found a kill back again with Nears going down. So they are in the numbers advantage here. D+, though, we know it doesn't take much for them to bring it back again. And Muzi's made his way to the top of the mezzanine, which means he's in a perfect position to contest these players at the end of the hallway. I believe that's JV63. Just wait, and D+ will be able to make their move.
D+ needs just one crucial kill. That could be the one. He falls back and stays alive, actually. Very important. Can play inside a server. 15 seconds now. Mid-C, D+, they're on for the push. They have to go right now.
Yeah, this is a good angle, though, from Muzi. Takes down JV63. Muzi's now getting flanked, but he finds that kill as well. It's just him and Falls in a 2v2. It's going to be challenging with the Aruni gate in the way, but Boka is the last one standing. Falls. Low HP is forced onto the plant, and Boka can quickly swoop in, find the final 2 kills, and get the first round on the board for Be My Enemy.
And you see their player cams. So important for these players. So that concludes the first half. And honestly, yes, it looks like it's going to be a 5-1 scoreline here for D+, which on paper, not really too surprising. The better team, top dogs, you know, first place last stage, last year. But if you look at how each individual round was played, this could have easily been a 3-3, or even dare I say a 4-2 in favor of BME. Now, side swap happens, and this is honestly where the real test for me occurs, James. Can BME look as competent and as potential here on the attacking side? Because potential on defense is one thing. You prep your strats, you preach them, you see what happens. On the attack, it's not about what you want to do necessarily off the rip. It's about what the enemy is doing and what you can do against it. And that, to most teams, is much more difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so much less preparation-based and much more reactionary. You have to see, okay, what is this setup? Are we going to change any operators? Are we going to change where we're going to push? Are we going to try and hard counter what we see set up, or are we going to try and play our own game? What about during the round if they're going for a fight, you know, if they're changing their setup as the top teams want to do mid-round, repositioning, changing their setup, stripping away different layers of defense. There's so much to work through here for BME. Now, having a look at that defensive setup, Pangu, we've got the Castle making an appearance. Between Castle and Azami, well, D+ can create quite a fortress, and wow, also a very unusual way of setting up Ops Room. A line of sight here, and a castle barricade, but it's just feet holes next to the one reinforcement.
I like this. I mean, we spoke about BME having to play a bit of an off game of Siege. What about D+? They bring something a little bit wonkier to the scenario. BME goes, how do we, what, are they baiting us? Like, do they want us to clear it? Do they want us not to clear it? Like, what's the train of thought right now? Usually, if you're an attacker and you see a cancel barricade, I feel like the line of thinking should be, if they want to put a cancel barricade here that, technically speaking, you know, so valuable, we should want to deal with it and clear it. Looking at D+ and how passive they're playing close to the bomb side and not playing upstream, and also casting it off, they probably just want to close off that as a backstab potential, saying if that cancel barricade does not get broken, we know everything over there is going to be clear. And if you look at the attack inside right now, only one thing can really clear these castle barricades. It's going to be the floors. So very limited soft destruction on the attack inside, with a very high reliance on utilizing glass with the smoke into Twitch and the capital.
Yeah.
That means unless the glass is successful, I'm not sure what else they can really do. Like, it has to be you really try and make that one play work.
A little bit of backup to do with the castle barricades if you've brought on sixes on the Glass or the Capital. Also, you can always use the Hibana, but actually, we just saw the Flores drone get muted out by Midi's mute jammers. Both the Flores and the Hibana will be well countered by that mute. So if there's no gun sixes here, that's pretty much GG for the castle barricades.
I mean, surely this is jammed, right? But I guess the outside breach is opened up, yeah. So they can just pop the jammer and pop the wall. Shouldn't be too big of an obstacle. So they have 3 smokes in pocket in terms of throwables and 2 from the capital. So plenty of smoke shrouding to enable the glass. And the only real counterplay is going to be those 2 C4s in pocket of Mitzi and Musi. Because Falls is playing on the main stairs and he's got only 1 Toxic Babe to his name. And he's not going to be in a spot to actually use it by the bomb side. This means that BME honestly could be on for a very good first attacking round.
But D+ doing very well not to get baited here. Midi is just lying in wait. Duckov really wants him to push. He's just holding that, well, actually drones him for a brief moment. And the shotgun comes out, easily takes him down. It's a poorly timed push from JV63, and Midi will claim both of their lives. A quick end to it with a 2K from Muzi on the Tubarao makes a flawless round. Falls frankly looks bored. 6-1 and map point on the first map for D+ Kia.
Yeah, I mean, looking very comfortable. And again, I feel like it's the same story every round. BME not making any major mistakes anywhere along the way. They lose the backstab gunfight, they lose their front gunfight, they lose every gunfight. And of course, when you lose every fight, you're also going to lose the round. Strategically, they actually did all the things that I wanted to see from them. They could have maybe gone like the Deimos block route and gone downstairs vertically, but they got the mute jammers on the bomb side, and of course they can be roaming beneath, so that's a bit scary, a bit risky. So it just feels like Be My Enemy, they're doing the right things, but they're just kind of falling short a little bit in those different areas. Like 5% there, 1% there, winning that gunfight, staying alive, maybe playing a shield could be good for them as well. We saw them kind of just like punch a barbed wire on the backside for the backstab, and then, you know, you just get shotgun swung off that sound cue. If you're playing, you know, your Blackbeard, your Blitz, something like that, you can safely put the shield player, bonk the barbed wire, and then run away, and then send the gun in that direction, who doesn't have to deal with that piece of utility now. So I feel like, again, tiny details here for BME not going the right way, but very much leading them to these very one-sided rounds.
When the time comes,
don't want to talk about it.
Well, it's the final chance. Bangu, final chance for Be My Enemy to win a round, or a second round, I should say, on their map pick of Lair before we go to Clubhouse, which, let's be real, is going to be much harder. Wow, what a shot from Nears. That is embarrassing for poor Duckov. Looks like D+ are looking to get aggressive now, with a lot of these players heading upstairs onto the roam. Actually putting some util up on the roam. It was Midi actually looking to protect Nears. Nears is in the perfect position now to take the 1v1 against JV63 on the Blitz. Perfect operator for it too. Got to impact Anna Grismot in pocket to deal with this Blitz. If JV63 gets baited in here, I mean, that's going to be it, surely. The last Grismot goes out. Oh, almost a kill. Second player following behind. Nears will fall back. The Blitz is taking a lot of... Oh, Blitz has dropped downstairs.
Oh no.
Oh, it's pure comedy. Yoshiko finally finishes off Nears.
He's on the side.
Now JV's on the side. A minute and 10 seconds into the round, and now he's dead. This has been a last-ditch effort for BME. They said, look, we may as well go for broke. And unfortunately, broke is all they have found.
Down one hatch, then down another, and from top floor to bomb site in 5 seconds, and just dead. Honestly, I respect that he full sent it, feeling like, okay, I could be fine upstairs, let me just go somewhere else. And he would be right. Moosey's still creeping up on top floor. He can watch beneath that hatch inside of lobby. I think he has a good inkling that somebody's downstairs, but does he know exactly where Yusiko's playing from? Probably not.
Oh, nice shot from Moosey. 3v2 now. That was a pretty determining gunfight there. If Moosey had been shut down, then it's numbers advantage BME. No more Scopos, no more Roam to worry about. But because he's still alive, not only is the diffuser caught, and now not Koromomo is going to have to go get it back, but Be My Enemy are not going to know whether Moosey is upstairs or whether he's teleported back to site, and he can continue keeping up that pressure throughout the rest of this round.
Yep. Got the booby drones as well. Smoking is popping the hatch, and honestly for BME, I don't know what they want to try and go for here. I mean, they have to go for the desperate play. It's a 2v3, they can plant. Maybe just push in from garage, then drop down the hatch and work together. Here's a gunfight.
Yeah, not a bad kill. Levy goes down. Top fragger. Oh, good pre-fire there from Koromomo. Falls is just waiting though, but now Moosey's gone down. So it's a 1v2 opportunity for Falls. Bit of damage there onto Boca. This is going to be a tough plant here for Be My Enemy. Both players so low, but Boca finds the kill. And can you, Be My Enemy, stay alive for a brief moment longer?
Beautiful. Again, they just had to go for a wonky play, right? They don't have that plan. They don't have any stability in the server. So it's a head start with this last smoke grenade and walk with the backstab. It's how it started off. Domination from D plus Kia. And then, I mean, when JV dies here on the bomb side with the Blitz, I'm thinking that might just be the round. But then I saw Moosey get the kill with Shiko, and I'm like, no, that's the round done. And yet, they keep on fighting.
So they've officially won 1 round on attack and 1 round on defense, but I'm impressed that it only took them 2 attempts to get an attack round, whereas it took them 6 to get their first defense. It's kind of impressive that they are on the attack on the front foot so quickly at the half swap, especially being down 5-1.
Oh, that certainly is impressive. I also do want to say, I think D+, they thought, you know, we can kind of simplify this round a little bit and just play aggressive on the roam and play for kills. I mean, it looked like what Nears was doing, right? Spawn peeking up store, fighting the blitz, swinging the capital shortly after. But if you want to go for that aggressive, you know, 4+1 kind of roaming strat where you have one guy just going as aggressive as humanly possible, all you need is 1 good kill on defense and it's completely worth it. I mean, again, look at this lineup, for example, in the attack. If you take down any operator, maybe besides the striker, it's a high value kill. Either it's going to be your plant enabler in the sense, your EMP attacher, your only Hobbyshare in Hibana really is, I guess it's for can openers, and then Blackbeard your only shield. So if D+ again want to keep up that aggression, very valuable. Oh god.
Oh, hello.
They survive.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully both players are still alive. Dukov very much needs to survive a bit longer. Falls on his room upstairs. Looking to hold on for as long as he possibly can. Levy's in a great position here, and the Kiba barriers are perfect. Crit sees one-way angles where he'll be able to see them, but they won't be able to see him. And he can shoot their feet. Too perfect for Levy for a position to play. His army's so potent on these stairs. Yoshiko can try to knife away the Kiba, and he does so. But he is kept at bay. C4 as well wants to go out onto this window. As soon as it gets opened up by JV63, Nears is going to wait for a chance. Out goes the Nitro. Oh, the EMP somehow missed the C4. Thankfully, though, for Be My Enemy, still the C4 found nothing.
Oh, no one's watching him downstairs. There's a person in the outside window repel, but the Asami Keeper kind of blocks off the angle. Nobody on the door beneath the staircase, so they actually use EMP, frag grenade, and 2 or 3 people on that green staircase spot just to clear it without getting a kill. Technically not worth it, but with that being said, at least they get the map control without anybody dying. But right after they get the control, then Thatcher goes down to these longer angles by the bomb site. So D Plus ends up winning out the exchange. They have map control advantage and they have map player advantage as well.
Yeah, but the concern here is that we don't have a lot of pressure upstairs for D+. Of course, they've completely vacated the second floor. That does give an advantage for BME to go and take him up above and look to try and isolate players on site. Usually, you will never abandon the top floor here as a defensive side, not until the round is pretty much over. You'll almost never have 5 fall back to the ground floor, so a little bit of an unusual play here from D+. It feels a little risky.
Not sure that BME can clear these corner positions from D+, though. I mean, they're playing very smart beneath the verticality, using the vert almost against BME. Blackbeard has to kind of walk down the staircase of green and just get some information by that bump because they're dry picking all the angles.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake there from Falls, but Mini will trade him on back. Now pressure alleviated from outside of the breach on the bomb side. Muzi going for a flank up above, and with Yoshiko on the ground, this surely is the end of the round and the end of the game for D+ Kia. Be My Enemy only get 2 rounds on their map pick as the Brazilians over in Korea start phenomenally in their opening game here in APL APAC North Kickoff.
They've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that will be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber.
Wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off Tim. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh! Got another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. He goes in. Shotgun. W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using his stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book. plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact.
He gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the confirmation! He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Nesk, you gotta
has
go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Nesk, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ela. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
Believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. You can catch me in the pit. I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Reckless energy, I'm never signing out. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
He gets in just in time! It's not time remaining! It is APAC North! They are the best that this region has got to offer!
It just happened to be one of those games where the scoreline just really didn't tell the whole story. Yes, it was an utter domination on the scoreboard by D plus Kia, but Bengu, we really can't give enough credit to Be My Enemy. Those first 5 rounds, despite them losing every single one, each one of those rounds was very close.
Yeah, I mean, I think the match replay highlight reel here shows the story. It's gunfight being won by D+ every single second. It's a Levy highlight reel. He went 9-0 before suffering his first death, and he was just farming BME most of these rounds. Honestly, I think there's some real potential here. How they were playing was strategically sound, and they had so many close moments, but ultimately, they lost to this stuff that you see right here. They just lost to gunfights. That's fixable. This could be a bad day, could be a bad angle. I think the enemy, they could just be the real deal.
I think that's why some leadership and perhaps some coaching could really help out this up-and-coming roster, because you need to have confidence in a moment like this where you've just actually had a pretty solid game against the best team from APAC North, arguably the second best team from the whole of APAC. If you look at the SI results, right, that's where D+ kind of sit at the moment. So I think that, if you're BME, don't get too down in the dumps about it yet. Obviously, it's going to get harder in this series because you're still playing against the best team in APAC North. And, of course, going to Clubhouse, which is D+'s map pick. But after today, going into that lower bracket, I could seriously see if BME just tighten up the ship a little bit on some of these details, they have a bit of confidence in their gunfights, if they don't lose that confidence that they had to go for these clever plays and clever setups, then they could absolutely upset some of the other teams in this league.
It's also it's so hard to judge a team when you're literally taking a team that qualified from CL, so technically speaking, bottom barrel, up against literally the best team in the region. Like, that's just an unfair comparison. So the fact that the rounds are looking as close as they are is really why we are praising BME despite a significant one-sided loss score-wise. If they can do this against D+, you would have to assume they can go toe-to-toe with a lot of teams that is not D+'s level.
Yeah, of course. And look, we've already seen a huge glow up from BME after the early stages of the Challenger Series where they were really struggling. For example, they got 2-0'd by Vite in the upper bracket in the playoffs of the Challenger Series. They go into the lower bracket final, which is the actual qualification game. They play the exact same team, Vite, and they take them. They have a really close overtime on the first map, and then they win 2-1 afterwards. So we're already seeing improvement. I think the fact that they've held a candle to D+ here speaks volumes as well. So it's an exciting time. I just really hope this team sticks with it because they could be the next up-and-coming rising team in the region if they start up. But of course, let's talk about the team that has destroyed them so far, and one particular player has been responsible. Levy had an unbelievable, monumental performance. You said it, Pengu. 9 kills before he even suffered his first death.
Yeah, and he was doing this mostly just as the saving grace, the hero, the playmaker. This was not Levy going on the entry, getting 1, 2, 3 kills. No, this was D+. Plan A doesn't work out. How are we gonna win the round now? Where's Levy? Get me Levy. He's gonna get the job done. He would get a 4K, he would get a 3K. Look at this round. It's a 3v3. A minute left. They can't get down that diffuser. They don't have a way inside the bomb side. Then Levy, he wide swings. He gets the first one, and he gets the second one later. And before this clip even started, he got the first 2 initial kills when D+ started off on the wrong side of the round. Levy would be doing this in about half the rounds they played on Lair, and he was the sole reason why it was a one-sided affair.
Yeah, 3 entry kills, 14 kills overall in just 9 rounds, so only 4 deaths. An unbelievable performance from Levy, but of course it continues now. On Clubhouse, D+ Kia have decided to take us to this map, and really it's BME who are on the ropes. After losing their own map pick, they need to come back on a even tougher battlegrounds. Clubhouse, it is staple, it is classic, it is so typical Rainbow Six Siege, and it's a chance for D+ to show us what they are worth and fly into the upper bracket semi-finals in a 2-0 fashion. Let's see if BME can do anything more than they did on Lair here on Clubhouse.
So for D+, if they were to win this, of course, we know from the bracket who they're going to play next. They're going to be up against CAG, so a much more formidable foe. The other aspect here is I want to now do the eye test on D+, because yes, they won one-sidedly on the scoreboard on Lair. We talked about that whole thing, how it played out. But D+, they had a lot of plan A's on their attacking side. You know, they picked their operators with a very clear goal in mind. And the reason why Levy had to clutch up so much and why he had so many kills doing so is because plan A didn't work. They would lose a very important operator, they would not find the entry, or they would get locked out by a play from BME. I want to see D+ now actually have a plan A. This is most notable, of course, on the attacking side and starting defense, but still just keep in mind for later, I want to see them have plan A actually work out. Clubhouse is all about that you see what happens in the prep phase as an attacker and or defender, and then you set up your countermeasures. Clubhouse is all about the fundamentals, the depth, and the variety in how you play the same bomb site with small changes. So that's the test here for me. Can D+ lock this one out in a clean fashion and not rely too much on individual heroics? And on the other side for BME, I want to see them play that same style because they're playing solid and sound Siege on Lair, but just a bit weak in the gunfights. If they want to make those gunfights stronger, as we said before, playing operators that can nerf the defenders, like Demos, like Dokkaebi, are excellent, and playing information operators in roam clear, like Solid Snake or Shields, is also excellent. And they got both of those things for this round, so this could be a good one.
Good early round droning, I will say. It's pretty rare that you'll get a drone into sight so early and be able to call for late round. Unfortunately, it might not be super possible because D+ are already getting aggressive. It's Nears this time around to lead the way for the Brazilian roster. Great opening kill for him. Bit of damage outside. I think Yoshiko must have... I don't know if he was sprinting towards Strip or if he was actually entering, perhaps without a bunch of information. But it's allowed the Solus to run rampant. Now the Deimos will track Nears down, and I think that's probably going to be his cue to fall back to site. Indeed it is, but
yeah,
that's really probably, I mean, job done for him. Find one kill, fall back to site. 2 minutes to play. BME have a little bit more work to do to clear the rest of the map before they can properly set up and start thinking about and execute.
I mean, this is Defender's Paradise. You get the 5 versus 4, you take away a very important operator in the Dokkaebi, and you can just literally just kind of AFK right now, right? Take your hand off the mouse and keyboard, stretch your legs for the next 30 or 40 seconds if you're D+, because we know realistically nothing's gonna happen. And that's no critique here to BME, that is just how you play Clubhouse. When you're attacking, you gotta get all the hatches destroyed, get the flanks established, set up the bomb site, then you go for an execute. Obviously, Nears right now kind of testing his limits by reapproaching the aggression up here top floor on CCTV. Getting Demos tracked. We see Blitz's silhouette behind him as well. Nears should be dead here, but can they get him done clean?
Oh, they certainly can't. Not when he's ready to turn on them like that. Another on the ground, but finally Nears is put to rest. So much damage has been done to fall all the way back to the bomb site and then go for a re-roam and find 2.5 kills. Unthinkable. Yeah. He has single-handedly already won this round.
I mean, okay, let's take it back. This is the dream scenario as a defender in Clubhouse. 4 people haven't even played the game yet, and you're practically guaranteed the round victory. Yep, there down goes the Blitz. That's going to be the Thorn Trap with Mithy in support, leaving just a 1 health JV63 on Deimos. And of course, Solid Snake can give information, but to who? Who's going to act upon that intel, my friend? That's the problem. They're stuck on hatch, stuck on the staircase, and a great one-tap here from Fall, 6 down JV, who's low on health, leaving just one sole player stuck in Moto with Goyo Fire on his door.
Yeah, and they're going to keep on swinging. They don't care that he hit one gnarly shot. They will continue looking for the kill. And D+ styling on BME in the opening round of Clubhouse. It's not looking too hot here for the Japanese. Let's be real, Penku. There aren't many ways back into it. And the problem is, the more that D+ play like this, the more that Nears is afforded the luxury of going for these solo roams, finding 3Ks. It's just going to make things even worse in the mental game for BME. Well, there's no universe he should be able to make this happen. And the fact that it took that much effort and that much time to clear him, yeah, it's gutting for BME.
One of the big issues is, and this goes back to Lair, obviously, when you feel as a player in the server that your opponent, for example, is never watching the flank, you're gonna start going for the flank because, I mean, it's free, right? You probably had players like Levy, like Near, skill guys, when they go for a room clear on the attacking side, they don't really cut off the rotations, they don't apply a ton of pressure, they kind of just walk in the door and they give you like a 50-50 gunfight. And when you're room clearing somebody with 5 attackers and strong operators, the last thing you want to do is make it a 50-50. You should make it as unfair as humanly possible for that sole roamer. Nears was like, well, they're not good at doing that. I'm gonna solo roam aggressively, not once, but twice, because I can win that 50-50 more than I lose it. And that's how you get a 2-for-1 trade, essentially. And now we see Nears again, aggressive inside bottom garage, has a solar scanner, knows there are no drones, but there's a Monty who's literally walking past him. He is literally on for another freebie. If he plays this perfectly, he can one-tap the Monty when he walks deep into Tower Rafters, and again, insane value.
Do they know? No, they don't.
I think he thinks they know.
No, the Monty was just looking at the camera. Oh, now they know. Unfortunate. That would have been a free kill, but he should be able to get away with his life. I don't think there's much. Oh, JV is above the hatch, I think, in stock.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, he was, but he dies.
Oh my God, what? How?
Be My Enemy played that so well, though. That was smart.
Yeah.
They used the Lion. They had JV63 on the hatch, and yet he still dies to Nears.
Brutal. Absolute brutal round again. Things are looking good, and all of a sudden you just die. They still got the Monty. They can still make headway here in cash CCTV. But the thing I love about this attack, or sorry, the defense from D+, but the attack from Nears, is how passive everyone else is playing by the bomb side mostly, with Nears just doing whatever he wants with freedom down beneath. A great nade tossed out, Lion scan as well. He's dropping the hacks beneath him, trying to catch him off guard. But again, Nears, he has the better read. Didn't fall backwards. He's actually going forward, taking the fight in stock.
Yeah, smart move from Dukov, though. Like, he thought that throwing that nade would bait Nears into trying to fall back. Now he's about to get double swung.
Oh.
As if he finds one! Again, Be Miami played that really well. They had a player peek from the window at the same time as a player peeks from bottom garage, yet he still tears one away before falling. Levy's also found one on the bomb site with the FMG from the Denari, now 3v2. It's not easy for Boca to get back into this, but he does find one kill on the midi. Will there be a reswing here from Falls? There will. Somehow Boca misses all of his shots, and Falls turns around to find another one. It's a 1v2 for Boca now, and Be My Enemy just cannot get into these rounds because D+ are not letting them play a typical game of Siege. They're just playing aggressively and continuing to take the fight to the attack. So the round will close, and D+ find 2 rounds in a row.
It's crazy what Nears is getting away with. I mean, it started off in bottom garage, and you said it so well. Both times, it's going to be BME playing it correctly. Having a 2v1, having a 3v1, but still getting the worst end of the deal. Like here, going 1-for-1 trade is obviously phenomenal, right? Nears gets a kill, then you take him down. On paper, not a bad trade at all. But the fact that Nears then, gets to just live inside the server for so long and applying so much continuous pressure, Nears is not going to take that loss and say, oh my god, I got outplayed, they played that so well. He's going to say, I was roaming for half the rounds, they had no idea where I was, I burned like 3 Lion scans, I got my kills. Like, as a roamer, if you do that, even if you die, that is significant value gain for the rest of your team, because mind you, when it came time for bombs that execute, they had spent half their frag grenades and half their lines, well, more than half their Lion scans on one damn player downstairs. So, and I think that's the important thing to notice as roamers. How can I make this round a better outcome for my team without just simply getting kills? Yeah. And it's just about burning tools, right? If you kill 5 drones and you burn 2 Lion charges, you might not get a kill that round, but you've made the round significantly easier for everybody else, even if you were to die.
Definitely see it a lot in ranked, especially at the kind of lower level, the like solo queue type level. A lot of players underestimate the value of everything that isn't getting a kill, whether it's breaching a wall, whether it's making a call out, whether it's giving some information to your team, whether it's delaying time, whether it's burning util. And yeah, you're dead right. Like the top level players, they know that that matters in some ways more than getting kills. Like if you go 1-for-1 at the start of the round, like you spawn peek and then you die, and it's a 4v4 in 5 seconds, that's okay. It's not as good as if you wasted 2 minutes as a solo roamer and burnt a bunch of util, even if you don't get a kill and you die.
The question is often consistency. It's not can you do it 1 round in 10 or can you do it once in a while. The question is how consistently can Nears be a problem for BME on the entry? How consistently can he stretch the time in his advantage and just burn utility? I like this mini play though from Yoshiko. The sense wall that can get popped whenever he wants to cover the CCTV window. Of course you can still get smoke banked kind of through that wall, but they won't know exactly what they're aiming for. And no operators can look through the sense projector either. No ward, no glass. It's not technically a smoke, it's a projectile wall these days with the mini rework that happened some time back. We got the Monty going on in, can punch the mirror window if he wants to, and try and make an entry path here for Jim.
Oh, Nears actually managed to survive and not get concussed by Dukov, who ends up falling, and a second one to follow. Oh yeah, everyone's dying. Everyone from Be My Enemy is looking to make a play, looking to jump in, make their way up the stairs, and one by one they will fall. It's just JV63 coming up the stairs. He finds one with that LMG. Looks for a second. He's about to get swung up nice, close and personal by Nears. And D+ Kia find a 3rd round of defense in a row. They continue to dominate, and BME are really struggling here on Clubhouse Attack. No 2 ways about it.
I think the good news here for BME is that the things they're struggling with here on Clubhouse is very similar to that of Lair. Again, they got their strat they want to go for here on the attacking side. You know, they wanted to go for Jacuzzi, Gym, Master Bedroom clear, which again, not a bad idea at all. But the very small details is kind of where they have problems. The Monty walked in the Gym breach, or the Jacuzzi breach rather, and wanted to punch the mirror window. And while doing so, Monty got shut down to literally 1 point of health for like 1 bullet point of health. That means that Monty kind of dies trying to punch the mirror window. Then the Sophia gets pre-fire one tap on a pixel angle holding the swing, which is obviously very expected if you're Nears, right? Obviously, the guy behind the Monty is going to hold the tiniest of angles, so you just going to take that pre-fire. They're kind of missing the pressure, right? Where is the capital fire? Obviously, where is going to be the verticality from bar? Where's the grenade from master bedroom window to kind of dislodge Nears from a safe position? You're just giving them these even and fair gunfights, which again, you are going to be a worse team, and you are obviously worse players, less experienced than anybody on D+'s side. They got years on you in Tier 1 play. You need to kind of make it unfair. Again, bring utility, bring the nades, bring the things that are like, what's Nears going to do about capital fire? He's just going to die or sprint through it and you shoot him. That's all he can do. So I want to see them just be a little bit more sharp on the teeny tiny details, because they're not making it fair to themselves on how some of these rounds are being played out now.
Sadly, I think that D+ will continue to just push gunfights here. I think that they're kind of gone full ranked now. Like, you look at this lineup and it's pretty much traps. It's things that just make things a little bit harder for BME to make entries, and when you're worried about taking gunfights, doing 100 different things, when you're playing shields, traps always make things even harder. Now I'm wondering, what's the play with the Alibi here on Nears? Because recently Alibi kind of got a new purpose. Oh wait, they're not going to drain him. He's still under the kitchen window. They have no idea. Oh. Hibana's about to die.
Uh-oh.
How many seconds has she survived here? What do you think?
At least 5. Oh, maybe 10.
Oh, the Dokkaebi call could be everything.
Oh, the Dokkaebi call saves it.
I don't think they heard it.
They heard it. No, same. There was shotgun shooting below. The double drone did though.
Smart move. Nears is triple droned now. Midi looking for an aggressive play. He does inside a stock, find one, trying to get traded by Darkov on the blitz, but it doesn't work out. 5v4 for D+ Kia after that opening pick, and Nears has managed to get back to site.
Speaking of the Alibi, were you referencing the Solid Snake interaction Alibi?
Yes,
earlier,
I was trying to get to that, but look, not relevant here, but yes.
Yeah, not relevant sadly, but essentially Alibi's Prismas, when they're placed down and activated, when Solid Snake pops the scanner or walks around, they will trigger and look like a real player. So by playing Alibi up against the Solid Snake, you're kind of bringing a soft counter, which throws a big like, okay, why are there 8 people on my screen that I'm scanning when there's only 5 defenders? Well, Prismas, right?
Yep.
Obviously not brought up in this round, so we won't see it, but maybe they were expecting it. It's that or Nears just says, I don't care what I'm playing right now, I just want to run around with a secondary shotgun in my pocket, because Alibi does have that.
And that gun is actually really good, the MX4 Storm. Duckov! Mate, you have to run one way or the other or shoot it. You can't hesitate. Unfortunate there, the Thorn Trap getting a free kill for D+ Kia. However, Nears will go down, so no more Alibi here. JV trying to bait out any Thorn Traps, get them to detonate so he can make his way up slowly, but no luck. And Levy will find another kill from the Thorn Trap. Bloody hell. Give this guy another chance. Not Koromomo, I should say, finding the first. He's being spotted now. It's actually only a 1v2 with Midi on the ground, but he's going to get continually pinged and continually swung. It's a hard clutch attempt, and it won't get across the line. D+ continuing, and there's just no hesitation whatsoever.
No, I think they figured out they can play this game a little bit more relaxed inside of D+, right? I mean, they have a pretty hard bracket. They got a pretty big game coming up next time where they play CAG if and when they were to win this matchup. So the more they can kind of hide, if you want to call it that, will be better. Of course, it'll be a BME tactical timeout right now because they got to figure out, guys, what's happening and how do we get around the board here, because things are looking a bit dire. Not the same look on Lair where you go, oh, it's one-sided, but actually, no, this is one-sided for this one.
Yeah, you're right. This is a very different story to what we saw on Lair. So how do you get back into it here for Be My Enemy? just a few more chances on the attacking side. And the piece of advice that comes to mind is when you're getting run around, simplify, right? But how do you simplify on Clubhouse with these attacks?
Well, that's kind of been their problem, right? They've almost oversimplified, and it's kind of why they're in this position. They're not using the usual means of utility to get a kill. That's often how Clubhouse works, right? You play, let's say, an EMP to get the wall opened up, or Spear from below, or Ash Breach, or Grenade. You'll use the same kind of tools like Camps of Fire or Grenades to get player kills in those isolated roam positions. Think of CCTV Cower Grafters when you're playing against the gym extension inside a bathroom. You can use these things to get kills. Be My Enemy need to simplify the attacks maybe by sending more bodies on the same area of the map. So if they want to take CCTV roam clear right now, for example, they can send 5 people dealing with that roam clear. Don't worry about a guy backstepping Jacuzzi, playing Office Edge. Just send 5 people working together on Lounge, Garage, CCTV Breach. And then secondly, because you have 5 people around you in the same area, use each other. If there's a guy top red stairs at Garage Calgraph, there's a guy, I need a nade right now. Who has nades? And somebody goes, I have nades. Okay, you come with me. You're gonna nade this guy. I'm gonna hold the angle. Let's 2v1 him with utility. Like small things like that, and simply break the round down into very small problems, one step at a time.
Yeah.
Problem 1, probably if you're gonna be attacking the roam clear, is Nears. He's gonna be the first in action. So figure out how you wanna deal with him together.
A concern is trying to coordinate all of that when you're a newer team. It's going to sink time.
Yeah.
And near the end of the round, you're going to be dealing with mirror windows. You're going to deal with some really impressive tripwires from the Denari, and of course the Thorn Traps, which got 2 kills last round. Let alone the position set up by the Yazami, protected by the Wamai. So it becomes a very difficult task in the end round. Ooh, quick spot there onto Midi in cash. I think it was he shooting Selmas off the wall, perhaps.
Might have, yeah. I think he did, yeah, because he is almost in pocket now with that last one being spent. It was that, they just used them all in the exterior and the interior. But no, they used can openers. So yeah, must have been the Selma. Now, they've done that first step, right? Except they haven't killed anybody, but they've gotten map control for free. Everybody's alive, and they spent, you know, a grenade, some hard destruction. This is technically really good. Is this really good for, you know, let's say maybe D+ is a CAG? Maybe not, because the attackers might be running low on time. But this is great for BME versus D+ because they got map control with 5 bodies. Now what's the second step? You gotta start working those bombs at windows, right? Cut off the rotations and be on those angles. Then you can start working into connector with the Blackbeard. Start working the office hatch if you want to attack it. And say, guys, what are we attacking? It's gonna be office, it's gonna be jacuzzi. And you send 5 people to that one area. Don't spread out too thin.
Ooh, Denari been spotted.
Not the Thorn Trap.
Yeah, Thorn Trap does manage to dodge. Great grenade! It's exactly what you called for, Nick. And another kill as well, with Levy finished off on the floor. How do they deal with these Denari tripwires, though? There's a lot still to clear. It's important now to consolidate the advantage here for Be My Enemy. D+ will be looking for picks, and they have to make sure not to give them anything.
There's gonna be there around. It has to be. Like you said, don't give them anything right now. The Earth strikes back. That's the issue. That's going to be Deimos removed downstairs and know where a player is now playing from. Plan could honestly be possible here, but the issue is Blackbeard does not have a diffuser.
Another kill. This needs to be found by Yoshiko. He does finally take down Falls. Another player on the top of the main stairs, but Nears will go down. It's all up to Muzi, and they know exactly where he is. Another kill for Yoshiko on the Blackbeard. A big 3K on the round. And finally, onto the scoreboard, RBME.
It took a long time, but they finally got there, and it came a little bit off an individual play of Yoshiko, but he did the exact right thing. Use the utility, organize your teammates where you're going to be attacking from, and they actually also had a player on the window on the exterior as well. So him making an office play, a teammate was watching from master bedroom window in towards the rotate into office, and they're actually working together. Then they had Deimos downstairs in kitchen. He could Deimos track somebody through the floor if that grenade doesn't find the mirror kill, for example. So a lot of things working together to get that round success, but honestly, the biggest point of improvement for me was how they took CCTV. 5 people doing the heart breaching, doing the grenading, nobody overstepping, nobody swinging, nobody dying. Like, that's such good improvement when they were struggling with Nears' roam game so much previously. and they get to this bombs in a 5v5. That is what you want as an attacker. 5v5 or 5v4 advantage executes, and that is how you want to play the highest level of this map. 1-4. Could be looking for a second, and then all you need is a little bit of magic on defense, and then you have a series on your hands.
Two 4 would not be the end of the world. In fact, it would be a bit of a dream. They went 1-5 on their defensive side of Lair. So if that's anything to go by, BME will be very happy if they can find the second one. I'm going to be looking at Yoshiko a lot. He was very quiet in the first map. You actually highlighted him. He didn't find a kill for like 3 or 4 rounds. Now he's 6-4. He's on the Blackbeard. Again, it's a hard role to play well, but such a crucial one. If your team plays around it, you can gain so much ground, flush out the positions of so many players.
So an Ash charge on the soft wall, Ash charge on the mirror window. That kind of shrouds this portion of the map, at least, when Nears is playing from once again. Mind you, he's stuck in bathroom, right? If you put a player in the master bedroom window briefly and toss a good grenade,
wow,
that can literally kill him. That C4 was phenomenal. Almost killed Yoshiko on the Blackbeard. The gym window closed. Master bedroom window closed. This is the problem. You're just walking in one simple door and coin flip in the gunfight.
Oh, come on.
Too simple.
Yeah, you're right. It's such a sad way to see it go down for Yoshiko and not Koromomo. Now Koromomo himself has fallen to falls, and it's just Dukov and JV63. This is where they look to get desperate. I mean, how do you try and push for these final kills? You don't. That's the answer. Now, so far from any kind of actual attack onto the bomb site, BME find themselves in a 1v5, and it's peaking time for Nears. He'll go down, but a lot of options here for how D+ want to deal with Dukov's position. Of course, they could just sit back and chill, or they could try and get aggressive, which is exactly what they're going to do. A great angle from Levy, and it's effectively a flawless finish to a phenomenal half from D+ Kia. 5-1, and BME are getting flashbacks to what happened on Lair. We go to the halftime vibe check. Afterwards, we'll find out if BME can come back in the second.
Yeah, 10 out of 10, let's rate. I've been going big on the page out of state. Do research, check out the back of my place. I rep so heavy, attack when I take. Still I'm on that for the long run. That name that you got, say the right one. Don't try me, I rap like a python. Had enough of the talk, let be hustling. Got my name up, came up off of nothing. Jersey gon' hang up like Jane, cause I'm chosen. Need my necklace and wrist, it's frozen. Getting bread out the game like I throwed it. It don't make me no bigger to show it. Fuck a stack, cause I'm here for the trophy. Made it law where they cannot appeal. Show them nothing less than all the real. What you think it cost me out the deal? All I know is how I came in from the dough. Since a nigga touched down, all they want is more. Now I'm known to the world, I ain't tryna feel. Just run it up till I hit. My money grown, project grown, feel at home. Got the juice, minute made. I'm calling game in his face. Soon as Slim hit a J, renegade. My people long, won't be long till we all sitting on center stage, getting right off what I do. I know they getting tight off how I move. I still ain't did a write-off on these juniors yet. I never even claimed that we was cool. Really, I was just playing it by the rules. Still moving like gang, got nothing to lose. But most of them won't know until I show them. And that's why I'm just trying to keep it smooth. Did it all of my prior just to prove that I can make it all real without they rules. And for the haul, I don't plan on stopping soon. All I know is how I came in from the dough. Since a nigga touched down, all they want is more. Now I'm known to the world, I ain't tryna feel. Run it up till I hit a meal. 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 Just run it up till I hit a meal.
So sometimes the first half can show what happens in the second, but then of course you gotta take into account the side swap. Going from attack to defense is gonna be honestly a whole different game, especially if you're in this kind of matchup where you're a new team from CL of BME up against a seasoned veteran in D+ Kia. BME had honestly some good looks on Lair, rather, the previous map. It was looking hopeful. Here in Clubhouse, it has not been the exact same story. The one run victory they got so far was phenomenal. It was a gym attack. Everything went according to plan. But every other round than that, there's always been something missing. A window not open, the door not pressured, the crossfire not established, the push not timed together. Now, they can go back to paper. They're in defense, and D+ up 5-1 will go into the attacking side.
At this point, we're wondering how many rounds can you be my enemy get on the board before the game finishes. Yeah. On map 1, they had a very similar scoreline, 5-1 after their defense half, and they ended up winning one round on the attack and then eventually losing 7-2. Yeah, I think this first round will be very determinant. We'll really get a better understanding of what to expect after this round because, of course, defensive club, you're going to have a bit more comfort. Most teams are going to be a little bit more happy on the defensive side, but I just can't help but feel the momentum and the mental game really factors into it. Like, how do you not go 7-2 and then 1-5 and have a little bit of mental boom? When you're playing against players like the D+ guys who are running rings around you on this roam game like we saw in that first half, Near's silly business from him. Like, how do you not get a little bit tilted after that?
I mean, I think the only way you don't get tilted is you go, guys, we're not supposed to win. You know, we're BME, they're D+ Kia. Like, we're just happy to be here type of vibe. Of course, you're not going to have that mentality usually when you're a pro player because, like, you're a pro player, come on.
Yeah.
But you also have to be realistic and not set your expectations too high in the matchup that is practically impossible to overcome. And like we said, on Lair, they had a really good showing, and they should be very proud and happy with that. But here in Clubhouse, that has just been the map pick and the utter map domination of D+. And it continues.
It does. Reload. Early pick there for the Dokkaebi of Nears. Wow, that was actually just a peek outside of Garage. He's also easily going to be able to hack any of the cameras here if he wishes to do so. But D+ Kia, less than a minute into the round, and look at how quickly they're pushing. Look at this from Levy. He's gone straight up deep. Thankfully, Boki Koromomo has got the read onto that aggressive play. But D+ are not looking to slow down anytime soon. Muzi's deep into the building with Falls to support. Falls actually has the diffuser at dummies. He wants to go for a plant. This nade will keep Be My Enemy at bay. And Muzi actually gets the kill with the gas pipe itself as it detonates and takes down Yoshiko. Quick drop shot. And Falls and Nears together have put in the numbers to push BME onto the back foot. It's a 6-1 scoreline after a domination in the opening attack from D+ Kia.
And you see how excellent they do that against Split Fear, right? They're applying pressure in so many different areas of the map. Bottom main, spreading through a Goyo Fire, deep in Moto. Sure, Levy dies, but people are saying, guys, they're rushing, they're pushing, they're doing something. They were down blue, they were in dirt, they dropped the kitchen hatch. They were attacking from 4 different angles in the first 40 seconds. Plus, they hacked the cameras with Dokkaebi in Garage, as he also won the individual gunfight against the Scopos of JV. So literally every single area of the map is either won by D+, or at very least under heavy pressure from D+. And it just goes to show that, again, there's levels to Rainbow Six Siege and levels to a map like Clubhouse that look so simple on paper, but because it's a map that's been played for so long, you know, this map has been in the game since the very beginning, although it has been slightly reworked since then, of course, about 8 years ago. There are still layers to this map. There are still a lot of different ways to approach it, and many small details that you can change around time and time again. D+ show us that they know that. They know where the gaps are.
That they do. One more round is all it takes now for D+ guys to put this to bed. Tell you what, Nears has had a phenomenal performance today on Clubhouse. Was it Levy on map number 1? And now it's Nears continuing that on map number 2. They're really just taking turns being the absolute GOAT. And this round really cemented that, didn't it? He got 2 kills and an injure before finally getting taken down by the Blitz. This roam game as well, unbelievable. This aggressive 2K, he found 2 kills from that position, by the way. Yeah. It's been just too good here for Nears. One thing I really love about D+ Kia is if you give me the roster, right, on paper, there's no one player that usually I'm like, yeah, he is their carry. You know, there's no Shaiko on this team. But any one of these players could have a 20-bomb game. And today it's been Nears on Clubhouse.
It is true. Like, if I think of the entirety of the last year, I don't think of like a singular standout. If anything, it's false because we had him for all the player interviews. So like, he's the guy that we heard of the most, we saw the most, spoke of the most, probably. But it has been a matter of team performance and, you know, obviously individual players popping off, but different players practically every game, every round. And that's good. When you can rely on anybody, you get a much higher chance of consistency than just having one sole player being the star.
Yeah, it's nice to see as well that Nears is playing a variety of different types of roles on the defensive side, as we've just seen from a lot of these highlight clips. Some of the times he's playing, you know, a bit of a kind of play-to-die position like that mirror window. He's anchoring. Sometimes he's going for a very much free and far roam. Sometimes he's on guns like the SMG-11, and you're playing the solo, so you're told, yeah, I know that you've got this tiny little 17-bullet SMG, but go and roam and get as many kills as you can with it. And the depth of play styles that he possesses is certainly impressive. Not just the fact that he's getting kills, but he's doing it in so many different ways.
Every team can benefit from a player like Mears in terms of play style. You know, just having that go wild playstyle, you know, a loose wild card. You can say, you know what, this round Nears, you have full freedom. We'll do what's called the 4+1 strat, and it's something that I don't want to say that Empire created it because it was pretty like made way before that, but I think Empire kind of perfected it. You know, Empire in 2018, 2019, when we talk the joystick era, they would have 4 people play a strategy on defense and attack that everyone knows what they're gonna do. And then they had, that's called the 4. And then the +1 is going to be their 5th player, who was joystick. He was playing a Jackal on attack, Jaeger on defense. He would do whatever he wanted. It could be a rush down a staircase, a lurk, a backstep, a flank, whatever, you name it. And they make it work so well. Watching Nears here on Clubhouse is giving that same vibe. He's almost given no real resources to achieve his goal, but he's just doing it anyway and going as crazy as he wants. And the other 4 people are playing very safe roles, normally by the bomb side, because if he dies, we can still play the round. If he gets kills, then it's a lot easier for us to play the round.
Well, we just have to get everyone back into the game. We'll be back in a moment, but D plus Kia still on the verge of closing this game. And so we're back into it. The score remains 6-1 in favor of D+, and BME have a lot of work to do to come back on this defensive side.
So, since the side swap, we've only really seen one round obviously play out, but D+ just kind of rushed the bomb side and kind of cleaned house very clearly. I'm curious to see if D+ can play a bit of a slower, more normal paced round, if BME can maybe adapt to it and not just get caught off guard. Because it felt to me a bit like they were just not ready for that push. Obviously, that's why D+ went for it, right? They said, okay, there's a gap here, guys, let's go for it. We have seen the Clash being brought out now 3 times, once in Lair, twice here in Clubhouse. And Clash, usually phenomenal operator, no issues there. But when D+ are playing this playstyle and attacks where they're attacking from so many different angles all at once, it does kind of diminish Clash a little bit. Because Clash can only watch one singular point of entry. Usually Clash is exceptional against teams that play, a lot from the same area of the map, because you're then distracting 2 or 3 separate attackers. I'm just gonna keep my eyes on that throughout this round, where Clash is gonna go where D+ are attacking from, and seeing if that's gonna have any big effect or not.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Is that a Kali I spy with my little eye on Muzi?
Any counter pick in jars, by the way, guys? A little Kali against the Clash.
I
know
love
I'm
that.
betting on.
I actually think Kali is so underrated as an operator. I think that if people just gave it a chance, then you'd see that Kali is often the answer to a lot of the problems. For example, mirrors. People hate dealing with mirrors.
Yeah.
Kali counters mirror, just like Ashe. In fact, a little bit better, because Kali does not get stopped by electrification like Ashe does. What's more, Castle, yeah, we got plenty of Lancers. We can clear a couple of Castle barricades. Clash, yeah, I can clear Clash. Ooh, try and say that 10 times fast. It doesn't even take any util. It can clear shields, it can clear as army keeper barriers. Like, there's just so much. And that's even without doing the traditional role, which is clearing wall denial. So yeah, I think Kali is such a good operator, really underrated. It's great to see teams embracing it.
I do know that there are the 2 Kali mains in the world. They have made the discussion about the change to armor and health. Because all the defenders have more health on average. Oh, they're just rushing most of the teams. They're just rushing on in.
Yeah, and look, I don't care what you were going to say, Nick. You don't have a chance. Maybe we'll get to talk about Kali later. For now, we really need to talk about how D+ have flooded into the site. Not Koromomo needs to stand up now. He's the only one left standing, and now he's on the ground. D+ put their boot to the throat and finally finish off BME. And Goliath is victorious again today. D+ Kia assert themselves as the better team. They march forward through the bracket without breaking a sweat.
The round lasted 25 seconds, man. We're watching a Kali on the strip roof. Next second, boom, in the bomb site. Boom, double kill. Denying the main stairs, denying the flanker. Last life Tyson CCTV, they're also dead. Again, the split theory working out on Lair and on Clubhouse. D+, very strong on the attacking side. Incredibly fast half there on the attack.
Yeah, beautiful performance from D+ as a unit, but we can't forget about the individual showings. Niers was the star of the show on Clubhouse. Levy, the star of the show on Lair. If we look holistically across the best of 3, Nick, Levy got 20 kills to just 7 deaths. Niers, 19 kills to 10 deaths. Even Midi had a 3.0 KD at 15-5. It was unbelievable. Every single player went positive, and yeah, D+ really just took no prisoners. They ate and left no crumbs, as the kids say.
So perhaps just a bit of a slow start from D+ Kia. Perhaps Clubhouse just isn't BME's map of choice. A lot of questions, right? And that's why it's exciting that we're in the early stage of Kickoff, because we don't know exactly how teams are playing, what maps they're like, the current meta with Solid Snake being enabled, etc. So every bit of video we get to see, we learn a bit more about these teams.
Yep. BME now go down to the lower bracket. Their elimination game will be against LFO, No Name, formerly Enderforce 36. On the flip side of that, D+, let's talk about them for a moment, because this is their moment. They dropped only 3 rounds across the series. Their next game is against CAG, yeah, Kagosaka, the best team out of Japan taking on the best team out of APAC North. It's going to be a really tough game coming up. But before we get there, of course, let's have a chat with the brand new coach of D+, Kia. Hell, welcome on in to your first interview here in the APAC region. And also, I suppose, welcome to the APL. How are you feeling after seeing your boys play so phenomenally in their first game?
Oh, I'm feeling great. It was really good to win our first game, to start with the right foot.
Hell, I did want to just ask a few things about yourself as a career. Of course, you've had quite a long time in Siege. I looked back and you've been on so many different teams as a coach and even originally as a player, even as an analyst. You were representing Team Secret at the Montreal Major. You coached the old Saudi Arabian GK roster for a time. Most recently, you were coaching Lowe's. I looked way back in the history books. In 2019, you played Pro League for Elevate in Brazil with Midi on your team, and now you're coaching him. What's that trajectory been like, and why did you come to D+ here in the APAC region?
Me, Midi, and Levi, we worked in 3 teams. We played together in Elevate, and I coached them in minors before in 2023. And it's good to have these guys back. Now I think we can reach more things, you know. I really think we can reach some tournaments, some good tournaments.
Awesome. Of course, as support staff, there's many different kinds of support staff. Some that do management stuff, some that do heavy on strategy, counter-stratting. What kind of, coach are you going to be for this roster? Is it going to be about heavy analysis, heavy strategy? What's the thing that you're really good at?
I'm really good to do some kind of strategies, so that's the thing I like. I like the game because I was player in the past, so I really like to see how they work and do some counter things and do things like this, you know. So that's the way I like to work.
So then a small follow-up here, actually, real quick, James, sorry. Solid Snake, really good, okay, or bad operator? What do you think?
Oh, I think it's really good, really broken.
Okay.
We not use it today, but we not use it today, but we are working on this.
Okay, so maybe against CHE, a stronger enemy, we get to see some Solid Snake, maybe?
Yeah, soon.
Okay.
Nice little tease from you there, Hell. I wanted to ask about the roster change that D+ made. Obviously, you came on as a coach after the 6 Invitational. Formerly, we had PJH, Korean coach, working with the team. But you did make a player change on D+ as well. Bullet, obviously, leaving the team. And Muzi coming kind of out of a semi-retirement. Obviously, once upon a time, this guy was the best player in Brazil. Once upon a time, he raised the hammer for Ninjas in Pajamas. He was pretty quiet today. It was Niers and Levy stealing the show. Can you tell me a little bit about Muzi and what he's brought to the roster?
I think Muzi brings for us more aggressivity, and he brings more we can feel like a family now, you know, everyone together because we know each other since a long time, and he play really good. He play his adaptive things, and I think I want to bring his prime back, you know, so that's what I want to make for now.
Just before we close, I want to get your quick thoughts on the upcoming CHE game. You kind of teased something a little bit there, but I'd love to hear a little bit more. You think you're going to play well against the best team out of Japan?
Oh, I think we're going to smash them, to be honest.
Big words. I hope for your sake that you do. Thank you so much for joining us in the interview today, and good luck in your next game.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hel.
Thank you.
Wow. What a pleasure. It is always such a pleasure to talk to anyone from D+, and it's great that we have another esteemed name out of Brazil joining us here in the APL. Really lovely guy as well. A bit reserved, a bit quiet, but just so respectful, even very confident against CAG in his upcoming game.
I smashed him. Yeah. I'm surprised that I haven't heard more of his name, actually, because like you said in the interview, like we kind of went over his Wikipedia and the small break that we had. I was like, wow, this guy's been around all these teams that we've seen and casted and spoken of before, yet his name hasn't really come up in those rosters. But now he's getting that praise and experience come to light, and honestly, with a phenomenal showing today, perhaps there is just some real experience to this coaching staff and what he can support to his team.
Yeah, of course, that is our final upper bracket quarterfinal finish. Now we've got an upper bracket semi-final, Kinotrope versus Scars. Yep. Later on, Help Us LFO and B&K Fearex will fight for elimination or survival in the lower bracket. But a quick tease, Pengu, what do you think about Kinotrope versus Scars? This upper bracket game qualifies one of these teams through to the semis, and it is going to be a massive grudge match. It's going to be a huge chance for all of these former players that have been on each other's teams before to get a leg up over each other. Do you have a calling, anything calls to you between Kinotrope and Scars here? Who do you think is going to take it?
I mean, it's going to be the match of the day without a shadow of doubt, right? It's going to be the good old Regnina duo up against Kinotrope, who looks so high in potential in the very first play day. And I think this matchup kind of settles a very good question of what level are both these two teams at with the roster changes, because I think they looked very evenly matched going into today. Will one like really steal the show and leap ahead, or they have a very close matchup and we actually won't really know who's actually better until lower bracket run?
Yeah, it will be a big Japanese derby coming right up in the upper bracket semi-finals to qualify our first upper bracket finalist, Kinotrope versus Scars, coming up after this.
They've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kit goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh! Got another one for Solitov. Information from the bees. It goes in. Shotgun. W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using his dim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact.
He gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the
he doesn't know!
He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Nesk, you gotta
has
go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Nesk. Stick it.
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does, as they win the Mexico Major!
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up.
they've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh, got another one for Solitov. Information from the bees. It goes dead. Shotgun.
Sevens! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using his dim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant. That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the
Oh, he
impact.
gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have
Oh, he
the
doesn't know!
confirmation. He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Esky
only
gotta
has
go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Ness, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace. Absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
He gets it just in time! It's no time remaining! It is APAC North! They are the best that this region has got to offer!
Well, the top dogs have already made their debut here. It's time to see what happens with the second in class, the teams that are constantly fighting to enter that conversation to be the best in APAC North. We only have one spot up for grabs here at the Salt Lake City Major for a team from APAC North, and a lot of people would say it's probably going to be D+ or CAG to take it, but I would tell them you better not be underestimating Scars, and especially Kinotrope, a team that has just made a massive set of roster changes, bringing Gatorada out of retirement, bringing Alligator over from Scars, and Eclair, who formerly coached Scars, back into the server on the playing roster. This is a very exciting team right now, Pengu, as we saw last week.
Yeah, it very much is. And, you know, we always say this, but, you know, going back to last year, we're talking about Kinotrope and the prospects and how exciting the team can be to watch, and they just kept falling short with that previous roster. Now they come into this season with some big roster changes, some bigger names, more experience, and off the rip up against Helmut LFO. And the former PSG roster honestly had a really good showcasing for the mentally, the strategy, the timings, the coordinations. They were hitting all the right marks. And this right here, a big clutch as well by Kawa to really help them settle into that VO3 match.
Yeah, having a little bit of a snack for Akayu by the looks of it. Yeah, big plays last week. I was so excited to see Alligator on the entry with that solid snake.
Yeah,
it was, of course, the first play
off.
day of APL. In fact, I think it might have actually been the first play day of kickoff globally. I don't think we'd seen any of the
yeah.
other regions play before APAC North, so Ayagator was the first one to really show Solid Snake at the tier 1 level. He was incredible. Scars looked... Scars. I'm confused because Ayagator played for Scars so recently. Kinotrope looked fantastic against that ex-PSG, now Help Us LFO roster. It did take them 3 maps, though. That if there is any cause for concern, it's that they did let Fortress slip through their fingers. It was a 7-8 loss for Kinotrope. But aside from that, the other 2 maps that they won, 7-3, 7-2, actually quite comfortable and dominant.
And that's the thing is, you know, when you look at the map scores, just on Liquipedia online, you go, oh yeah, 2-1, 2-0, you know, Scars, if they 2-0 their opponent, they're going to be better, etc. But if you dig into exactly what you said, what happened in the individual rounds, sure, they lost in max overtime on Fortress, a brand new map, as a new roster, versus destroying them on the maps that they do know quite well. I don't think there's too much to take away from that, to be honest, because the same thing can be said about Scars, right? Scars, they had a 2-0 victory against Fearx. However, it was like a 7-2 and a 7-1 or a 7-2 and a 7-3, I forget. But the individual rounds were so close. That could have easily been a third mapper, but it wasn't. And that's why I think these two teams, they match each other so well on paper. And it's why, for me, this is going to be the match of the day.
Yep, of course. Let's have a look at their opponents. Ayagator's previous team. It is Kinotrope. Sorry, his new team's Kinotrope. It is Scars, former team. There's a lot to go into this roster about, of course. The return of Nina, who played for this team for quite some time, then made a departure, played for Enterforce 36. Now back, and Nina and Rek, of course, are like these 2 insane players. These players and as a team have played at several international events, notably the Copenhagen Major, but that was such a long time ago now, Nick. It's been 3 years since this team made their debut on the international stage with a top 8 performance, and we haven't seen another performance from them even within a shadow of that showing in the last 3 years. But of course they did do away with the Fearx roster quite convincingly just last weekend.
They did, and honestly, when you look at, you know, the old God, you know, Nina, Reg, the duo that can do it all, and then, you know, they had to split up the duo for a little bit, but now they're back together, and it's almost like they never left. It was Reg and Nina making play after play after play, but like I said before, in these highlight reels, you have to see it. Yes, Scars 1-2-0, but there are so many of these rounds that came down to a 2v2, a 3v2, and like very late round close scenarios, and that's the reason why I think this is much closer than expected, because it was a close game up against Fearx here for Scars. But Reg and Nina, if they can play like they did last week, I mean, that's going to be the prime version of this team when they're working together.
Yeah, and of course Yukiz is another one to speak about. He's made his recent debut onto Scars from... Wait, which team was... Oh, that was Kinotrope, wasn't it? So this is there's a real kind of incestuous connection between these 2 teams in the funniest way possible. Something that I'm having a bit of a chuckle to myself about is if you look at the Kinotrope players and the jerseys that they're wearing, it looks so much like the old Scars jersey. They're actually following the exact same color scheme. Like even just now, like you look at Fishlike's jersey there, it's black with a little bit of a red highlight. If you then go and look at the Kinotrope jerseys, it's the same black color scheme. So I'm getting confused constantly because these players have jumped between each other's teams. They're basically wearing the same jersey, and they both have occupying the same space right within APAC North, which is these really good Japanese teams that have struggled to make it to the very top level for a very long time. Both of them have been to international events before. Kinotrope was actually at the Copenhagen Major as well. At the time, they were called Varel. They've been through a few different names, but yeah, it's such a funny little parallel between these 2 teams. And only one of them can progress forward into that upper final.
I'm very curious, actually, how the teams have done the prep going into this one, because, like, just kind of off the rip, if I'm going up against Scars, I'm not going to bank, right? Just put that out. I would not want to take them to it. Kinotrope started with the old roster, did play a fair bit of bank, and did have a bit of a favoritism towards it, as far as I remember. So there could be a matter of, like, you really like playing the same maps. Do you dare go to your enemy's strong map because it's a good map for you? Or do you take a weaker map for yourself because it's also a weaker map for your opponent? That's where my big kind of interest comes into this.
Yeah, let's have a look at the vetoes as we continue to dissect this and what maybe Kinotrope and Scars will go for. Something that's always going to be in my mind when you look at a veto is the coaching staff, or perhaps ex-coaching staff. And look, Bank was the decider there, which I'll let you tease in a second, but just something to keep in mind with the context of this map veto is one of Kinotrope's players is the former Scars coach.
Oh my god, you're right.
Eclair. So the mind games that must be occurring between these two teams is boggling.
That's actually a great point. And what better way to have Bank, not as the first or second map pick, but rather a handshake deal decider on that third. So the scene is set, James. Are you ready?
I think I must be. There's no question. Like, the teams must step up now. Of course, it's for a spot in the upper bracket final to be just 1 or 2 games away from the major if you win today. Let's kick things off. It is Scars' map pick. We're going to Nighthaven Labs, and there's a lot of love in the chat as Ayagator says, good luck, bro, and I do not know what Nina is saying, and I'm not going to try and pronounce it, because as we discovered earlier this year when we went to Japan, Pengu, my Japanese is not really up to scratch, but thankfully these teams will be doing most of the Japanese talking, and we will just be covering it in English to the best of our ability. It's time to get into it. Kinotrope versus Scars as the operator bands roll on through. Will it be the double Electro Bros for the defense?
Maybe so. Banty, yeah, Electro Bros done and dusted. Again, it makes a lot of sense. Scars, you know, going back to kind of how they play on Bank and why I wouldn't want to take down Bank. They're very good at just getting in the building and taking gunfights on maps where there is space to take. So when you have these kind of scenarios where you're making things easier for Scars, that's when they're going to play their very best. By banning the Bandit and the Kaid, you essentially make that very first initial step out easier to get them in the building. Makes sense here as well for Ivan Labs.
Defense, Carwow on the shotgun here for the Thorn. Can I just say, I love this game. I love the meta. I love so many of the operators. I hate Thorn with a passion. I am so sick of seeing Thorn every round. I'm so sick of playing against Thorn. Why she get 4 traps? Why she get barbed wire as well?
Come on.
Why she get the best shotgun and as an automatic second? Come on, man.
Come on, she has a C-75. It's barely a weapon. What do you mean? Automatic second. Okay, also a point, right? The traps, they suck to deal with. There's 4 of them, sure. But I would say, unless there's a slowing element combined with the Thorn Razor Bloom, your barbed wire, Belusi, whatever, you're not really supposed to get hit by it unless you're hesitating, right?
We saw a round on Clubhouse just before where 2 players died to Thorn Traps in the same round for BME. Like, come on, you can't tell me that that isn't powerful.
It is. But you also said in your play-by-play, you gotta go back or you gotta go forward, you gotta shoot it, you can't hesitate. He hesitated, so he died. If you just, like, you know, especially as a shield operator, just jiggle the corners, kind of like against Ella mines, you can bait out the Thorn if you're mindful of it. If you're not mindful of the swing, though, you get shot down. Gatarada in the grave, as is Ayagator. So Kinotrope is starting on the back foot right now on defense of Nighthaven. To make matters worse, this top floor bomb site has a lot of different angles to get attacked from. It feels like now Kinotrope, they have to keep going for broke. They gotta keep swinging and playing overly aggressive because they cannot play this round out in a 3v5 fashion.
Yeah, the problem is Scars can basically just go into just safety mode, right? Just prevent that aggression. Don't overextend. You don't have to rush. You can just slow down, make sure that if you do lose another player, it's going to be with the trade. Now, Akayu is actually able to find Wreck with a Nitro Cell. Carwow as well joins the fray, but with Eclair falling, it's very difficult now for Kinotrope to get back into it. 2v3 is not impossible, but Scars have a lot of control of the bomb site with Akayu going down. It's Carwow up against the world. They know exactly where he is now, and he is locked out of the objective. The diffuser has to get recollected here, but the Grim is going to be perfect. It's going to enable a quick swing onto Carwow. The flashbang as well, as Nina finally swings inside and finds the first round for Scars.
That right there is a classic Scars round. Plant, no. Flash, double swing, yes. Get fast in there. And this is exactly why when I was talking about how they ban the Kite and the Bandit, they open up so much more freedom both in problem solving, that first step of breaching, but also just enabling the interfraggers to do their own thing and not worry too much about being stuck. That's something that a map like Clubhouse historically has actually caused a lot of problems for teams that don't have, like, let's say 2 support players or a very good flex player. So you're gonna have to put one of your fraggers on a support operator. Because, you know, back in the other Clubhouse, you had to play double hard breacher, let's say Thermite Hibana, and you gotta play Thatcher. But it's so few teams who have 3 people who wanna be on that leash of saying, don't peek, don't do this, stay over here, be in the corner, drone the corner, etc. So Scars, they can't take that same similar approach. Yeah. Open things up, enable the fraggers, and give them freedom. Don't leash them and tie them to a single area of the map.
Yeah, and look, I feel like it's not the end of the day if a few defenses slip through Kinotrope's fingers. This map, with a good team, like, can actually skew to the attack. So I don't want to, like, kind of rag on Kinotrope too much. Look, if they lose 2 or 3 in a row, then yeah, I'd say that's a pretty cause for concern, and I would want to get the coaches in ASAP with a tactical timeout. But yeah, look, not the end of the day to lose that first round, especially after getting picked so early. It was just on Scars to convert the 5v4. What are they going to play this round, though? Oh, sorry. I'll let you go. Take it away.
It's also a matter of, like, the way Kinotrope played last week is kind of similar to Scars, right? That they were the ones to strike first and be aggressive and be the ones to make the initial play. We spoke about them, especially on the attacking side. Alligator on the Solid Snake, just, you know, always finding value. I do feel like there's right now in the first 3 rounds going to be a bit of a feeler being put out. Saying, okay, from Kinotrope's perspective, can we play that really aggressive in-your-face playstyle against Scars, or will it go punished? Okay, if it goes punished, we're going to play plan B. It's probably going to be a bit slower pace, a bit more utility, more problem solving. And in this round, they do that, right? They bring Maestro Cams, they bring the Valkyrie, they bring the traps in both the Aruni and the Thunder, or the Aruni and the Thorn, rather, the Razor Blooms. So it's already been a pretty big switch from round 1 to round 2.
Yeah, how much of a roam game do you go for here is the question for Kinotrope. Maybe just playing on the stairs around the Thorn Traps is a better move for Carwow. Come the late round, Scars have one tool in their arsenal that Kinotrope might not be ready for, which is the Bliss. It's on... Blitz. It's on Ossa, or Fishlike. I don't know why Fishlike's changed his name to that in-game, but that's Fishlike right there on the shield. And perhaps it'll be a drop down one of these hatches to get aggressive. Very rarely do you see pushes in purely through Animus, which is exactly where Fishlike is going right now.
Have you seen some attacks like Aurora and Glass where you plant a single one close over the doors with the Aurora? But this is just a Blitz dropping down the hatch and putting a lot of pressure on Maestro, and Blitz starts planting.
Yeah, he might actually be able to get this down as well. Oh, bit of damage, lot of damage. Finally killed by Eclair. Great shots. However, Rek and Nina do come to life, as they often do. And the Killfreed reigns. Akayu and Carwow now, with Akayu on the flank, need to find these final shots, but Nina has that flank locked up. Carwow up against 3 with so much time on the board, and he's exposed to some vert. I don't think that Scars will let this one slip by.
They got 2 flashbangs, can pop a flash in cargo, use the verticality, also go deep bomb site. Once they find this final player with certainty, then they can make their choice. Gonna start planning and covering. And they're successful. The vert, the side swing, and the plant all at the same time. You see, again, they're so locked in, they're so in sync. This is the thing. When Scars don't make small mistakes and don't go punished on those small mistakes, they can be such a lethal team. And they do such a good job at planting in the smoke while challenging them on the vert, always making 2 problems happen at the same time.
I'm amazed here that Eclair even denied the plant. I mean, this should have probably been an even more dominant rounds.
Yeah.
It does, I guess, remind people, though, that, you know, just because you've got coverage from a smoke and just because you're doing a total plant with the shield on your back, you're very much not protected. And you could see the way that Eclair, he knew that that was a shield. That's why he was shooting kind of off to the side. He was shooting the feet as much as he could. He was trying to get shots onto the feet and the hands. Really good move from Eclair. Unfortunately, obviously, wasn't enough for Kinotrope, but Scars looking good. They've got some strats prepared. They've got some ideas. They've got some preset executes that they're ready to bring to the table.
10 seconds to go.
Also, just the power of shields. I mean, it gives you so many ways to win a round that doesn't normally exist. The idea that you can plan with the shield in your back, pop a smoke, push into a doorway, and just stick your face inside of a bomb site and be like, yo, is anybody here? If that's any other operator than a shield that drops down the cargo hatch, or the garage hatch essentially to enemies, you probably just die, or you're gonna be hiding behind the wall praying for your life that nobody comes swinging. And it's why we see the shields being so strong in the meta for the last, what, year and a half, 2 years time now. Because you can just cut some corners. Not in the bad way cutting corners, but the good kind of way, saying, we don't need to worry about the whole map. Don't gotta worry about, you know, denying every single playing position. The vert doesn't need to be perfect. But there's no shield for this one. Third time to attack. Third bomb site to attempt as well. He ends up going through the motions, now going to cargo. And they got different win conditions, right? They got both the toxic babes for some entry and plant denial. They got a vertical C4 in the post with the cutting scanner. And they got traps upstairs to kind of weaken the roam clear. So again, strategically, I like what Kickoff is showing us. They're playing on many different areas in the game in a good way. But it comes down to gunfights and entry. Can they deny Scars that initial gunfight?
It's a lot of measuring being done by Scars to try and set up. Ooh, there's a little peek from Eclair. Ball's back. I've got to say, it's something that we've seen a lot of regions, a lot of coaches do, is make the return to playing. Of course, it's happened with CAG, the best team out of Japan, with DD making his return to playing. And we're seeing the same with Eclair. He looks so confident, and I love to see that. The stereotype is obviously that coaches can't play, and Eclair is already showing us that that's not the truth. However, he is falling back further and further. Oh. He does find a kill before he has to retreat down the blue stairs. Great shot onto Washoy.
It's a big one. That's entry denied, and it's going to take some of that momentum away from the Scars as well in this round. They got to kind of restabilize. This is an important fight right here in the entry door. If you can win this one, A-Gator, the round should almost be yours.
Oh, but there's two players there. He doesn't want to contest when he's being trapped, and there's a player on the other side as well. In the end, Fishlike will be the one to swing and finally finish off A-Gator, but realistically, there wasn't a lot he could do in such a pickle.
So second line of defense, right? You're going to have to play around the Cadix into the post, the Toxic Babes, and stall for time. Gatorada gets a kill as well into Wreck. Again, just picking up individual kills. Scars not in a tradable position at the minute. Now they're going for Aqua retake. So if Scars start walking down the garage stairs, they can start retaking top 4 for the verticality.
How do they get back into it? They'll need to find a pick somewhere to try and just go fishing. Open up an avenue, especially with Gatorada on that top floor. Oh, beautiful shot from Gatorada. And Fishlike will not survive. It's a first round on the board for Kinotrope on the back of some impressive roaming from the unretired Gatorada.
And again, the layers. Kinotrope show us that it's not just about the roam, not just about the bombs, but again, playing to all those different aspects. And it's such a good thing to do against a team that likes to go for those kills. Because now they could afford to lose a gunfight or two and still have a solid way to come back into the round. And we saw it. They won most of the gunfights with Kinotrope. They retake top floor. They had pulls in basement as well. They literally had 3 different ways to win. Only one of them had to work out. Even the timer was running out for Scars. So if you don't give them anything too early in these rounds, they are going to have to slow down and respect you a bit more. But I think that's also the benefit of the tertiary bomb site. Because it's in the middle of the building, you can play top floor, basement, and the bomb site itself. When you're playing the top floor bomb site that we're seeing right now in Commando, the issue is, if you're going to be roaming downstairs, you're a bit more alone. You don't have as much teamwork around yourself. But if you don't play downstairs at all, well, then the enemies are only going to worry about one singular floor, which means they can mess with you a lot easier. So Kinotrope for this round, very fine line between roaming downstairs, utilizing the C4, utilizing the poles, but not going so deep into the building and the map that they can run you down solo across the bomb site, right? You want to be in a supportable position.
So what do we think on this top floor here, Nick? Obviously, Scars won it pretty convincingly on the first rounds. What do Kinotrope need to do differently? I mean, one element that they've got is the roamer of the Pulse to go below, and I don't know if he's going to actively be looking for C4 kills or whether he's going to be trying to play late round, but at least it's something different for Kinotrope.
I like different. Just keep your opponent guessing, right? It's not too expected. But there was a pause in the previous round as well. So once you start bringing out, you know, these particular operators that are gonna change your playstyle, you're gonna be more, I don't know, in tune with it. Same with like Thorn, you said how like overpowered your operator is and annoying and whatnot, right? If you're playing on Thorn every single round and you play with that in mind, you're gonna approach the window vaults differently, going down the staircase differently. When you start playing as a pulse time and time again, it's like, guys, C4 below, don't run on soft floor, C4 below. And it kind of makes the pulse a weaker operator. So I feel like playing it 1 or 2 rounds here is excellent, but you can't spam it necessarily every single time. Unless it keeps working, of course.
Well, they did play Valkyrie in the first 2 rounds, so I wonder if they got rid of that because it was getting countered by the IQ and the pulse is kind of just an attempt at adapting.
More movable, more mobile, if you will. Good use of the fire there from Capital and Catwalk rotate, forcing back the assignment for Claire to not kind of just go for a re-swing and retake. Then Blackbeard walks up the stairs of Catwalk. Now they got Icy Breach and they got Garage Control. That's 2 of the 3 areas that they want. Then the question is, they need a 3rd area. Either they need Aqua Control ahead of Blackbeard right here on this door, or they need Meeting across the map. Because you want to attack from 3 different angles at the same time and really suffocate those defenders in tiny areas. Then we see Pulse is still just like freely vibing downstairs at full IT information. That's where that C4 could get a kill.
It's going to be a shotgun v shotgun battle here. With the Ying, he's taking down, isn't he, by the Thorn. Great shot there from Carwow. Very well read on the back of the sizzle of that Candela going out. The Scars do get 1 laugh in there, finally trading back Carwow, and the shotgun is gone.
Bit curious now what the attack's gonna be because they're lacking a bit of pressure, but the nading of Vigator, who's now been stuck inside a Meeting, gets shot down exactly. Nice one, plus got Catwalk. Here comes that push.
Oh, yeah, but Gatorada's held down the fort on site and bought enough time for Akayu to make his way back. Now, there's no pulse down below because Akayu has rotated back upstairs. So Gatorada and Akayu are going to have to get on this retake together. With Fishlike on the other side. He's got no util to work with, and he's now made it a 1v1. This is nigh impossible now for Akayu. He's already used his C4. And while he can go below and get information, there's no guarantee he'll be able to get that kill. He has to get up close and personal with a UMP in tight range. He vaults over the top, and Fishlike gives us a masterclass on playing the 1v2. It's a 4K on the round and a big clutch up for Fishlike.
Huge positioning game right there, right? I mean, he's playing it so well. He recognizes that there are 2 ways for him to get chased after when he makes it a 1v1. When you're playing a 2v1, he has to, or 1v2, sorry, he has to go for an aggressive play to even back the numbers. So he does that. He plays the aggressive angle. The second he gets the kill, he's like, I'm gonna go play connector / electric, because either my enemy is going to go through this rotate, which is a vault rotate, it gets stuck in animation, he can't shoot back, etc. I win the round. If he goes for the door, I can just go to the rotate myself or go even further away towards Meeting because it's a 7-second defuse timer. So the second he gets to 1v1, he knows it's over. He can literally just win off brain play, and he does exactly that, forcing like a 90% gunfight win rate. So huge stuff for him and his team. Scars very much in the driver's seat. And that was all of a pretty rough round for them. You know, they had numbers disadvantage. They didn't get that 3 kind of spearheaded attack. They lost their entry. Yet they still clutch up. The same thing as Spherix.
3-1 in the lead is pretty good, considering Kinotrope chose to start on defense here. Now, Kinotrope continuing to change up bomb sites and keep Scars guessing. Remember, the only bomb site they've actually won, Pengu, was storage and control. Yeah. Now they've gone top floor twice and failed. They're going a second time to the basement after not winning at the first. And the big difference here is the Maestro. Now, it was not shown in the prep phase. I don't know if I don't think Scars at least managed to spot it in prep phase. So they haven't brought a Brava to counter it, but they do have other ingredients to do so, such as the Thatcher.
The Thatcher is interesting. I mean, a Thatcher, when you ban Kite Bandit, almost feels like it was picked, maybe, as you said, specifically for the Maestro. It's also not bad for technically mute jammers if you want to drone stuff. But the issue is, we can talk about you, so what about the roam clear, James? He's a bonk.
Oh, we need a flash to come through here before the ADS is safe, but Akayu will fall. And Fishlike's support from UKid is going to work out. But look at Aegator still continuing to get aggressive. We'll say, though, for Scars, the one player they lost is probably the one they can afford to lose here in the Nomad. Not the end of the world.
Yeah. Oh,
Nina, not
but
so
then
much.
Dice Thermite. Different story there. Also, fun fact, the Blitz couldn't blind Akayu on the roam clear because there's a mute jammer on the door. So he was literally just kind of stuck melee trading the entire time, instead of flashing, just going for the kill. So they don't got extra stairs, trying to force the play. Have they even breached the wall, though? Oh, they have, okay. So the wall is open. They can actually still win this, though. The issue is, again, Kinotrope so good at playing win conditions. If a guy in stock playing the vert, that's plan denial, and then they have people by the bomb side. That means they can no longer go for this default execute for Scars. They have to send one player up above them to deal with Kawa, or sprint deep in towards the bomb side. But then comes the issue. They have Evil Eyes from Maestro also just sapping him, and Blitz is so low on health. It has to be a backstab play, most likely here from Washoy.
Yeah, unfortunately, Fishlike falls before the backstab happens. Washoy is now in through Animus. But a big part of the problem here is, like you said, Carwow's still upstairs in storage. He's got Vert. He's even supported on the roam by Gatorada. 2 players on site, 2 players up above. Makes for a very difficult execute here for Scars, but UKID finds one. Goodbye, Gatorada. Now Carwow is all alone on the top floor. Both Washoy and UKID are going to have to go big.
Yeah, they do. The issue is here, the Evil Eyes, those Maestro cameras, they see everything on all throughout the bomb site. So it's full red ping, yellow ping information for the defenders to make plays off of. They should know exactly where they're getting attacked from.
Yeah, easy EMP should come through, though, from the Thatcher, but doesn't indeed happen. And now the red ping instead, and Ayagator able to find both of the final 2 kills. Perfectly played on the defensive side by Kinotrope, but Scars struggle to get that round across the line.
Kinotrope also doing something that I love personally. They hold F on a door or a window, which I think is actually super underrated, and they barricade doors and windows. And it's basically, it works almost like a temporary castle barricade or, you know, an Elamine Melusi trap. It gives you a ton of information. While Shoy going to Animus, the single breach downstairs, actually had a pretty good backstab potential there. But they barricaded half the goddamn thing, so he has to shoot the barricade, shoot the soft wall, expose his position, and the backstab loses all of its surprise factor. And he has to kind of just rotate and go somewhere else, or get the red spotted the entire time by the camera, and people ready and waiting for him. And it's something that I think a lot of teams need to utilize more against teams like Scars. You know, that like to go for these kinds of gaps and just push you in throughout the building. By barricading these doors, Scars are much less likely to go, oh, I'm going to take a risk. I'm going to sprint down the hallway. I'm going to run in this storm. I'm going to take a gunfight. If you barricade it, they won't even think of that play being possible because it's like, oh, I got to shoot the door. I got to reload. They know that I'm there. Now I can go for the swing. And Kinotrope, again, have been very impressive throughout this stage so far. It's showing us that there is layers to this roster and not just one singular playstyle.
It's good to see. But, of course, it all comes down to this final round in the half, doesn't it, Pengu? It's great to have a nice round here or there, but if Kinotrope end up losing the half 4-2, that's still pretty detrimental to their chances of getting it done in the second half. They want to keep up this roam game, this aggression. Ayagator soloing over near meeting upstairs in the second floor hallways. He's supported by Akayu down below in cafeteria. And it looks like Ayagator is about to get hunted now by Nina on that Deimos. He'll just fall back. His hope is that Scars now enter the building and fall to Akayu's C4s from below.
Yeah. This is sadly a debate game, but it's a fine line to play because, you know, if you stick around for too long, you might just die. If you fall back too early, you know, post might not get the full value. So it's important now that the communication is very clear between the C4 beneath and then Ayagator upstairs, of course, going for that play. Meanwhile, Scars might flip the switch a little bit and actually rotate the attack, it looks like. They're still mostly outside the building, but it works out because Rek finds a pick onto Eclair who swung that Garage Raptor's door.
It's a shame, really. Most of Kinotrope were playing to put some pressure on and fall back, but Eclair, the only player from Kinotrope that decided to get aggressive instead, and he will fall. Now Scars have found the gap. They've found the control of the top floor as it's been almost completely sacrificed by Kinotrope. The only one left on that top floor, I was going to say, is Akayu, but Gatorada's also made his way up the blue stairs as well. So 2 Kinotrope players looking for a flank, just near staircases at the moment. Meanwhile, on site, Carwow and Ayagator are feeling very exposed, and Ayagator is going to fall on that flank upstairs.
It's so hard to flank in a 4v5 because you're not gonna be watching the drones. Akayu though makes work of it and finds one, but he is the post with C4 in pocket. He is so much more than just a flanker. Right now, he has to go for the simple play of finding that gunfight. Yes, pressure upsets on that trick.
Okay.
Power finds a second. Now there's life in this round. It's possible to win it for Kinotrope.
That's exactly right. Scars, good flashbang. A lot of pressure on for Carwow. Switches to the shotgun on site. Meanwhile, Akayu knows that he can't wait much longer. Yes, they get aggressive. Gattarada on the site. Finally falls. And Carwow cannot survive. Nina with the shotgun. Makes it a 1v1. Wrecker's on the floor. And a vendetta is called upon by Nina, as he needs to hunt down Akayu. He's got info. He can start to force this plant down. Nitro Cell gets ripped. Nina fakes it. Pre-fired, but Nina's just better. Massive 3K from Nina to give Scars the round and to close up the half. 4-2 for the attacking side.
Wonder how much shit I wrote down. You never broke down. My back used to be up against walls. It's on the ropes now. Fighting for that feeling we had in your Laredo. Back when you saw the thorns on my crown, more like a halo. My conscience punished me for the past while I was out there trying to ball. Bet you seen through the mask. Hope I ain't being brash. If I say you could have split it with me, girl, you would see riches with me if you stuck around through the rags. My motivation these days is different. I mostly beat on myself. I don't want to spoil a couple things I prayed for and was gifted. Just peek the drive, see how I stayed in my lane when they shifted. I knew that time could not erase what my destiny's written. Right there next to these writtens. In my skin and my DNA like the one that was risen. I'm out that grave and I'm where life is the only decision. I'm not alone in my plight. I want you alone for the flight. About to take off in a minute. I dreamed it up. Changed out my lifestyle. New money, nice house. I cleaned it up. And that seems enough. But one thing really on me, I'm thinking of. In my sleep, I see new scenes of a Jeju me. 2 rings, no strings to cut. But I don't know what you want. Do thinking of it make me wrong. Yeah, still I got my eyes on the prize, and else in sight, just tunnel vision. If I got commas missing, I don't know who might come up missing. I don't know who gon' beat her through it. Thought you were that one time that got proven not to be so true. I got left halfway out my mind, had to gather some things. Rearranging what really mattered, kill casual flings. Set the goal and saw nothing after, had to take a risk. Bet on me, cause that's what it will. Before you fantasize of them, you should dream of a better self, and that's for real. I dreamed it up, changed out my lifestyle. New money, nice house, I cleaned it up. And that seems enough. In my sleep, I see no scenes of a Jeju me. 2 rings, no strings to cut. But I don't know what you want. Do thinking of it make me wrong. It hasn't been too long.
On you, Nick.
So a huge explosive end to the first half. Another great clutch for Scars. Nina outperforming his opponents in the 1v1. And it comes down to that split-second decision-making once again. Diffuser at hand, 20 seconds. What are you going to do? It's a fake stick. Go for the pre-fire. Seek the gunfight with the Deimos tracker. 2-4 half, favoring Scars. And now they go on to defense and Kinotrope onto attack.
A lot of good things from both teams in that first half, that's for sure. But of course, it being Scars' map pick, we expect them to look a little bit better here on Labs before we head to a very different map in Border up next, picked by Kinotrope. So, as the operator bands have flown by us, Nick, I'm seeing double Electro Bros from Kinotrope. Scars, though, getting rid of, no surprise, the Grim, but the Thermite as well. Just one of the hard breaches taken away.
I do like me a Thermite ban on Nighthaven Labs and also Clubhouse, actually. There are so many walls that you kind of want to, you know, freely enter and take fights and get these, like, long lines of sight. And when you're using operators like this, the Ace, Selma Charge, the Binex Kairos, or the Can Opener secondary Heartbreach gadget, you're much more pre-fireable because it's a very narrow opening and you're kind of stuck by it. You're also often forced to vault through the rotate because you're not going to spend, you know, 2 Selma charges to make a standing rotate. That's just like really inefficient from a cost versus value perspective. So you make a single Selma, now you gotta jump in and outside that rotation. So this is going to weaken your breaching capabilities on the attacking side. And when you've banned, or your enemy has banned both the Kite and the Bandit, you know you can't play to save the walls. They will get opened up. So why not make that job a little bit harder for your opponents? I quite like this trade-off.
This is my moment to say #justice for Maverick, because Maverick can open holes just as big as Thermite. It just takes a while.
It's true.
But it's kind of like, well, we banned Kaid and Bandit. Are we seriously going to bring Maverick?
Yeah.
It's like he's the one that counters both of those operators.
It feels silly.
Yeah.
But you're right. Like, you said this a long time, right? But if you're really efficient Maverick player, you can probably do a Thermite breach in like, I don't know, 12 seconds, 10 seconds.
Yeah. This is the play, though, very clearly why the Thermite was banned. It's because, as you said, it's a smaller hole breached by the Ace. But what's more than that, Scars are actually using all of the clashes and all of the Azami's impact grenades to try and prevent those from becoming vaultable or walkable breaches.
Yeah. And this is why Ace doesn't see as much play, in these types of scenarios. But you gotta do what you gotta do. Then Bandit was shield. He swings it. Hello?
What is that fish like? Looked away for a brief moment, decided to get aggressive on the back of that grenade. And now the jig is up. Kinotrope are no longer going for their rush from the top of blue. They've just air jabbed it off with Aegator. It is absolutely worth it. If you're fish like on the Denari there, you've just taken down a Caillou and really put a stop to this entire push.
It's even more worth it because the grenade got tossed out. That shield was gone regardless. So he swings out, nades gets used, shield the scope, but he gets the 1-for-1 trade, which if you're a defender, especially with Clash on the board, it's worth it because you want to limit how many different areas Kinotrope can attack from to make the Clash stronger. And also even arguably the mirror windows, right? On here on Cat Rafters. Because now one player can hold Catwalk and IT, one Clash can hold Aqua, and all of a sudden you have nowhere that you're really scared of being attacked from besides Meeting, which 2 other players can watch together.
Yeah.
So super, super worth it. Bit of a fortress here on the bomb side with all this piece of utility. Kinotrope, of course, they got the Flourish drones, they got some grenades in pocket, they got the Demo Striker below they can use. They still got ways to problem solve this one.
You mentioned the Clash, you mentioned the Azami. Didn't even mention the Mirror, which doesn't have any realistic counter here for Kinotrope. They didn't bring the Ash, they didn't bring the Kali, they didn't bring the Twitch. It's just the Ace who used all of his Selmas on breaching the external wall. So there's not really any way to deal with these mirror windows. I don't see a way that Kinotrope should win this round. Like on paper, the util says it's all Scars.
Maybe Demo's below is in the wrong location. Shotgun swing by the post. Nina is successful.
And his backside is covered as well by Washo on the rafters. So an attempt at a refrag doesn't work out here for Gutterada. Rex feeling a hell of a lot of pressure, but time is ticking away. Push comes to shove now for Kinotrope. They have to get desperate. Rek is spotted and taken down, but not finished off as of yet. Kawau was way too far away from the bomb side, and Kinotrope, they finished the round on time with 3 players left alive. What is going on for Kinotrope?
That is a tough round at that, but I gotta praise Scars right now. Excellent problem solving on a standing where they're the strongest. Nina has pulse shotgun, and sure he has a Reaper secondary, right? But it's not the best gun in the game, we all know that. So instead he plays close IT breach. Or close IT door, should I say, and can swing the breach when the enemy walks up close by. That should be a guaranteed gunfight victory, and it is. That's the 5v4. Then they utilize the Clash for Aqua, and it protects the Mirror window player on Catwalk. So Clash is Aqua control as mentioned, Mirror sees Catwalk as I mentioned, and then the only gap is going to be Meeting where they sent the other players. Scars literally took their brain out of the game and went on a top-down blueprint and said, that's the gap, you cover that, you cover here, now there's no gaps, we can win the round. They covered everything perfectly, and they made it so difficult for Kinotrope to problem solve that. I think the only way Kinotrope had like a real way of winning it is if Deimos goes downstairs, breaks the floor with his pistol, shoots the mirror window towards the catwalk rafters, and then starts tracking the Clash, forcing them to go away from the soft floor and into a corner of the bomb side. That's the only way you win. But that requires a lot of things to work out, covering, supporting, flank watching, etc. And it was only like 50 seconds left.
Yeah, and that's really just a testament to Scars on that defense. So many different layers, so many different components and obstacles for Kinotrope to navigate. They couldn't do that. And yeah, just really love it. Really love the level of play that we're seeing from Scars today. They're looking in peak form. Again, we shout out him a bunch, but Fish-like, man, this guy is usually like anchored, chained to the smoke, forced to play SMG-11 on defense, forced to play a lot of the thankless roles on attack.
Yeah.
And he's been fragging really good. He's been unafraid of playing aggressive when it matters. And on top of that, you've obviously got Nina, who's hit 10 kills already. It's a really good look for some of the old guard from Scars.
It's kind of funny seeing Rek on Clash because he's like this crazy fragger who runs around, but isn't it kind of scary to put that kind of player on Clash with a shield who can now run around without dying? You know, Rek can choose where the fighting happens now, which is quite phenomenal. It's Anakin style. Yeah.
But someone who's not afraid to take a few risks on a shield operator, and maybe they'll surprise you.
It also takes away, like, they might ban the Clash now because the problem, and it's not even like a real operator fault, it's just like a bit of a let's just bring it out for the sake of it type vibe. So I think, again, Scars winning on multiple fronts here by bringing out this operator, enabling stuff like the Echo, the Pulse, etc. to maybe survive the ban phase if Kinotrope were to try and target that instead. And right now, it's just kind of step 2. It's about setup now. They got the roam clear, they got majority of the map control. Boom. Scars still control vending machines. C4 comes out. That's the problem though. Claire used it very nicely by running around the building top floor. Now they got the first bit of verticality done. You know, now Rek on Clash also can rotate back towards the bomb site and cover this push if there comes one. Right now, he's just kind of baiting on the vert actually.
Shotgun at the ready for Akayu. He's going to try and clear the position on the stairs. But meanwhile, Nina's actually gotten active with his shotgun on the Echo. It's a complete bloodbath. It's also a blinding round as Akayu's flashes come to life. Put a lot of these players onto the pop. Over he goes! Beautiful play from the Ying. Supported now by Nina's Yokai drones, but a little bit too late to try and save the life of the player who was on that staircase. Now Kinotrope have a numbers advantage. Can they convert the round with 20 seconds to play?
That's the issue. Timer is so low and Clash is still alive. Yokai drones giving constant information as well, but not right now by the bomb side. That last Yokai is upstairs actually. So 13 seconds to walk on him, but there's Rek at the corner.
Yeah, the Clash. He's just going to look at them. He's just going to watch the whole situation pan out. He can find not one, but 2 kills with the SMG. He wants to try and confirm it. A little bit of a funny moment. It just gives an opportunity to Kinotrope. Akayu flanks outside. There was a player, and now the plant's going down. What in God's name have I just witnessed? Honestly, what the hell, Pengu, was that round?
We're agreeing here that it was a defender outside the breach, right?
Yeah, I thought that attacker was protecting the planter.
I thought so too.
Wait, because the Clash downed someone outside.
Yeah. So
and then there was
another
defender. There was another defender outside.
It was Echo, right? So Rek downs the recruit outside, which is an enemy, and then we're watching a guy outside the breach holding what looked like the default plant position, but that was Echo. And then he flanks the Echo outside. That looks like a defender flanking him. Maybe we see the replay here. Look at this. Let's see it. So we're outside.
When did he go out there?
And it's like by Ying.
When did he go out there?
What?
I think I'm going to need to see that replay another 10 times to understand what happened. I need like the top-down view of where the hell Nina was during that whole situation.
It must have been that Animus single breach was open. Nina ran outside to flank with Rek supporting on the double breach before the striker. And then Rek, I think maybe he slowly, like low-key fumbled. He left the Clash shield to kind of run outside the breach. Maybe they thought that the diffuser outside, I'm not entirely certain.
I think that was not a low-key fumble. I think that was quite a significant fumble. If Rek had not run outside, I think...
Significant fumble.
Yeah, if Rek had not left the safety of his Clash shield and tried to vault out the breach, then I'm pretty confident that Scars win that round and be on match point right now.
Yeah. Oh, I'm right there with you. But I still can't believe that it was a Ying flanking an Echo outside, because I thought it was going to be the reverse, where the Echo was flanking the Ying, or whatever. Craziness of the round. This goes to show how ridiculous it can get when you get Kinotrope and Scars in the same match in a 5v5 fashion. Yeah. Now we got the tertiary bomb site though. It plays around both the top floor, the basement, and the primary floor, so there are many ways to attack this one. Most teams historically will just go for a top floor roam clear, do the vert, and then walk down towards the bomb side. And they do have the ram. Looks to be the case, but an early frag here. Again, Gator on the Solid Snake with the solo entry. Again, successful.
Love that. I mean, we saw a lot of Gator on Solid Snake just last week. Look at how quickly he's taking this map control. I just love to see it. This is the real benefit of Solid Snake, just how quick you can be on this entry. Oh, he notices a player right on his breach. Goes for a pre-fire. The swing comes out. UKid actually wins the fight. And the second one as well for UKid. Massive ups to Scars as they stave off what was a very early aggressive play. Carwow, though, doesn't slow down whatsoever. He gets aggressive with the pistol and finds one of the players on that top floor. Now it's time for Rec to fall on back. Kinotrope have control of the top floor, but they have certainly been bloodied.
And this is the thing, right? You're left with Blitz, Kali. This is probably some of the weaker positions for these two operators. Again, you gotta plant and cover or go for kills. Blitz can certainly go for kills, but look at this triple crossfire established by the members of Scars. Plus, they could just kind of run away and give them the bomb site. With only one guy able to cover an angle, there's always going to be a gap to be exposed somewhere else. So Kinotrope, again, getting tested with their problem solving. Can they find a way to break this round wide open? Or will it just be a done deal for Scars?
Kali and Blitz, what a combo to try and clutch. I feel like Carwow is so tempted here to take the 1v1, yet he needs to find a kill here. Oh, that was so well baited by Rec. He kept pretending to look away and run to try and bait Carwow into going for that ADS, and then Rec easily shut him down. Now, there's plenty of info here for the defense. Know exactly where Akayu is. They know that he didn't stick the plant, and they know that the onus is on him to make the next move. He's not going to be able to find all of these 1v1s, that's for sure. And Fishlike, just from around the corner, will put him to bed. It's good night to Kinotrope. Map point for Scars.
Another fast-paced round. Again, Kinotrope, they tried to go with the slow and steady problem solver. Now they're back to just kind of matching that aggression. Here's the big question, though. Do they ban the clash from Kinotrope, or have they realized that that is actually not a big issue? Because the issue is these upcoming rounds will be top floor and basement bomb sites where the clash has a very high success rate. Oh, they're gonna ban the mirror, actually.
Interesting. I mean, look, Mirror's a great operator, very powerful. We saw Scars use it very well when they were... Oh, sorry, Kinotrope used it very well when they were on their defensive side on the first half.
Sure.
I don't know, yeah. I mean, it's not like Kinotrope aren't bringing util to deal with the mirror, at least not here. Obviously, the Kali could have counted any mirrors that they came up against. But...
I think you just play the clash. Yeah, you just play the clash. Then, like, why wouldn't you? Yeah. And maybe that's kind of the... We often talk about the downside of banning the same archetype operator twice. So let's say you ban Ace and Thermite, so 2 half breachers. You ban both the Bandit and the Kai, the 2 wall deniers. You lose a lot of value. Like, sure, you cannot deny the walls now at all. You'll guarantee breach, but you're leaving open so many other strong defenders that can do either a similar job or very different jobs. For example, Mirror Clash. They're both a problem in a different way, yet they also kind of work in a similar fashion. And you cannot ban them both because you only get one more operator ban. So they ban the Mirror, now they play Clash. And I'm pretty sure what would have happened here had they banned the Clash, Mirror would have been left open. Why is Mirror a big problem? Because Scars banned Thermite in the second rotation. So now they can no longer open things as easy because impact tricking is the thing. And the breaches are going to be tiny. So again, I think this is Scars kind of not winning the game in operator ban phase, but definitely giving themselves an advantage by the operator ban phase.
Of course, two teams that know each other so well, a lot of it comes down to the mind games of like, well, we know what we like to play and they know what we like to play, and we know that they know that what we like to play. It's just, well, how do you throw curveballs when you guys know each other so intimately? And, I mean, you just try anything you can in the operator phase. The bans, of course, the picks as well. In this case, Clash has a counter on the attacking side. It's the Capitao from Gatorada. But the Clash herself does counter as well. That Monsi. So many layers to it. It'll come down to how the round itself plays out. For now, though, the Denari is actually slowing down this push from Kinotrope. Carwow down below. This is one thing that Kino didn't have last time they played this bomb site, is vertical presence.
Yeah, but can they find the value that they need with the verticality? Because the issue is when you play more spread across the bomb side like we see right now, you are also prone to a flank. It's why it's so good that Kawa's been the solo stim, because you can watch his own flank very effortlessly. C4 clips the top of the wall, it does damage to the Monty, but doesn't kill him. I think it might have killed the... No, actually, no, the cannibal was pulled off the wall. He has 2 in pocket still. Did not get the heart destruction.
Right.
So wall gets open regardless.
Wing here, maybe. The flashbang might have just kept him at bay for a moment. Akayu now feeling a lot of pressure as he's at that breach. Fully deployed both of his cannon openers. He has quite a line of sight. And he'll just constantly be able to call out to his team where these Scars defenders are playing. Wow, big swing from UKid. He's been wanting to go for that swing for quite some time. Finally, he gets it, and it's goodbye to the Nomad of Aegator.
I mean, that's a crazy swing. It's again, it's a 5v5. You're setting up. You're in such a good spot if you're Kinotro. Boom, you get a wide by an Ella and you lose. This is a great bit of verticality, but look at how Rek is navigating this on the soft floor. So beautifully, just rotating back and avoiding that damage.
It's a good play. UKid goes and swings for another one, though. Nina's under a lot of pressure, holding on to 2 different avenues at once, but he will find 1 kill before being traded. That was well played by Kinotrope. But Nina just held on long enough, did enough damage that it means Kino now in a 4 versus 2 on the 2 side. Not where you want to be. And UKid's found his 3rd. It's Eclair to try and stave off Scars as they go hunting. It's a big round from UKid. And for Scars, our first map in the bag. It was back and forth, but at the end of the day, there's no question who played better on Nighthaven Labs. Scars get the better of Kinotrope on the first map, but we're not done yet. Border is coming up next.
out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that will be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh, got another one for Solotov. Information from the Bees. He goes in. Shotgun. W7s. They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant. That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the
Oh, he gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have
Oh, he
the
doesn't know!
confirmation! He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Neski gotta
has
go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Nesk, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necroc's the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael. Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing.
He gets it just in time. It is APAC North. They are the best that this region has got to offer.
Well, a great showing from Scars on Nighthaven Labs. The Kinotrope actually didn't look too half bad, Pengu. It was pretty back and forth. There were good moments, but Scars just looked so prepared coming into this game.
Right from the operator bends to the small counters, forcing the clash in the mirror at the same time, impact trick in the wall breaches. Like, that's where Scars were strategically better. And I think the cherry on top that made the scoreline as, divided as it was, the individual swings and gunfight prowess of Scars. Right here we see a Nina 1-1 clutch in a second, but that's not the big thing. It's actually when it's a 5v5 round, Scars are so unafraid of going for a swing and just win these gunfights out of nowhere and always bringing either numbers back to their side evenly or to their advantage.
Yeah, for sure. Look, Nina, Fishlike, and UKid all had 4Ks, and Nina also had a 3K. Fishlike had a 1v2. It was just great moments from a lot of stars on Scars. And something I said in the game is Fishlike's not usually associated with being a star player on this team, so great to see him firing all cylinders. How did Kinotrope get back into it? Border is their map pick. Maybe that will help them out, Nick? I'm not convinced.
Neither am I. I feel like the way that it worked before for Border is going to favor Scars all the same. So let's get into the action and see if the teams can show us what's going to be different. Can Kinotrope bring it back and take us to a third map, or will this be a decisive 2-0 for Scars?
It's a big question, isn't it? Now, coming into today, we certainly didn't expect this to be a whitewash either direction. These two teams have so much in common, not least of which is the players on these rosters. Of course, Eclair last season was coaching for Scars. Ayagator was playing for them last season. Yukiz was playing for Kinotrope. These guys know each other so well when it comes to their strategies, when it comes to how they like to play. And just as human beings, you see that in the way that they play. You see that in the way that they interact in the old chat as well. And when a spot in the upper bracket final, which makes you just 1 or 2 wins away from the championship in APAC North and therefore a spot at the Salt Lake City Major, well, you're going to bring out all your stops, that's for sure. I would really hope that Kinotrope have more than what they've shown so far on that first map.
We're seeing the Mirror Asami ban come into effect, and immediately off the rip, the Clash gets brought out once more. I feel like for Border, Clash's pick rate isn't necessarily the highest in the world, but it's one of those cases where it's just such a difficulty for Kinotrope to deal with. We saw that on Nighthaven. Why not bring it here as well? And this is the thing, right? If you keep playing the mind game, play the Clash maybe the first 2 out of 3 rounds, or maybe even all 3. Now they're forced to ban that operator, and then I'm sure that they're going to have something else they can toy with later, and then be the new thorn in the side of Kinotrope. So I think Scars, once again, off the rip, have a really good read on operator bans and operator picks.
I didn't manage to see. What were the bans? Did you manage to scrape them?
Just the Mirror, the Asami is as far as I got. I want to say Grim and something else, but I honestly didn't really look that far because Rihos was called, and I was like, I'll see it later.
Yeah. Grim would make a lot of sense. I mean, that's been the most banned attacker. I don't have the stats in front of me, but eyeballing, that is the most banned attacker in Rainbow Six at the moment at the Tier 1 level, which is so funny because Grim is still not that much played, except for the very top teams in ranked level. Not a lot of people are playing that operator these days. Do you feel like Grim is overpowered, Panga? Do you feel like he needs to be curbed a little bit, or do you think it's just it's just a good op and he sits in a good spot?
I think when they changed the interaction with mute jammers, he became an overpowered operator because he practically has like no real counterplay. Like mute was like the operator that would stop his gadget from working correctly and Grim spotting people. And nowadays you will still get spotted if you're in a mute jammer and getting Grim.
Vigil's like the only technical counter.
It's super out freeze, technically you can do it.
True.
But it's a bit tricky because you gotta freeze the canister before it opens. So it's almost like you gotta stand with the super out canister in your hand and toss it the second that you hear the Grim canister being shot out.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
It's similar to like you can actually shoot the Grim canister, but only before it deploys, which is about like a half a second window. Maybe if he's too good, maybe just increase that window. Any particular operators that you want to like? We've got some time. We can go podcast mode. I'll give you one operator that you can give me your elevator pitch of how you would change them, whether it's a buff or a nerf. 3, 2, 1, go! Elevator pitch.
Okay, elevator pitch. The simplest way that I would like to change an operator is gonna be to somebody who used to be very loved and now is kind of not talked about much. It's our Lord and Savior Tashanga, right? And there are many ways to make the gadget better, but I think the most fun version to do it is take some inspiration from Buck. Give him an under-barrel effect where you can kind of swap onto the Molotovs, pew pew, back to weapon, pew pew. Because right now the whole weapon swapping, think of Capital, Sophia, think of Tashanga, that's what kills it for me. And when you're in defense, the difference is that you're often on the bomb side, flashbang, nades, verticality, damage tracker, they're planting, you're being shot at, like there's so much chaos. When you sit there and gotta swap to your gadget weapon where you can't shoot any bullets out of and fight back, it just means that Tashanga only works in a perfect scenario and not just like on the fly in the chaos of a round.
Yeah, no, good point. The Lord needs some love, and so do we. So let's hear from you guys in the Twitch chat. What operators do you want to see tweaked, buffed, or perhaps curbed a little bit? It's a time for us to just sit and chill for a minute because Scars and Kinotrope will be back into it in just a few moments. So stick around. Border will begin any minute now. So we'll be back with you in just a moment. And so we're about to get back into Border, Kinotrope, and Scars about to kick off the second map of the series. Of course, first map was phenomenal. I'm actually just going back and looking at the Twitch clip at the moment of what happened in that one chaotic round where there was an attacker outside and then a defender who flanked and went outside, and then an attacker that was outside to flank the defender who was outside. It was a very strange moment. Good times, though. A lot of chaos on Nighthaven Labs. What's a more chaotic map than Nighthaven? Oh, Border. Border's a very chaotic. Border's probably the most chaotic map. So, despite it being Kinotro's pick, Scars tended to thrive more in the chaos on map 1. Will that trend continue, I wonder?
Yeah, it's again, we saw just like the very beginning of technically this round before it got rehosted. So the operator picks and the slide setup. We spoke about the operator bans. I was like, oh, I saw the mirror, the Asami, and I think I saw a Grim. Grim is correct, and so Monty as well from Scars' side. And again, this is where I want to give a slight nod to Scars, right? They banned Monty, probably the one shield operator that can somewhat deal with, you know, the mirror windows and the clash by walking into the building. Pretty alright, pretty safe. Now, it's like, okay, Kinotrope, they ban the mirror. Fair enough. They ban the Asami. Fair enough. You bring out the clash. Now the attackers cannot play any of the other shields because it's basically unplayable against the clash, because whenever you zap them, it fully shield guard break animation. Shield guard breaks the shield on the attacking side, so you can't really do anything. And then, how do you deal with the clash? You gotta start playing Capital, all these other things. They're doing that right now. They're Ying spamming, zero camps, and they got the Capital. But who's gonna plant in this scenario? You just rappel in sandwich window and hope for the best? Like, they don't have a shield operator, right?
Yeah, I'm not convinced that the hope and pray repel in with some util is ever going to work that well.
No.
Like the idea with a Ying shoddy, but I think they need to clear out some of the they need to clear out some of the thorn traps as well. There's a bit of util on the site that perhaps the zero camps could find.
So they're Twitch below watching for the flank C4s. They're gonna spam Cadetta's rappel in, Capital Fire.
That's a swing.
And what?
I feel like we need Gatorada to make a play from outside on the balcony. Still no one is in the building. Oh, the repellent is actually happening downstairs. This is interesting. It's a big bluff from Kinotrope, but Scars haven't been baited into overextending. Fishlike is very low on HP, but outside of that, Scars are actually pretty fine.
I guess they're gonna force, as you said, like a swing and a movement from Scars first, but unsuccessful. Here comes the last bit of useful end call. They have to go off of this. They spent everything they have in pockets. It's now or never, guys. You gotta go.
They're just waiting to, again, trying to bait them out, but they don't have enough of an actual hammer to go with this anvil. Finally, Gatorada finds the opening kill from outside of Armory, and Carwow as well, all the way over on the other side of the map in Office. But it's now a bit of a reset. 5v3, big advantage for Kinotrope, but they've slowed down.
It is worth it, though. Yes, they have no use to lift the pocket, like I said, but they got 2 picks off it, and Rake, they got the Clash on 1 single point of health. Not Rake this time, actually, playing the operator. It's gonna be Fishlight instead. But the question is, what about the timer? 30 seconds? And now they're just baiting for their loop. They're baiting for their Rooney.
Oh, it's so good for UKiz. And now Fishlike is in a great spot to give call-outs for UKiz for a second one. Now, desperately, Kinotrope need to bring this back. They had a 2-player advantage, but the Scars defenders are actually quite low, particularly that Clash. This really comes down to UKiz, what he's able to achieve. Now that he's got that diffuser, it's going to have to be a big pick. Now UKiz the last one standing. There's only 1 second left. Eclair will find him and put him down. Kinotrope very, very close, but they just barely get it across.
That could have been such a disaster round. I mean, I really want to praise how they tried to win that. It's effectively a 2 versus 5, more or less, right? They get the 2 kills outside CCTV, they put the Clash shield down, they know the rappel angle's a bit vulnerable, and then you just try and play the timer. Yes, this right here, that opened things up, really well played, but then we see the counter response. There's like, what, 1 second left? At 1.74?
Yeah, that's very close.
And it's just thanks to Eclair just crouch walking into break room on the Twitch, just not making that much noise that Rooney won't hear exactly where that attack is coming from. So Kinotrope, I mean, creative problem solving, I gotta tell you, but also very creative round execute. Rappelling in ventilation window, baiting the sound to make somebody swing so you can get a trade kill from Aka's window. And while the plan A didn't really work, I feel like as crazy and odd as it looked, it was pretty well thought out. And there was definitely a plan in motion there going, if we do this, they're going to do that. And if they do that, we get the counter. The issue is Scars just didn't care what they were doing. They were just sitting in their corners.
That's the thing I don't quite understand. Like, what was the end goal there for Kinotrope in that round? Was it just, let's do all this stuff, and then Scars will make a move and we'll find a free kill, we'll convert the numbers advantage? Was there more to it than
It
that?
very much looked like it, yeah. I mean, to me, that's what it was, because, I mean, looking at the operators and who had the fuser being the Ying and whatnot, there's no way you realistically think you can just rappel in a plant, right? And you're covering the C4 below with a Claire and Twitch and Workshop, so it had to be a matter of, like, Scars have to react now, and then we're just gonna watch the angles from Archive's door far away, Archive's window far away, and when we get a kill or two, then we can make the actual execute. But that just never happened.
Well, this time around, it's Yuki's doing his best Noah impression. Noah in secret, of course, on border at the Six Invitational was unbelievable playing this position with an Ella. Yuki's last round was doing it with the Aruni DMR, which is my personally preferred operator to take this position. Obviously, the util's really good, but just at that long-range gunfight, that DMR packs a real punch. But Yuki's confident with the Scorpion. I mean, it's a mean weapon if you're good with it. If you know how to play with that new recoil, you can do a lot of damage. For now, though, Rek is going to be the first one to taste a little bit of damage from Kinotrope as they try and nade him out of his position on the east stairs.
Can't really find the angles, though, is the issue at the minute. The issue at border is that a lot of teams start playing smoke on east stairs, and whenever they start pushing from the attackers, you toxic bait them out, and you kind of reset the round 3 separate times. And look at this, 1 minute 20 seconds, attackers only now inside east staircase, smoke's falling back, he's alive with a great push here. Gator, with the quick box skeleton key, opens up into the multi-workshop, vertical kill as well, then traded back, good response there from Scars, back to a 3-on-3.
Yeah, still big moves from Gator to find 2 kills against his former team. Now Akayu's deep into the bomb site with this Twitch drone. Now he can shock out any of these Vulcan canisters, find a lot of the traps that have been prepped, which is really important when it comes down to that late round push. But Kinotrope.
Gotta find something here.
Good shot.
There it is, DMR from Passport, a great shot at that. Now they have Kawa and Black, you can kind of safely get that diffuser inside the bombs, and there's no more plan now. No smokes, no Ella traps. They have to go for kills now for Scars.
Oh, good angle. Oh, how does Rek miss that chance to deny that plant? That would have been everything. And now Kinotrope are on the verge of putting this round to bed. Yuki's trapped inside a bathroom, finally finished on out. Great round from Scars. Really led the way, did Gator in through vents, and well, after that, I mean, it was much harder for Kinotrope to... sorry, much harder for Scars. Man, I'm getting so confused. Can I just say...
You are.
Man,
the jerseys, the former
jerseys,
players.
the fact that Eclair and Gator are playing on Kinotrope, not Scars. The fact that Yuki's is on Scars, not Kinotrope. And like you said, the jerseys look identical. I am getting so trolled right now.
It's been the theme of the day. It's been guess the player, guess the team, and it's like,
dude, it doesn't help that
not
everyone's
raining.
changed their names. Like even, Yukiz has actually changed his name to Ukid Inho, which is confusing because there's a Brazilian player called Ukid, which is different to this Yukiz. So man, and look, let's not even talk about Fishlike, whose name is Osadinho, which is, I mean, I've had enough of it. I've had enough.
Well, why? Why is this the case? I don't get it. NAL had the same issues last night where you had fours called FR or FRO, and it's like, it's just hard to realize when you're in the heat of the moment, like who's who and what's happening.
I think it's Jigsaw and Tuhan as well on Enterprise in OCE have completely unrelated names. A lot of the OS players do, some of the Asian players. It's just, it's too much. It's too much.
Of course, the working theory here going into this, not the upcoming round number 4, is that Scars are trying to force out this clash for the sole purpose of an operator ban to then have freedom in the operator ban selection going forward. That's why we're seeing it once more here again. Is that top floor attack? It's actually a very similar lineup to what we saw before. Yes, there's no Ying, but they got the Capital, they got a flank watcher downstairs, they got the Dokkaebi. This could be one of those rounds again where Kinotrope they do something out of the norm and it has to just catch Scars by surprise. But this time, Aegir being on the Solid Snake means he can go for a rat play around the building with that scanner and maybe make a play happen elsewhere as well.
Loving the amount of zero that we're seeing from Kawa.
These are pretty good.
So much info being gathered from these SAM cams. You can also clear a lot of util with it as well. The laser. Now comes the logic bomb. As Kinotrope start to make their way forwards. Fisher guy being the first line of defense. Gets the fire in from behind him. He's going to take a hell of a lot of damage before he can escape. He actually cannot escape. Great usage of the Capital's fire to prevent him from retreating. But yeah, unfortunately, Akayu immediately then team kills his teammate. Up to Kinotrope to now bring back the numbers advantage that they squandered.
That might make the plant more difficult because that were the two players outside Archive's window who one can plant, one can cover. Now one can plant, but then there is no cover. So either you rotate the entire attack, wait for a player to rotate, or you just change the plant position entirely. Because you see Eclair, once again, like Twitch before now Flores, is holding that C4 downstairs. There's a very clear plan. The yellow ping is sort of in this area. Can't quite hit the mark though. It's a sound call, I guess.
Yeah, sound call from Aegator on the window here, and it's tough because there's no util and there's no real vertical potential there from Eclair downstairs. But Akayu does eventually find the kill onto Washoy, which was a Thorn. I thought that was almost going to be a kill there for Aegator. Akayu is forced out thanks to the Thorn trap, but thankfully Gatorada has opened up a hole on the bomb site by entering into Archives. Advantage Kinotrope as Yukiz and Nina. Oh, that's a good read from Yukiz there. Sees the player, gets the down on the Gatorada. 2v2. And now this looks winnable. Eclair's in a really rough spot, actually caught between these two Scars players. With 15 seconds, he doesn't have a lot of options. He's got to support Akayu for this execute. And there's barbed wire to walk through as well. Eclair has to come up big here, but Nina's got him. He's found him with the shotgun in close range on the castle. And Akayu will surely not be able to find both of these kills. The first there, but no, not the second.
Ooh.
Good retreat there from Scars, and they lock in that round.
Does feel a little bit like Kinotrope are tagging with 3 or 4 people in this round. I mean, one, there was a team kill. That, I think, was the biggest problem. The second one is Eclair spends the entire round downstairs in the workshop. Then he spends half the round after that on the main stairs, just holding a passive angle. Not baiting in the 2v2, but certainly not really coming fully in to help his teammate either. You could just put a drone in workshop, and then that dead player who dies, Kawa in that case, can watch the drone, and Eclair can go do something else on the map. I do feel like they could utilize the player spots a bit more there. To a massive surprise, it's a Thorn ban actually. So they say half the clash. We don't think you played it very well. We won 2 of our attacking rounds against it. Let's ban the trap operator of Thorn.
My guys.
They understand ball, huh,
James? They know ball. Oh, look, even if Thorn isn't like the strongest operator ever, I just hate playing against her. She sucks. She's not fun, right? And she tilts me like no other operator. Like, for some people, that's Clash, right? Or Blackbeard or Blitz. It's like you die to one of those ops and you're like, ugh, I couldn't do anything, whatever. To me, it's Thorn. Like, I hate it. I hate it. Get rid of it. So I'm all about this for Kinotrope.
I mean, it does also open up a whole new avenue of play, which is maybe a bit more fast-paced. Obviously, the Thorn Trap, unlike Melusi, it can actually do damage, right? Sure, it doesn't slow you immediately, but if it hits you, you'll get, like, that limb debuff. Same with Thrusters, where your legs are broken, so you can sprint for, like, a good 20 seconds. But Thorn Traps, they just make you a bit more aware of, like, we can't go too quick, because if you go forward, a Thorn Trap pops and a player swings us. We can't go backwards, and the Thorn Trap kills us. But if you go forward, the player's pre-firing you, so you kind of just die. Now I want to see a player like Kawa and Aegator, so Blackbeard and Solid Snake, actually get a bit more tempo in the server, right? Fast in the building, faster for the roam clears. They just kind of change the pace up a little bit. Otherwise, I feel like the Thorn Bang goes a little bit wasted if you're not going to change a little bit around it.
Yeah, no, you're right. I don't know how Nina's just found Aegator so early, but that's goodbye to the Solid Snake. Solid Snake's really good on border, Nick, because the map is so small, so you can really see so much of it at once with your gadget on the Solid Snake. So good operator takedown early. I don't know how Nina did that. I can only assume it was vertically, perhaps, with that TCSG.
Yeah, I mean, he was in armor, so either vertically or was like armor balcony rappel. It had to be one or the other, and there's no body out here, so yeah, maybe ventilation window, main door, that type of vibe.
Yeah, must have been.
And but losing your solid snake, like you said, is a small map where you can scan so much. That's probably gonna impact everybody else as well, because look at the top left, there's not many drones left alive. Cowers the soul shield, Nina finds another one out of nowhere seemingly. He's just farming from armory.
He is, all the way from armory. Ready to peek anyone he desires. Kinotrope look to not try and hard clear these positions. Instead, they try and sneak away the parts of the map that haven't been contested by Scars. And now it's a bit of a rotation here. 3 Scars players in armory desk looking to try and drop downstairs perhaps, but they need to be careful because Gatorada does have an angle, half an angle onto that drop. Oh, almost catches wreck.
Some people would say bad aim, but we say R4C. It's okay. You're allowed one of those. Not the easiest weapon anymore. Plan-wise, this is a cooked round. You gotta get at least 1 kill here by my count. They got C4, they got Goyo Fire. The Oceania not gonna find any kills. It's a 5v1 leaving a Claire outside the building. Last man standing.
Washo has always been an MPX demon on the Valkyrie. I'm just going to say my 2 cents on that. I love to see Washo back on the Valkyrie. Scars, back in the day when they were the best team in Japan, one of the best teams in APAC, it was the information gathering. It was Washo always feeding opportunities to his team, taking opportunities themselves. That was a large part of their success. And I tell you what, Scars today are really impressing me. I think bringing Nina back onto the roster is an obvious choice, but I hadn't necessarily expected the Yuki's pickup, especially when Ayagator is performing so well. But yes, it's a clear now, just baiting against his former team, and it's going to be a tie of the scoreline here for Scars. The question is, will they feed him a pick and jump out? I think they might. Look
at
least
one.
Wreck is tempted.
They're not going to do it. Oh, that's disappointing.
Save the KD.
Even his teammate of Eclair, Gatorada, was saying AFK, by the way. He's in spawn. I mean, it has felt a little bit like Eclair hasn't really fully been activated yet here on the border attacks. And granted, he's being put on operators like Flores, who has to spend the first like minute of the round, maybe more, running out the building, using the Flores drones and blowing up certain things in the map. By the time he's done using his gadget, the round is like 2v5, 3v5. It's practically over, right? And that's the issue with operators like Brava Twitch, Flores on attack, and like Echo, Maestro on defense. Siege is very fast-paced and very dynamic these days. It's rare that we see the full timer being in a rank setting, and it's rare that the pace of the rounds are slow enough to comfortably sit on camera without feeling like you're wasting your time, or that other people are fighting a battle that you could help them in if you weren't on that drone. So it's one of those cases where maybe it's time to get off the Flores and play more proactive operators, because we see Gator playing like the Bog, the Solid Snake. He can help his teammates quite quickly. Whereas Eclair being on hard support operators really doesn't seem like he can do much in these rounds.
Well, 2 more rounds left in the half, and Scars
And he's back on
do
Flores.
feel like they've kind of gained control of the flow of this map and border. Obviously, they had that flow control for pretty much all of Nighthaven Labs, despite a couple of good rounds from Kinotrope. And I feel like they finally garnered that as well here on border. But being the most attacker-sided map in the pool, this is really Kinotrope's opportunity right now. They can't squander it. They have to go big in these final 2 rounds of the half.
Yeah, that's something we haven't really discussed, is how attacker favorite border tends to be. I mean, going 2-2 in 4 rounds is actually phenomenal from Scars from a statistical perspective. Of course, not every border game is the same. Not every border game is the same. Okay, that's a wallbang and a half. He saw his toes, shot his head through the wall, as Blitz looks the wrong way going towards Customs. And they see the diffuser case also on the ground, so they know that a second attacker has to come around sooner or later to pick that back up, because that's going to be necessary. So Kinotrope again, all 4 players outside the building, 2 of them practically still in spawn. Meanwhile, Diffuser is on the ground, cold.
Yeah, not great. Not a great start for Kinotrope. And it looks like it's just taking the wind out of their sails as well. They're not really sure where they want to go through. Nice shot from Ayagator. Not only is it Rek who got the first frag traded back, but the smoke going down, that's a lot of good late round util now eliminated. But Kinotrope do have to focus up on taking map control because you look at all these players on the top floor. In fact, it's 3 of the 4 remaining defenders. Obviously, Kinotrope are not going to be able to execute on the site while that vertical dominance is being retained by the defense. So they get to work pretty quick to clear out these 3 players.
Yeah, it's about just tempo and pace right now. Yes, they got the kill like you mentioned, but they have so much time to make up for that they lost early on with that loss of Cow in the case. But they got things figured out in the 4v4, 60 seconds, attacking top floor, proc that first element on Archive store. Once they start pushing forward, they gotta count it, guys. 3, 2, 1, and push together. But there's no Dokkaebi, there is no shield, it's just guns blazing here on top floor.
Good fire, though, does restrict some of the peeking potential, but not for Nina. Whoever on East Stairs has just found Gatorado. I believe that might have been a swing from outside. Meanwhile, Yukiz has also held down the fort inside of Archives, so no chance here for Kinotrope to get the job done. Over on Archives, Yukiz now found a second one against his old team. Ayagator 1v4 against his old team. Diffuser in pocket, skeleton key in hand. He needs to isolate once. And I think it's going to start with Nina up at the top of the stairs, who scares him off. He's going to fall back. Flashbang over the top. Sees for a brief moment. Washoya main lobby, but Nina's hunting for that kill. And Scars do take the lead. Defense is not a worry at all for this very proficient team on Border.
It's not. And with that also in the first half, we got the halftime vibe check as well. We don't. Oh my god, it's early. Oh my god, James, I did it. I did the thing. I was so worried about not remembering it that I called it. Oh my days.
Oh, dude.
You know, on our previous is I messed it up really badly. Okay, we've been working as you've been working for longer than I have, but 3 years going now, right, for me. And now we have this new thing where we call a halftime vibe check break after 6 rounds and a half. I thought it was 2-3 into a 3-3. I thought that's what happened. It wasn't.
It's okay, man. It happens. It's actually a 3-2.
I know.
Which is even better because it means that, of course, Scars now have a chance to win the half outright. 4-2 split. It's all right, Nick. Nobody noticed. I won't tell anyone.
You know, maybe it's time to bring out the iPad again. I used to be an iPad caster.
You were?
I was, yeah, and because of that, I was tracking everything manually. So I would note down like orbit events, the bombs at every round, etc. But then I found out that when I was an iPad caster, it was kind of taking me out of the game sometimes because I was looking away from the screen to my iPad and not look at the action, like this spawn peek right now from Nina. I would have missed that if I was an iPad caster, for example, right? And I thought I'm gonna start casting out the iPad for a full year. And I think this kickoff stage will actually be that full year of doing that. But sometimes I lose track of the exact round count if I don't check it every single time.
Sounds like you just need a piece of paper and just tick off the rounds as they go.
Yeah,
Write the score line after every round. Not a bad call. Not a bad call, but obviously also a very good start in this round for Scars. You mentioned it. Nina found a spawn peak. Goodbye, Gatorada. It's funny. Gatorada, of course, returning to competitive play after kind of retiring since the CAG days.
Yeah.
Unlike Ayagator, he didn't kind of stay in the scene and play on other teams after being dropped from CAG. I have a feeling Rek's going to die here. Just look at him. He's being watched. He's being covered.
He's going to go for a swing too. You know it. It's Rek, baby. He's going to be like, oh, there's a player down here. I'm going to fight him once or twice, then he might die. Maybe he's going to have a pop-off moment. He's playing it pretty good right now. Actually, Toxic Babe, stalling for time, and not overexposing himself too much. Being able to second elsewhere, though, denying everything here when it comes to Kinotrope's entry.
It was a run out as well, and it does go for a third. Finally shut down by the Blackbeard.
Looks clear.
Now, this would be big if Ayagator is able to take down that player. Sees him for a brief moment. Funnily enough, he's just too far away to see him with the gadget. Flashbang goes out. It's the only flash he's got. And he can't go and use the other windows because they've been barricaded. This is a great setup. Really underrated, as you said on the previous map, the ability of barricades to give freedom to the defenders. And Rek has also gassed out that position to prevent Ayagator from marching on forwards. This has been such a stall out. Finally, Carwell finds Rek at the exact same time. He's getting run out on from break room by Yukiz as he restabilizes into a 3-on-3.
Actually, very winnable round here. They got Intel, they got BB, they got Sukandilis in pocket. And they actually have decent time as well. It's 64 seconds. Solid Snake can check all of office right now from East Terrace. The break room is in clear, clear, clear. Don't worry about it. But I feel like we need to either see Kawa get towards the bomb site to help get the plant down, or get Ayagator with the Viper to go for a kill.
Oh, it's a big 1v1. What a shot from Yukiz. He's been firing up big time on border. Akayu and Ayagata cannot push for the refrag as of yet. Flashbang goes out, but they're so worried about all the other angles from the other Scars players. Finally, Ayagata takes the bomb site, and it's goodbye to Yukid into the 2v2 with only 15 seconds to play. Fishlike and Washoy have spent most of this round sitting back, relaxing, sipping pina coladas on the bomb side, and now it's just Akayu left against two players. He's got no time, has to tank it, and it doesn't matter, there's nothing to be done. Scars looking back in peak form, and on border, they dominate in the first half. It's a 4-2 split heading into the halftime vibe check.
Wonder how much shit I wrote down, you never broke down. My back used to be up against walls, it's on the ropes now. Fighting for that feeling we had in your Laredo. Back when you saw the thorns on my crown, more like a halo. My conscience punished me for the past while I was out there trying to ball. Bet you seen through the mask, hope I ain't being brash. If I say you could've split it with me, girl, you would see riches with me if you stuck around through the rags. My motivation these days is different. I mostly beat on myself, but I wanna spoil a couple things I prayed for and was gifted. Just peep the drive, see how I stayed in my
You ready for email soon, James?
Keen for that.
Yeah.
I'm out that grave and I'm where life is the only decision. I'm not alone in my plight. I want you alone for the flight. About to take off in a minute. I dreamed it up, changed out my lifestyle. New money, nice house. I cleaned it up, and that seems enough. But one thing really on me, I'm thinking of. In my sleep, I see new scenes of a just you, me, two rings, no strings to cut, but I don't know what you want. You thinking of it make me wrong. And has it been too long? Yeah, still I got my eyes on the prize and else in sight, just tunnel vision. If I got commas missing, I don't know who might come up missing. I don't know who gon' beat her through it. Thought you were at one time, that got proven not to be so true. I got left halfway out my mind, had to gather some things. Rearranging what really matter, kill casual flings. Set the goal and saw nothing after, had to take a risk. Bet on me, cause that's what it will. Before you fantasize of them, you should dream of a better self, and that's for real. I dreamed it up, changed out my lifestyle. New money, nice house, I cleaned it up, and that seems enough. But one thing really on me, I'm thinking of. In my sleep, I see new scenes of a just you, me, two rings, no strings to cut, but I don't know what you want. You thinking of it make me wrong, and has it been too long?
Bit of a dream start on border for Rek and the boys on Scars. 4-2 at the end of the half on the most attacker-sided map in the pool. It's a shame, really, Pengu, if you're a Kinotrope fan, because, man, we really expected a lot out of them. After that first game against El Paseo Lafaux, they looked so good. And even on Nighthaven Labs, they looked all right. But at border, we expect so much more.
Yeah, and honestly, I do think the map veto here is quite challenging for Kinotrope. I think going up against Scars and Nighthaven Labs into border, into bank, you have not made it easy for yourself. That's what I want to say. But it's also the thing, when you have a new roster with some new players, and maybe even when you have some inside information, given that, you know, players are going from Team A to Team B and Team B to Team A and so on, you might feel like, oh, we know them on this map. We know how they're going to play. But then what if they change the strat book? What if they don't play the way they used to because they also have new players? What if they just have these excellent gunfights where they're just winning every single time? That's how you get these 4-2 sort of halves. Also, they've been very chatty with each other in game on both maps, actually. Both discussing the operator bans, calling each other baiters and their AFKs that they're building, all these kinds of things. Obviously, some vibes between these two teams, given that they have former teammates across the board.
Of course, yeah. Very much. Yeah, it's funny, I would have expected that Kinotrope would be able to read Scars a little bit better, just because it's not just that they have former teammates in Agator, but they have their former coach, obviously.
Yeah.
Claire, like, you know, he wrote the book for Scars, if you will, and now he plays for Kinotrope. You think that would be such a significant advantage? But no, not to be. You know, I've got to wonder, like, how awkward would it be? This didn't really affect you, perhaps, because you spent almost your entire career with the same roster.
Yeah.
But there's often drama, like a player or a coach or an analyst leaves a team and, you know, they take the whole Google Drive with them or whatever. You know, there's a little bit of politics about how do we separate, like, all of the notes and all of the strats, all the documentation that we have, especially for Eclair. leaving Scars, right? Like
Yeah.
Typically, it's the coach who's in charge of all the documents.
So this is the awkward thing, because obviously we didn't make many roster changes, but we had ways with Junas and Shachi and, you know, Goga later on. We would remove their Google Drive access before telling them that they got benched, so that they wouldn't just copy it out of spite and take the strats with them. But then one time, a player would check the Google Drive for a strat and be like, why have I lost access? And it's like, well,
soft launch that you're getting dropped.
And then they would know that because we had done the same to a player before, so they know the trick, right? And it creates a very awkward conversation. Again, politics and taking care of yourself before others, it's a tough one because there's so many moving parts in esports in general.
Yeah,
it's a bit awkward.
So who'd you drop that caught it beforehand? Who was it?
I think it might have been Junas where it happened with. I don't remember the exact, but I'm pretty sure it must have been. Yeah.
Poor guy.
Poor guy.
Look, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Scars this round, which I feel like I've said a lot of the times far in this series. But I love the fact that we're using Hard Breach on Border, the Ace and the Hibana, but it's not in your most typical way. No, it's to flush out some of these core positions like Break Room. It's not just, oh, we're breaching the main wall and executing onto site. They're using this very creatively. It's leading Agator to be exposed. It's led him to fall. And though Carwell is able to trade out Wreck, Scars might actually be able to pick up Fish. Like there seems to be info for Gatorada on the back of a Valkyrie camera. This is a tough call now for Kindertrop. Do they look to get re-aggressive or not?
It's hard.
Oh!
Okay.
Wow. Impact from below finishes off the downed player. Meanwhile, Akayu comes through and swings. That's very nice from Kindertrop. Now Scars in a 1v3 have you kids up against his former team.
I swear the whole round is played out in Break Room. Like we've seen almost nowhere else on the map. Again, Libby in the chat, get the 90 camera killed out. Can you make a play? It's 1 versus 3. C4, Valcam, Crossfire, and Valkyrie lurking down below with an impact grenade. He's impacting him from below off the information. It's beautiful. Kawa swings off the contact. Kinotrope. He said it started looking good for Scars, but that was a good adaptation there by Kinotrope to counter the round.
It was. I love the impact from below from Valkyrie. It's kind of like this little ego move where it's like, hey, mate, if I had picked C4, you would be dead. So just know that. Just know that.
Well, that actually is. It's funny because if you took Valkyrie and Pulse and you look at them historically, how you play the info, you play the C4 beneath. But then we also have the conversation of we don't want operators to have too much self-agency, right? Like think of Jaeger with a deployable shield. He can put down the shield and put up the ADSs. I feel like that will be imbalanced because now he can protect what he brings, and that's not fair. But then Pulse and Valkyrie's whole spiel is that they bring info with a C4. And if you took the C4 away from them, they would be a much weaker operator because you'd have to play the Valkyrie or the Pulse for somebody else's C4 to do the job, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that's a funny balancing discussion where sometimes it's fine and sometimes it's completely the opposite of fine.
Totally. Yeah, look, it's not a hard and fast rule that you never want an operator to be independent because sometimes it works. And look, an operator that I see a lot of at the kind of solo queue level, because it's like we're saying, like it's not as big a deal when you have comms you can coordinate as a team. But as a solo queuer, being able to hard breach and have your own EMPs is huge, which is why I actually see a lot of Striker. Wow, that was a good shot from Iagator and Washoy, but it goes to show that the Boss G is not all it's cracked up to be because it only does about 80 damage onto Washoy at long range there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what I was saying about Striker is obviously he's got the EMPs and the secondary hard breach gadget. Now, the EMPs aren't as good as Thatcher, and the secondary hard breach gadget isn't as good as Thermite. So he's just got a worse version of both. And I think sometimes the self-sufficiency is just about, you know, how good is it overall, you know? It's about balancing the whole kit. Looks like Scar's going for a bit of an aggressive play. The blitz supported by E1D. He might be able to detonate it. The drop should have been heard. The E1D comes out. Rek goes for the swing with the Glaz, and the round is put to bed. Good round from Scars, and with that, they are once again on the verge of finishing off this game.
Quite like that push, actually. I mean, obviously it works as good as it did because they had the opening pick and they had significant, I would say, confidence because there's less angles that they can be watched against them. But they blitzed down the bathroom hallway with a glass smoke passport because East Stairs was already clear. very effective, highly lethal, and it forces the remaining players of Kinotrop who are not by the bomb site itself to come sprinting back just to try and save that round together. And that's what makes these rushes or direct attacks so effective, is that it says, screw the roamers upstairs, they have to respond to us attacking their home, and then sprint back into action. So I quite like that. And the funny thing is, you mentioned that Striker in solo queue is an operator that sees a fair bit of play because it can be a self-enabling operator. But you can also make the argument at the same time that Striker could be one of the best attackers in the game for any round, in theory, for Pro League, right? Because anything you want, like the most common one that we saw in the beginning was Consulate top floor attack. You know, they have a Bandit Arcade in the meeting wall, they pre-place it, and no one's gonna bring Thatcher, it's hard to nade it. You can just bring in Peas and a can opener, a nade or can opener, and you solo can deal with that position while 4 people take admin offices. Phenomenal operator. And it's actually FaZe Clan, one of the best teams in the world, maybe the best team in the world, right? Who has the highest play rate with that operator.
That's a really interesting fact. I didn't know that FaZe had the highest play rate. But yes, great operator. Obviously also got a phenomenal primary in the M4 and the secondary shotgun. So just such a versatile operator. Now, good early spawn peek there. Running outside. Wreck will go down. That's goodbye to the Ash, which means one less counter to these mirror windows. When I say one less, I mean, well, that the only counter is gone. Aside from knifing those mirrors.
Or shield bashing them, technically. Not a knife.
Sorry, melee.
Melee? Melee or melee?
I've always been a melee type of guy. Well,
oh, interesting.
It's melee? I don't know.
It's definitely it can be both, right? It's like it's not a set word, I feel like.
I'm gonna go yes. I'm gonna say it's accent/dialect based.
Yeah, like the American versus UK English type thing.
Exactly. Yeah, I think Brits say melee. I don't know.
But like I say, both. That's the benefit of being a foreign English speaker, right? Or not native speaker.
Keep it fun, you know. Keep something.
Yeah, tomatoes, sometimes tomatoes, garage, garage. I change it up.
Here we go. The shield bash comes in onto the mirror window. It's time to go for a plant. Wait, hang on a second.
That's awkward.
Fishlikers run straight outside to try and chase down Carwell, who managed to get away with his life. What the hell was that from Kinotrope? Thankfully for Scars, they managed to find 2 kills back again, and they get deep into the bomb site. Now it's time to try and look for a plant opportunity here, but the Blitz needs to get around it. Meanwhile, the Logic Bomb rings out. Is there a plant denial here? I don't think there is. Nobody's in position. Nobody seemingly knows about it either. This is going to be a tough retake here for Kinotrope.
That's cold. Chase outside, straight back, your teammates got bomb site control, postman enabled, smoke from glass and pocket as well, and a Blitz alive. This postman should be practically impossible.
The Blitz can't do a lot from outside of that window though. The Glass still has 1 smoke grenade left. That could be big here. The Vert, though, comes through as well from Yukiz up above. With Nino on the Glass going down, it comes down greatly to Yukiz. Now he's the last one standing. The Solus is up above. He's been taken down. DMR comes out. All he has to do now is kill the player on that diffuser. Doesn't need to worry about the second player who's covering. Just find that player on the diffuser. Gatorada sticks it and wins the round for Kinotrope. Yukiz just needed 1 kill, and he could not find it. No match point just yet for Scars. Kinotrope are still battling on border.
Oh, he's gonna feel bad about that one. You know, he was upstairs for so long, didn't double check that the Vert was done for the post plan, but also he didn't want to give away his positioning, right? They thought to themselves, hey guys, the win condition is we're hiding a player up above. They're not gonna know about it. They think we're all downstairs by the bomb site, so just don't make a noise. He didn't feel like he had the space to use his weapons in the post plan to make sure the holes were there. And he realized a little bit too late. The crazy thing is, I think Kinotrope started defusing with like 7-point-something seconds left or 8-point-something seconds left, meaning had they been 1 second slower, it wouldn't have mattered. It was literally down to the final seconds of the round for Kinotrope to win that post plant. Phenomenal stuff, and they didn't waste any moments. Like the second that bomb went down, they were running in towards the building thinking customs check, bomb site check, Vert check.
Now this is a big round, Nick. It's either match point Scars or it's even scoreline. Big chance for Kinotrope now. We've had all the bans come out. Valkyrie eliminated, Glaz eliminated. Leaves the mirror in, leaves all of these traps in. I mean, it's a triple threat, right? Fenrir, Ella, and the Thorn. Mucham is not half bad as well. We've seen a lot of Lion play here, so I'm not surprised to see that. Amos as well counted in a lot of these positions where the Mute was placed. Notice the Mutes are often placed in power positions where you want defenders to be playing.
Yeah.
To try and protect them against that util instead of just for drone like in the old days.
I could also really see a clash round happen just once from Kino Trophy. Like, let's say we're going to overtime or a 5-5 or a 5-6. Like, I feel like that's going to be a clash moment right there with these operator bans being enabled. Yeah. Also, banning Valkyrie, who's playing Valkyrie Impacts every round, is kind of cool. Because it's been Valkyrie Impacts every time, not a C4.
Yeah, banning an operator against Gatorada is pretty cold as well. It's like, dude, this guy retired. You're still scared of him?
Respect or fear? It's always the question.
Oh, look at this from Gator. Oh, as if they trade. And God bless the damage on that AR from Nomad. I mean, if he didn't have that level of damage, that would not have been a trade. He did not get the headshot. Gator landed the headshot with a Scorpion. It's kind of worth it, though, for Scars, I'd say. Now they can focus up on clearing the next power position, which will be CCTV. And that's Gatorada playing on the Thorn.
Yeah, I definitely think trading a body on border is better for attackers because you get map control with that. There are some maps where I think the defender trading is better because they get less gadgets on the attacking side. But this map is not as much about that as, let's say, Clubhouse, for example. The Scars get the better end of this deal. But the hardest battle is yet to come. If they want to clear CCTV and break room, I think that is going to be the tallest task for them. There goes the fire. The DMR watching the angle, but they got to push somewhere else. It can't just be Rek doing all this work himself. We gotta see Nina and Washoy getting the action.
Second fire's gone out, but actually there's still a lot of playability here for Gatorada. Wow, that fire occupies such a huge radius these days. Gatorada's a bit of an off angle, and if he's peeked from the window at the same time as he's pressured from somewhere else, he is surely going to lose the fight. Washoy, ooh, a bit awkward. Takes a bit of damage. Aggro now for Gatorada, but he goes down, and Scars have a chance now into the 3v3. 45 seconds still to play.
Kawa is the key pillar. Or key player. He's on a pillar position in the middle, right? If he dies, they lose access to armory on the retake, and the plan can be enabled by Scars. It's important that he stays alive and lets Claire and Akayo do the first work. And there goes Akayo taking down Rek. Now they got man advantage.
Big gap that Akayu is able to shut down. Oh, wow, great shot from him. Goodbye to Washoy on the bomb side. All up to Fish-like now. They know exactly where he's coming from. That's an easy swing with the MP7. My friends, we've come all the way to just be tied again. It's 5 rounds apiece. Kinotrope are battling big time. Scars are put under the pump.
And good use of trap operators. The Fenrir, the Thorn, I think 3 or 4 separate gadgets went off in that round, giving either information and advantage for the defenders, or outright was the reason for why a kill occurred. So really good stuff. It's really making Scars have to rethink the attack and approach here, I think. Either bringing more shields into action for safe passage, or just taking more guns in the same area of the map. In that last round, it was a 3-on-3, for example. We saw player E stairs, a player on break room door outside the building, and then we saw the Ace pushing down outside a CCTV window, also very much on their own. So it's 3 people, and sure, they're all trying to attack the same player, but they're so far apart. They're essentially taking 1 versus 1 gunfights, and they did not come out victorious on those. Kinotrope, they kind of shown their hand, right? They're playing heavy traps, they're playing the mirror. That's what we've seen from them time and time again. So it's up to Scars to truly find a counter that works for them, and then it's up to Kinotrope after that fact to then counter the counter. Now they bring out the Brava and the shield. That means they can deal mostly with the trap operators, and also they can deal with the entries as long as we follow Fish-like on the blitz.
Brava's a lot easier said than done on this map.
Yeah, it
though.
is.
It's a lot of ways you can counter the drone work, and Brava, unlike Twitch, it takes a few seconds to activate that gadget. It's not just like a Twitch drone where quick zap and the gadget is destroyed. You have to hack it. So yeah, keep that in the back of our mind for Nina this round. Hopefully he can do his work with the drones as quickly as possible and then just focus up on being a fragger for Scars.
Perhaps taking it a little bit steadier and slower would be the way to win here for Scars, and I think it's also what Brava gives you, right? Guys, wait, I gotta use my gadget. Guys, wait, I gotta use my gadget. Instead of sprinting face first to a barricade. Because if Scars can get like closer to the bomb site in that 5v5 or 4v4, we've seen them be so lethal and so successful at getting the plant down.
Yeah.
It's usually when they lose the players early that they get stopped.
I feel like the Brava's actually really overloaded here. Like, looking at the lineup, you've got 2 bulletproof cameras, you've got 4 thorn traps, you've got 4 or 3 Fenrir. I forget how many Fenrir mines he has these days, plus the Banshees. Like, there's so much util that you need to counter, and that doesn't, of course, deal with the Kaid Electroclaws, which you probably want to counter as well. So maybe a Twitch and Brava combo could have helped. The Twitch could target the mirrors and the thorn traps and the Fenrir mines, but yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a hard round for Scars, that's for sure. There's so many layers to this defense.
There is step by step, they pick it apart. That goes, ooh, careful. Second or third Fenrir mine cleared. This might be a free kill, James.
Oh, come on.
Maybe not.
Rek drops down. They need to try and use the Blitz to try and expose Gatorada here in this position. The Blitz is playing him so well. Rek, he can't reload in time. Another knockback. Still hasn't found the kill, but it does bait Kawao into it. And Fishlike is able to try and find the kill onto Gatorada itself. So he is self-sufficient as the Blitz in that moment. 4v3 now. Scars finding a massive numbers advantage. Looking to convert it now. They put their focus on Malusi.
Rek had the heart-destroying can openers, no frag grenades. That's why that awkward moment happened. A get a strike back onto Rek, who's now dead. Oh my god, the thorn trap popped. The Blitz injured probably from that effect. All of a sudden, that 4v3 is effectively a 2 versus 3. Maybe to a 2v2 here.
Oh, yes, perfect. Very critical kill there for Washo. He's gonna die! The thorn trap again! This is why Scars banned it on their own defensive side. Now into the 1v1. Ayagator must look for the retake. Nina knows where that diffuser is. He's got to get it in plant straight away. There's going to be 2 full seconds here where he's not going to be... What is that angle? Ayagator from all the way up above. He's got the vert. He threads the needle. And he finds map point for Kinotrope.
Oh boy, it's gonna be a bit of anger if you're a Scars player. The Blitz gets injured to a thorn trap, and less than 10 seconds later, your ace sends it straight through a window into a barbed wire and will die to a thorn trap. It's what I was saying before, when you're playing with the thorn in mind, it really isn't that bad. But when you're not being conscious of it, these things can happen. The other aspect is that there's gonna be a barbed wire on that window specifically to slow you down because of the thorn trap. So if you jump in and see a barbed wire, your brain should go, look for the trap, because you're not gonna make it out alive anyway. We saw that. Even if you vault in and vault out, you still take damage to die. Scars have called the tag timeout. They gotta figure things out. It is do or die in terms of this map of border. They did win the first one. There will be a third one if they were to lose. But ideally, Scars, they want to get it done in 2.
Nerf Thorn. Hashtag Nerf Thorn. Start it.
You said it first, James. You started today's podcast with, I really dislike Thorn as an operator. I think it's super annoying. It tilts me. I don't like it. I want to get rid of it. And then we've seen a Thorn ban. It's like the 5th Thorn kill today, I think.
At least 4 or 5 kills for sure.
Yeah. It has been... Also, like, if Thorn injures the Blitz, for example, to me, that's a Thorn kill. Because the Blitz isn't going to get revived. He's effectively dead, even if he gets shot by a teammate of yours, right?
Yeah.
So I do count those as well. They're highly valuable. It has been disgusting.
I was having a whinge about Thorn the other day while playing some ranked, and I had an idea of a nerf that I think still makes her really powerful.
Okay.
You want to hear it?
Yeah, happily.
All right. What if, when you're caught in the red radius, which at the moment kills you, instead of killing you, it puts you down to 1 HP. So, like, no matter how much HP you have, you could have 100, or you could have 5. No matter what, it won't actually kill you. It just puts you down to 1 HP.
I've heard the same argument happen to operators like Capcan, where it's like, you don't want traps to be lethal because it takes all the fun out of the game as the person that gets, that trigger them. But the flip side is that it takes all the fun out of playing Capcan and Thorn if you can't get kills from the gadget, right?
I don't think that's true. Thorn, like, you can do so much without getting kills and still, like, use the gadget to get the
you
kill.
can do so much, but does it feel good, James? When you see that
it
boom top right on the kill feed, that's what feels good. So I think it's hard because you're taking away the dopamine from the player, and they're not gonna want that. They want that dopamine hit. Like,
look, maybe you'll get more barbed wire
Capcan
kills.
Door. Okay. Oh yeah. So the Thorn Trap gets into 1 HP. Then the barbed wire
Caught
finishes
in
them
the
off.
exactly, exactly.
I like that.
Yeah, look,
That could be good.
I see what you're saying. I think Capcan, he can be the one operator that gets kills, right? But even then, one Capcan trap doesn't kill, right? But one Thorn Trap does.
No.
Capcan's got
That's
5
true.
traps, Thorn's got 4. Capcan needs 3 traps to kill someone. Thorn needs 1.
Or
Thorn could
2,
technically
depending.
kill... I mean, Thorn could technically kill 4 different people with 4 different Capcan traps in 1 round. How insane is that?
True. And 5 bullets in the magazine can get 5 headshots and kill 5 players. So therefore, bullets are OP as well.
Yeah, bullets are very OP. I think they should nerf them.
I think they should. I think wallbang shouldn't be one-shot headshot. I'll say it.
Yeah, I know you do.
Champion Champ, by the way. Looks kind of nice.
Oh,
I haven't
yeah,
seen
wow.
it in game much.
What season is that for? Was that for last season? Or this season?
I
Last
think
season.
it's last season.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
see you later, Rec.
is
I think
this
this might
is it just third map?
This might be it. Yeah, I think it's going to be all done and dusted in a few moments. Unless if Eclair can fumble this for Kinatrope.
Nope.
He's had a really rough run, hasn't he? But nope. Coming in to save the day, it's Mr. 16 kills himself. Carwell going absolutely nuclear again. Yukiz and Fish like the last 2 standing for Scars. 2 versus 4. Doesn't look pretty. Scars started so well. They had a, 5 versus 3 lead, I think it was. They had such an advantage here over Kinatrope. Big Nitro Cell comes through for Gator, but Fishlike managed to survive only for a brief moment before getting injured again. Yukiz has to stave off Kinatrope, pushing it to a 3rd map. I don't think it's likely. He's trapped here in Bathroom. Gets the res. Carwow looks for an aggressive swing. Yeah, you're right, there is no rotate. Doesn't need to be. Bomb site is over in Vents. Carwow, a triple on the round. His 17th kill has been claimed, and he finds an 18th. That closes the map for Kinatrope. Border started so roughly for them. Scars looked so good, and yet Kinatrope manages to bite back. Map 3 of Bank is coming up after this.
come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh, got another one for Solotov. Information from the Bees. He goes dead. Shotgun.
Sevens! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the
Oh,
impact.
he gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have
Oh, he
the
doesn't know!
confirmation. He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Aski
only
gotta
has
go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Ness, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necroc's the final defender against Vertical. The ace. Absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up.
come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh, got another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. It goes dead. Shotgun.
Sevens! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dark. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the
Oh, he
impact.
gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have
Oh, he
the
doesn't know!
confirmation. He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Askey
only
gotta
has
go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Ness, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necroc's the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
He gets him just in time! It is APAC North! They are the best that this region has got to offer.
Well, we did promise that this game would be a banger. We promised that Scars and Kinatrope are both in peak form after their quarterfinals. And look what's happened, Pengu. We're going the distance to map number 3.
Yeah, and honestly, it's very deserving. I thought Kinatrope, I think most of us was watching that border game. It's not a 2-4 half or 4-2 half for Scars thinking it's over, it's 2-0. Kinatrope did not have that level of consistency that we thought they did. We were wrong. They go on defense and defend their side of border. Third map needed, and it's Bank, a map that both teams historically have always liked.
A lot of big hero moments as well. Carwow, 18 kills to 7 deaths. Akayu, 10 and 5. It's funny because a team typically makes big roster upgrades and the new pickups tend to be the star fraggers. But no, it's the two classics, the two who have been there since the very beginning for Kinatrope that really led the way, paved the way tooth and nail on border for Kinatrope. Great showing from them. But as you said, Bank as our decider is going to be a challenge for both teams, no doubt. Do you have any inkling, just based on form? I think holistically, map 1, Scars, like that was a convincing win. Map 2, Kinatrope was not a convincing win, it was a great comeback win. What do we think about for map 3?
I still think that Scars have a slight favor there just because it's Bank and how they played it, last played it. So, slight favoritism, but if Kinatrope bring out something funky like those spawn traps again and it goes unpunished by Scars or uncountered, Kinatrope could do some funky stuff to bring it back.
Yeah, we're about to get into it. It is Bank, Kinatrope, and Scars. It's been a long time since we've seen Kinatrope play this map, all the way back in September last year where they lost it 7-8 to Enterforce in Japan. Of course, prior to that, they'd beaten both Fearex and PSG Talon on the map, but it has been a very long time between drinks for Kinatrope on Bank, and certainly not at all since they picked up 3 new players. As for Scars, they last won this just a week ago against Fearex. It was a solid 7-4. Now we get into it today to determine which of these teams marches forward into the upper bracket final. Scars and Kinatrope both desperately need this win.
Alberta bans and Alberta picks. We've seen a lot of different things already, right? The shield bans, the shield picks, the clash, the Muncie, the blitz, the thorn, all of a sudden. One thing that stayed consistent throughout this entire journey, though, the Grim ban just keeps coming through. Asami, very popular. Double Electro Bros also was seen earlier on Night Haven Labs from both. It'll be Mira, Kaid, and Grim and Dokkaebi. So some will stay the same, some will be a little bit different. Of course, the nature of Bank is that it's going to play quite differently than both Night Haven Labs and Border. So we're going to see different operators both in play and, of course, in the ban phase.
You know, it's funny we talk about attacker defensive favored maps, obviously border skewing more to the attacking side compared to the average map. But if off the top of my head, the most attacker-sided map at the Six Invitational was actually Bank. Like, what is it do you think really sets Bank apart from a lot of the other maps? Because a lot of the time we talk about what makes a map attacker or defensive favored. Well, obviously, the bigger the map is, the harder it is to clear as an attacking team. But Bank is a big map. So why is it still easy to attack? You know, the more hard breach you have to do, the harder it is to attack. Well, there's a lot of hard breaching on this map, a lot of hatches. Why is it so achievable to attack on this map if you're a good team?
I think the simple way to explain this is actually that top floor is practically unplayable, and this kind of affects all bomb sites of the map, right? The reason why you can't play Teller's Knockout's bomb site in tier 1 level play very commonly is because you need to kind of hold upstairs CEO meeting to hold the bomb site vertically. But holding CEO meeting is practically unholdable because there's no safe positions from the CEO window rappel. And that leads into the top floor CEO bomb site, the open area bomb site, the basement bomb site, and Salasaka's bomb site. Because Bank's bomb sites themselves aren't necessarily super strong. You have to play the map. You gotta play the extension, the holds, kind of like Chalet. But on Chalet, roaming's kind of easy. On Bank, it's very hard as a defender. So I think that really bleeds into this map being so attacker favored. Long Lancer rappel outside the building. DMRs being so prevalent as well. And as you said, you have so much hard destruction. Back when you only had Thermite Hibana, you could ban one of them or spawn kill one of them, whatever, and you had limited breaching. Now you got secondary can openers. There are 2 of those, in fact, in this round, plus Hibana. They can breach every wall, every hatch known to man, and still have spare.
Yeah, very much the case. Looks like a brawl has gone out on the roam game. Fortunately, though, Rek, while he did get injured, got injured close enough to that hatch inside open area that he was able to drop down, and he'll now be revived on site. So definitely a win in terms of the roam battle for Scars, as they've claimed the lives of both the Sens and Blackbeard. And not lost anyone themselves. As I say that, Yukas almost goes down and then is finished off by Eclair. So finally, open area control taken by Kinotrope, but not without a huge cost.
And Reg is still very low on health, so this is still winnable for Kinotrope. They just need an opening somewhere, or a good capital fire usage. The thing about Scars is that they've had a very aggressive roam upstairs, running out of the building, having some reinforcements. But look at the bomb site hold. Tashanka and Smoke doubling down, and then you want to triple it with Goyo Fire. We can sit here for the next 60 seconds, aka the entirety of the round, and we'll never see a plant go down on default plant location right here on this wall where Claire is looking, because that's Tashanka and Smoke's job to deny. Yeah. So Kinotrope then now see this. Either you push deep or you go for kills. You cannot plant on that default spot.
Akari's in a bit of a pickle as well because he's running shotgun, which means all he's got for a long-range weapon is the Reaper. And being in server, it's all long-range gunfights. Like, he needs to get up close and personal. He ideally wants to be dropping down the hatches. So, funnily enough, it feels like Gatorada and Akari are kind of in opposite spots. I don't think you're planting. Like you said, there's so much plant denial. It feels like Kinotrope have to go kind of deep here, push for a kill. Claire's just been completely decimated. Not sure whether that was gunfire or elsewhere, but it doesn't really matter. Scars can easily lap up the final couple of kills. In the end, it was actually the Ying of Akai who did try and go for a plant, but not to be at all. Scars off to a solid start, defending the basement.
Yeah. Now, the thing about the basement roam game is that it's kind of unplayable, so what most teams tend to do, and what we see very often also here in APL, is we just see you play like 3 people or 2 people in the basement, you know, 1 holding garage, 1 holding server. That's like your 2 weaknesses that you can rush the bomb site as an attacker. And the 3rd one playing main stairs, kind of assisting the roamer. Then you have the roamers actually in open area with the corner hatch open for fallback, which we just saw last round as well. That's how you make the roam work. You don't often see people start top floor, get kills, fall back, etc. As I said, because of the window rappels, the cutoff rotations, and how many drones you can get from prep phase that sees all those different areas. So Scars, what they do really well on Bank, and why they like the map so much, is that they are fearless. They just don't have that part of your brain that goes, oh, this is a bad idea, I'm in trouble, I shouldn't be doing this. That brain just doesn't turn on sometimes, and that is their biggest strength as a team in the most positive of ways, because they will take a really hard to roam kind of map like Bank Basement, and they will start top floor and they'll not care, and they'll take the fight in the beginning, kill some drones, fall back, take the fight again, kill some drones, fall back, and very often they will get 1 or 2 kills. And even if they trade, so Kinojo gets 2 kills, the Scars get 2 kills, when you only have 3 attackers alive, you very often cannot go for the plant and the execute that you actually envisioned in the beginning.
Yeah.
So you'll be forced into problem solving on the fly. And that's gonna favor the defenders every single time because they started that round knowing that's probably what's gonna happen. So I think that's why Scars can actually make this map work so well in domestic play, but this probably wouldn't work as well internationally.
And like you said, of course, the weakness of Bank as a defensive site, Bank as a defensive map, is that the top floor is pretty much unplayable. That's the second bomb site choice. That's right. So that's what we've gone for this second round. And obviously, if you're on either of the ground floor bomb sites, you want to hold on to the top floor for as long as possible. So how are Scars realistically going to try and defend this bomb site? Well, I don't know. To me, I'm thinking about things like the Aruni. Ideally, you want to try and peek people, play aggressively.
Yeah.
But aside from that, I don't know. Like, I think it's going to be tough. There's a lot of repel angles here for Kinotrope. And Nina was on a roam downstairs and gets caught off guard.
So the way that you do this is you said you play a DMR on Aruni. That can fight people. The second one is you play a Warden inside a janitor's closet because then they can't just smoke the CO windows and rappel in for a plant. That's like what every team tends to do. And you fight for stock control. You fight the people in the repels. Often this bomb site of top floor CEO gets defined by the small gunfights, the small details. For example, Nina getting caught in the roam. Nina dying or Nina getting a kill is a huge reason why this round will be won or lost by these two teams. So it's very tricky to make this a consistent bomb site in terms of outcome because it's a very conflict heavy one. And then that's a free. I mean, yeah.
That was a decision from Fishlike to play in a completely exposed position to the hatch. Very strange. Oh well. He will fall.
I mean, again, the elevator's open, right? He either plays in the elevator or he leaves the elevator and drops on the hatch because Kali's watching this angle as well.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just not sitting on your drone exposed to an angle would help. Hey, here we go. That's what we were talking about before. Contesting these long angles with a DMR. That's the play here for Washoy, and it's sorely needed. He's also just seen a second player now. The attacker of Kawa doesn't know that Washoy spotted him because he didn't elect to fire any shots off. Here comes a fire out from Akayu. Did that miss? I saw him take a little bit of damage.
Sure.
I don't know where the fire actually managed to land, but certainly not looking good for Kinotrope unless if Eclair can find an opening like that. Now just Rek and Washoy stand up. Washoy traded back after he's found his second kill. Rek up against the world now in a 1v3. And the repel is going to come in from Akayu. Diffuse is now outside. They need to hunt down for this kill. Rek doesn't have enough bullets. Ayagator will take him down. Far too close for comfort for Kinotrope, but the round is theirs.
And you just see how tough that top floor bomb site is to play. I mean, again, that's why we say it's unplayable. There are so few safe areas. You're always under pressure. And we spoke about how the many different operator bans can play into the strength or weaknesses of a team or a bomb site. What some teams have been trying to do in recent history with this new operator ban system is you ban Hibana and you ban the Ace. And all of a sudden, you can play top floor defense because now there's no range path destruction and they can't breach open that elevator wall, which means you can play in the general hallway, in stock hallway, in elevator, and you have much less pressure on you. But then we spoke about diminishing return of banning the same archetype, right? By banning 2 heart breachers, you leave open so many power-ups on the attack, like in this case, the Grim or the Dokubi, just to name 2 of them. It's like there's no real winning because it takes so much in operator ban selection to make that top floor bomb site work. And then people often will go, what about playing the 4th bomb site? Well, tell us Archives is worse. It's just one of the worst bomb sites in the game's history in tier 1 level of play. It always has been.
5 seconds left.
You remember back in the day when it was the secondary bomb site after basement?
Dude, okay, let's take that one step further. Do you remember back in the day when Clubhouse had one playable bomb site?
Yeah, and then everyone played bar.
And then you played bar second, which was unplayable. And then there isn't even a third choice because they were so bad.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Good old days. For those who weren't playing back then, the entire connector or construction on the top floor that connects Cache and Master Bedroom didn't used to exist when Clubhouse first came out. So both Cache and Gym had external walls that you could breach open on the attacking side. It was just absolutely a death wish to play them.
Yes, there's a CCTV default. There's a hatch on the roof that sees the entire bomb site. And there's a CCTV window that sees the other bomb site. It was super unplayable.
Yeah.
So bad. So, Clubhouse rework, dude. Best rework in the game. By far.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Opening kill for Carwow, the guy who went unbelievably big on border, is coming up Very nice early on in Bank. Big kill on the Ram. Very important operator on any of these ground floor bomb sites to tear up that floor and put that vertical pressure on the defense.
Bit curious in this rotation. They started on the roof, they do the Ram vert, they get a pick, and now they're going back to the roof to maybe just change the entire approach. Maybe that whole play was just to get that kill. Maybe that was like a predetermined kind of set strat, and now they got what they wanted. They can go back to plan A. Gotta see Washoy downstairs looking for a fight on server. There's one person waiting for him, and the Banshee being there to guard him if they were to push him deep. He has no info.
No, he doesn't. There's a good gap, though. Found by Akai. Now a two-player advantage. Great read from Ayagator on the flank from Washoy. It all comes down to UKiz now. From up above, he has realistically no choice but to drop the hatch. And there's no question about it. Kinotrope will be waiting for when he does so. Carwow is in perfect position to just actively watch that hatch, but Ayagator comes upstairs. Beautiful work with the F2, the FAMAS, the return of the FAMAS vertical grip as Kinotrope establish their grip on Bank.
It's a very solid attack execute as well. Again, get the first pick, reset the round, hit the server, hit the side, watch the flank. Solid Snake also being utilized greatly there. Good uptime off the gadget. Now, curious in the other bans here. Solid Snake could honestly be a target ban. I'm not even gonna lie to you. It's gonna be Ying and Clash. Okay, so Clash being stated as a counter measure. Of course, Clash on top floor bomb site can help you with those long lines of sight and hallways. So that's a kind of a nice pre-fire. The Ying, however, Ying was played a little bit on border, not too insane effect. So I'm not sure exactly what the fear factor is there for Scars. Unless they're fearing a Warden ban, maybe?
Well, of course, the Ying was played on that basement attack. It was just not effective.
Yeah, the round was
yeah, exactly. But I think maybe Scars are backing on the fact that, look, if Kinotrope do have a better start to the round, if perhaps Kinotrope win the roam game, or Scars don't, get 2 for 0 essentially on the roam, which is what happened in that first round, then yeah, the Ying will be very deadly and come into power. Perhaps they were fearing a Warden ban to come out from Kinotrope as well. You kind of have to get on the front foot with that.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about the Clash ban. I know that Scars have played a little Clash, and it is scary to go up against a Clash, but I just don't think that's a priority here for Kinotrope. So much util that's good on the defense, and I guess
has there been a problem? Have Scars shown anything that was like, oh, that's a problem later on?
Honestly, get rid of Smoke or Goyo and attack this basement with only like a Tachanka to worry about. I don't know. I feel like
there's two types of siege, right? There's the version where you say as an attacker, we're going to lose every single primary bomb site attack, but it's fine because we win the secondary and tertiary attack, and we will get a 2-1 split twice. That's a 4-2 half. That's pretty good, right? So you can flip this question: should Kinotrope remove an operator that makes the other bomb sites weaker, open area and top floor, or should they remove an operator that makes basement weaker, that is the strongest by far?
It's actually a great point. I think it's not even like an argument. Like, my instinct, right, is to, if I'm Kinotrope, I've just lost 1 out of the last 3 rounds. My instinct, just the way that my brain works about the game, is like, okay, what went wrong on the round we won? How can we fix that, right? But I think you're dead right. Kinotrope kind of just need to not care whether or not they win or lose basement, because if, for example, a Clash might make one of these less good bomb sites playable for Scars, just get rid of it and destroy Scars on the other bomb sites. They can have this round. Look at all the bloody util Scars are brought to the table here. Doesn't matter if Kinotrope win this. What matters is the next 2 rounds following.
But you make a good point about how your brain works, about, oh, we gotta figure out what the problem is. And there was one problem, that was the basement attack. So naturally, you're gonna wanna fix that problem. It's a completely logical way of going about it. And sometimes it can be a great thing, but sometimes it could also be a bit of a trap. Again, the foresight here for both these teams. Again, Scars banning a Warden, maybe fearing banning the Ying, fearing a Warden ban. Them two also trying to think ahead. The question is, though, with like the Monty being brought into this round, I'm thinking roam clear should be fine. Getting 5v5 to the bomb site should be fine. Where the hell are you gonna plant? Because like you said, Maestro, Goyo, Tachanka, and Smoke. What the hell are you gonna do?
I think best case scenario here for Kinotrope is you end up with a 5v5 in the late rounds, and you drop Monty in vaults or Blackbeard, and whichever one you're not dropping, they're going server and going for a shield plant. And so you just have this pressure on both sides at the same time, because as you say, between Goyo, Smoke, Tachanka, and Maestro for that matter, and look, Thorn, who by the way has one trap still in pocket, there's just no way you get an easy plant off.
So the thing is, right, Maestro has to use the Evil Eyes actively on cameras to utilize them. Tachanka has to swap weapon to the gadget of the Shurima launcher to actively use the fire launcher. There are possibly 2 people not with guns up. So like you said, Vault, Elevator, Hatch Drop flank could be good. They go for a plant. If the fire misses, it's gonna go down, James. No, they stopped it.
Oh wow, why did he stop it at the last moment? Because Eclair wasn't taking any damage. It was only a Caillou that was getting damage there. Now the fire comes out, but Fishlike's taking a hell of a lot of damage himself.
His own fire, I think, yeah.
No, I think it's Gatorada's fire.
Capital? Sorry, you're right. Capital fire from server. Okay, it's a bit of a trade-off there.
Oh no, he's in lobby.
He's distracted on lobby hatch. Yes, it couldn't have been his fire.
You're right, it must have been Fishlike who fired himself off. Gatorada, though, this is a good move from him. He's both used the smoke and the fire to put some pressure on from the vault side. Kinetro by doing a great split push to try and execute, but still the plan isn't down. That's the concern here. Claire's just taking a hell of a lot of damage from a Thorn Trap. He's forced to go deep. He's found a big pick, and it comes down to a Caillou to try and force this diffuser on the ground, but it's Eclair to clean house with 3 big kills. Pengu, I don't know what you're saying about giving up on the basement and focusing on the other sides, because Kinotrope, they've got what it takes to win on the unwinnable bomb site.
Oh, this is where Scars is gonna have a tough time, because do you go back to basement where you just lost? Are you gonna go to one of the worst bombs where the target band the clash? This is doomsday. This is where you have to go, guys. We might just have like a 5-1. If we're a little bit good, a little bit lucky, a 4-2-half. We need to absolutely pop off on side swap. But we're gonna start this game from behind, and we have to accept that. Because the idea of thinking of a 3-3-half now seems so far gone. I mean, Scars, they default to this thing where they just fight you and they peek you whenever they're down in numbers. That could benefit them here. If they get, like, you know, Oceania Rooney again, get opening pick, 5v4, that can be the one that turns the tide. But I'm also seeing break down the Bandit, and they've been low-key hiding the Operator. He's been in CO the entire time, not exposing himself to any of the drones. He's hiding by the windows. They're gonna hide him, and they can actually trick the elevator walls. But look at the Kali attacker repick. That repick can do the same thing. It can counter this Bandit without even knowing. Because you can Kali lance the ball, then you put down batteries, rinse, repeat, use the capital fire, and you can guaranteed open it up. Kinotrope, they have paid respect to the possible counters, and they have the right tools for that counter.
Look, I'm a simple man. I see a Kali, and I'm happy. That's all it takes. And this is probably one of the few bomb sites where people really do like playing the Kali, because it's funny, most of the time people think about Kali, they don't think about her gadget, they think about her sniper rifle, because that's in a way even more unique than her gadget. So you see this bomb site, you're like, well, Kali, I guess I could, you know, play the long lines of sights, maybe repel from lobby with that sniper. You forget that the gadget is the real value here. The problem with Kali's gadget in this round is that Rek, being the bandit, can actually actively juggle the Kanto walls and protect these lobby side top floor walls next to the elevators from being destroyed, even with the Kali.
They breach Skylight. Again, every single Selma charge here from the Ace is so valuable. You only got 3 in total. It's the only hard destruction, and only ranged one as well at that. So breaching any walls shows kind of their hand and what they're planning to do. Now, they could plant here on the CEO wall to the right-hand side of Blackbeard. It's totally possible if they get window pressure. But then you gotta worry about the Warden seeing through the smoke. He has C4. So then you gotta try and clear Janitors. But that's where the Aruni Gates on all the window repels go into play, because they deny the Capital from using his utility. So there's this, like, a lot of layers from both these two teams. There we just saw the Warden spotted out by the members of Kinotrope. Now they know. They smoke and they push.
Oh. Igate is in a big position here. It's got the ACOG as well. Nade comes out. A little bit of pressure, but no kill. Where's the execute going to come from for Kinotrope here? Obviously, they have that breach on the wall, but look at 2 players droning at the moment for Kino, just trying to figure out if the execute is palatable here. They got time to double check, to measure one more time before they execute.
No one needs in BB. Gotta get line in the action. Great swing there, though, but a good trade from Kawa. Back to a 4v4, but they lost that shield. They lost the entry. And the other members of Kinotrop now they gotta step up and do that entry work themselves. And with Kali stuck in the repels, only 3 people are inside the building.
This is not great with the Claire going down. Someone needs to revive it, and I don't think it's possible at the moment. Carwow needs to rotate to square. He's done so now, retaking the position of his fallen teammate. They're worried about someone down below. Good read, though, on the flank.
Oh, no.
Nina doesn't manage to go down, at least not without taking one with him. Eclair's finally finished off, and Yuke is aggressive inside of Janitors, using those keeper barriers to protect himself, despite the wall being breached. It's beautiful for Scars, and it leaves Akayu and Gatorada sitting around with nothing to do. They're sitting back and just hoping that their teammates will be able to execute without them while they stay on rappel, and it simply ain't possible. A great defense from Scars. They might have failed on the basement, Pengu, but that top floor is maybe a little bit more defendable than you might think.
Oh, so they trade blows. Kinocho win the bombs that they had no business winning, but then Scars do the exact same thing. And now, of course, they're going to go back towards that basement bomb site. I'm not sure what to expect from this upcoming round now, because we've seen Kinocho pick it apart so well. The only thing Scars can really do to go basement again is to roam a bit heavier and not give them full map control, you know, from the very beginning, and burn down that time a little bit. Or they could play the smoke on silver stairs, maybe, like we see some teams do, and try and stall the time before they get into server. That's the few adaptations I could see here from Scars. Or they're just madmen, and they play 5 people on the bomb site, but instead of having the active use of Maestro cams, they have the Finra mines for those hatch drops instead. Other than that, it's completely open for this half. This could actually become a 3-3 half.
Yeah, could well be. Back down to the basement, and Kinotrope have to do what they did once prior, but it would be so impressive. I'm really surprised to see the Nook pick here. Look, I'm even more surprised to see the Nook with the FMG. Nook's got a DMR now, by the way. There's not a lot of places in this game, on any map, where you think, oh yeah, Nook, that's the operator that I need in that scenario. But ever since she first came out, Pengu, there's one spot that everyone thinks about, and it's Garage on Bank.
Garage, yeah.
Because on Bank Garage, you're typically holding it with a bulletproof camera or some other kind of information, which is what they are doing here, right? Rek is going to occasionally face check it, but for the most part, it's the bulletproof that's going to be holding it. So Nook is perfect for that. What gun do you want to be fighting long-range angle like Garage? The FMG, which is a tiny little crappy SMG, or do you want a DMR? Come on, do you want the DMR? Come on.
Deagle.
Bring the DMR, for goodness sake. I feel like it's a strange choice. I personally prefer either DMR, Knock, or even a Blackbeard. I think Blackbeard is so good for taking Garage.
Some people play Osa, and you walk in with the shield as well. You can put it down and fight with like a fully AR'd weapon as well. Could work.
Yeah, I like that.
Well, you're right, though. You make a good point. Obviously, maybe the plan here isn't to go Garage and go somewhere else, but then we have to wonder, where does the Nuke gadget play into that if you're not going Garage? Like, that is the spot, as you mentioned. But then you could just play any other operator instead. Good wallbang and tip into Blitz, but does not connect because shield blocks the bullets. Gerarada has snuck into lobby. Partially in thanks to the gadget, but also the lobby camera can actually be shot from outside the building, so that probably has been the case. Full map control, 1 minute 30 seconds. This is just about the average benchmark that we look for when a pro team has to roam clear bank. Having 1 minute 30 seconds left when you get main stairs flank established is just on track. Soft hatch popped by the Gun 6. They got Thermite. They got can openers. Again, Kinotrope, they have all the right tools to pick apart this round. It comes down to how well they can execute on their strat.
I get it. So tempted to just make a swing, isn't he? There's actually no one actively watching. If he hides deep enough, he might be able to find a free kill. Goodbye to Nina. The smoke grenade goes out as well. It might pretend to threaten and execute a plan, but of course it's Carwow who's all the way down in elevators that actually has a diffuser, and Gatorada amidst the chaos has snuck in behind enemy lines. He's taken down Rek, and now there's a gaping hole on the bomb site. No information for Washoy, and he's cut the side in half. Gatorada finding the final kill. It is indeed, Pengu, a 4-2 split for Kinotrope as they close out the half. despite fumbling their second attempt onto that top floor, a double defensive breakthrough on that basement from Kinotrope, finding 2 attack round wins on what is quite a fortress down below on Bank. Nets them a very successful first half.
And it kind of turns the conversation for this entire series that Scars have been the better team and they've been making the right adaptations and counterplays, etc. Because that is how it's... So what was that, sorry?
So Smoke and Tachanka ban. Sorry.
Smoke and Tachanka. You sounded so
crazy.
excited. I thought your dog jumped on you. I was like, what's happening?
My dog has been getting very excited. She saw the Tachanka as well. But yeah, it's Smoke Tachanka ban. But please finish what you were going to say before we dissect these bans.
I was going to say, now we look at the current landscape and go, Kinotrope got it all figured out. But, and this is the but, the Smoke and Tachanka ban might just change the entire conversation because we spoke about the value of making the strongest bomb site weaker that you're not supposed to win anyway, or weakening the already weak bomb sites and make them undefendable. Scars have said, plant denial, haven't heard about that. Smoke Tachanka leaving only Goyo open for any sort of actual denial forces Kinotrope's hand. Heavy roam game on a very hard to roam map, or a much weaker bomb site for plant denial. So I'm very curious to see how Kinotrope can navigate this one.
Well, it's interesting because, as you say, the only plant denial operator available is Goyo, aside from the C4s, of course. But they're not even bringing that, right? They are really going heavy. In fact, it's Valkyrie Impacts, yeah, which we saw on Border. Gatorada was great with the Valkyrie, so much so that Scars decided to ban it. On Nighthaven Labs, the first map, we saw the teams bouncing between Valkyrie and Pulse. Now Kinotrope have doubled down. And Pulse, I wonder if he'll be playing primarily on the roam, or if his intention is to fall back to site, because if you remember, which I'm sure that you do after playing it for many years, Pulse was the most iconic plant denial operator in Bank for the longest time for Canadians, Canadian popularized, which is playing inside a vault with that cardiac sensor.
Yeah. Oh, that is an iconic old school position. And we do see it make the occasional return, and he's playing the shotgun, so it could be a roam early, fall back, and play that intel game. But what we saw right before, actually, was Gator sprinting into lobby and killing Hibana on the CEO rappel. That is going to change how this round is played from Scars, because the only hard destruction is the double can opener on Deimos, which means they can open up 2 hatches or 2 walls. They have 2 total things to destroy, and they still got a very active roam clear as well happening. And this is why Gatorado is playing those impact grenades, right? A C4 Valkyrie that's roaming is about getting one singular kill and then probably falling back or playing a loose gun. The impact Valkyrie is almost like playing stuff like the Solace. It's about rotating and being everywhere at the same time. Impact this wall, run over here. You see someone, you impact them, etc. You can also fight against the shields with it pretty effectively. Rek finds a Claire though. So Sami gets taken out, but a yellow ping and a swing.
Nice.
It's a freebie.
Very much needed. Now they do have a crossfire onto this Blitz, who wants to make his way forward. Rek is standing behind him. Nitrocell might come out in a brief moment. This is pretty awkward. It's a bit of a standstill. A Mexican standoff for both teams. Who's going to make the first move?
Has to be the attacker, surely.
Oh.
Valkyrie runs away, tries to bait the angle being safe. Maybe, but remember, it was Airgator who got both kills on lobby, so they should say, guys, I saw Valkyrie run away, but what about the mute? Well, we don't know. So let's assume that he's still lingering somewhere here towards the lobby. Using a drone now is going to cost you a lot of time. He's just going to walk forward.
Oh,
what's the gap?
What is going on? Airgator's just been afforded the flexibility to go for a 3rd kill. And now his Nitro Cell over the door frame prevents the Blitz from making his way forward, but Rek will take him down through the wall. Now they're acting like they don't have anything to worry about, but we know Gatorada was in lobby that whole time. He's now gone back to site, down the hatch, I believe. And it's a 3 versus 2 on the objective. This will be a very tough plan for Scars. 2 C4s available. The smoke might be able to help out a little bit. The plant spot's also been opened by Rek. And it looks like Fish likes to try and look for a plant. 1 C4 shot out of midair. The second C4, though, it does land. It finds the player. And Rek now forced into a 1v2 that he is not capable of winning. Kinotrope extend their lead 5 rounds to 2.
Very well done. Again, the communication, the problem solving, kind of criminal. The 3 kills that Airgator got in that round. Sprints into lobby, kills the guy in the rappel, gets a yellow ping, walks into lobby. You see, first kill, freebie. Second kill, yellow ping freebie. Third kill, Deimos goes on drone. He pushes right next to Deimos, kills Deimos' teammate, and runs back again. And sure, he dies in the end, right? But he got 3 kills for God's sake. He got more value than needed to win that one. Beautiful stuff.
Big round for Alligator. It's 9 kills so far in the 7 rounds we played. And Gatorade is going to keep on playing this Valkyrie. I can't help but think that after the next set of operator bans come through, Scars is going to have to get rid of that Valkyrie. A lot of the info game that's enabling these plays is thanks to that Valkyrie trick. Wow. What is this setup?
That's a big hole.
Wow.
Very big hole.
Thermite stand aside. Mira's coming for your job, mate. What? This is a strat. We're about to see a very unusual Mira setup.
Mira window? Yeah.
From Kinotrope. Wow, this is very rare. I've never seen a setup quite like this before.
Actually, I'm gonna be honest here and say I don't know how the angle works in regards to like lobby repel, elevator repel, and Spider-Man repel inside a lobby. I feel like this mirror window, if they don't specifically go for it and counter it, is very, very crucial. But I feel like it's very easy to counter with certain repel lines of sight. So, you see, these windows are normally barricaded, but not by a castle, just a regular good old barricade. So,
yeah,
nothing's gonna stop them from protecting this mirror, really. We'll see.
Alligator's keeping a second mirror in pocket to make sure that he doesn't get Twitch droned. And just that it won't be revealed too early into the game. So they're not going to be already talking about the problem solving of how they're going to deal with it. But I mean, realistically, what util do you have to clear the mirror? Well, obviously there's Ukiz's Ash. But aside from that, not really much. Unless if, like you said, they can find an angle.
There's no protection. So this thing, often you see mirror being played without my Jaeger or any electrification. So 2 Ash charges, there goes, it countered, boom. Yeah. It's a shame because had that a bandit on a Rooney or a Jaeger or anything really, this mirror window would see a lot of play or require them to spend a lot of time dealing with it. Now it's just middle mouse button, left mouse button, boom.
I still don't mind it though, because we're still going to be able to see the long angle. We noticed the Tubrow opened up the mirror after it was destroyed.
Yeah.
So we can still open the long line of sight. Now, Rek is in a big position here. Obviously, the Valkyrie's been an instrumental part, and because it's all been cleared, because the barbed wire has been cleared, because he's the knock, he can walk straight past it. It's going to be a free kill. The trade will come through from Carwell. The plant is starting to go off. The impacts down below force Washoy off the plant. Carwell making his way over from lobby. I mean, he's taken down. It's all up to Gutterada now. They know exactly where he is. They know he was playing down below. Now the E1D will ping him out as well. It's a tough round for him to try and come back on. I think the Scars picked this apart perfectly.
I mean, phenomenal job. You know, they're saying, okay, they're playing, you know, the Echo, the Valkyrie, heavy intel, no trap operators. And originally, Rek was actually playing IQ. And then he attacked a repick from IQ onto the nuke so that he could make this play. Because why destroy their intel? We can use it against them. And it was very predetermined because the second he got that initial push in for top lobby stairs, everyone else rappelled in and pushed the bomb side. And I mean, this is the round. 5, 4, round over, practically flawless at that. Gatorada is kind of AFK downstairs talking with his team like, guys, what do we do next? No big deal. It's still 5-3 in favor of Kinotrope.
Another underrated moment in that round for me. Obviously, we saw Nook going up the lobby stairs. But he walked through barbed wire at the end, and I noticed the barbed wire is actually already destroyed. That was because the Flores early in the round is just setting those Roteros into sight and clearing a lot of util. Now, obviously, if you're playing like as a defender, let's say you're playing in front desk, you're playing in elevator, and you hear a gun 6 or an Ash or a grenade or something clear your barbed wire because there's a player there about to walk up those stairs, you're immediately ready for it. If you see at the start of a round, Flores comes through, clears out some util, you're like, oh, okay, that's just Flores. He's probably off on the roof somewhere. You don't then clock that there's an active threat. It's just something that you have to always keep in the back of your mind. Okay, if someone wants to walk up the stairs, they can because there's no barbed wire there anymore. You don't know that there's a player there because there wasn't a player there when the barb was cleared. It was cleared by Flores while he's on the roof.
This is why it's so important to have stuff like barbed wire, traps, and areas so that you can take your mental off it, because you have to be worried about let's say, every hallway, every staircase, every window, the entire round, you're gonna literally just explode. Like, it's so much pressure, right? So as a defender, you go, hey, teammate, you watch this angle. You know you have barbed wire and these other angles. Now you can worry about much less. But then if anybody clears that utility, like you said, you gotta now bring it back into your front of your brain. But there's so much happening for these pro teams in communication. They're calling out what's happening, what they need, what they think's gonna come next, what they hear, what they see. The communication sometimes gets 4 people just yelling in each other's ears, and then you got the game sound that is super crucial to hear accurately at the same time.
And that player that was exposed to the lobby stairs was on Echo, which means he was probably on his drone when that Rotero cleared the barbed wire. He wouldn't even know that he was gone.
That's also very possible, actually. So new tech, though. Castle barricades brought into action to ground some shielding, some fortification here for Kao to play aggro on the double windows. Now, if he gets a kill, phenomenal, and he has a primary shotgun, he could just jump out and just send it for 1-for-1 trade, but instead Aegator strikes first, takes down Nina. That's Lion, removed from action. And Sense.
What a long angle from Aegator. That is huge.
Yes, I mean, that could be round. I mean, if you just play nicely off each other and don't expose yourself to, like, these rappel angles, you're playing 5v3 on top floor with Maestro alive. Like, you're chilling.
Yeah. DMR diff. Oh, and he does jump outside, and Carwell finds one with the shotgun before he's traded back. But of course, when you have this much of a numbers advantage, 1-for-1 trade is well worthwhile. Yukiz and Rek separated. Rek will actually find the gap and finally put down Aegator. Also, Akayu's on the floor. Spider-Man repel for 2 kills here for Rek. And now a 2v2 looks extremely achievable for Scars. Kinotrope cannot afford to fumble it. Gadarada finds one. Now a 1v2 for Yukiz. Diffuser in hand as he's managed to sneak into the bomb site. One more frag in pocket, but I don't know if he'll be able to find a safe place. He's managed to find Gadarada. Where is Eclair? In the hallway. Can Yukiz find a safe place to plant? Castle Barricade somewhat protects him, but he's worried about the Valkyrie cameras, the Evil Eyes. He knows how much the opponents have brought those 2 operators, and for a brief moment, he sees Eclair's shoulder, but he doesn't have any info. He doesn't have any time to drone him out either. Nade goes out, last piece of util for Yukiz. Eclair continues to just peek for information and then fall back.
Go for the wide angle.
Oh.
It could be a wallbang, but the wall hole is wide open. So rotate there. Eclair wins the gunfight to no surprise because he had full HP. His opponent only 1 single point on his health bar. But that was such a free round, right? 5v3 into a 4v2. Turned upside down by Rick. Spider-Man repelling on lobby skylight. Again, Scars might be down in terms of round count, but they have ways to bring it back 1 step at a time.
Yeah, you're right. It never should have gotten as close as it did, but Kinotrope managed to achieve match point. This is series point now, Pengu, for the first time in this matchup. What are the final bans to roll on through? Wow, Flores!
Wow, Flores!
Oh my god, well, I'm so glad that we talked about it, Pengu.
Yeah. Okay. This is, like, super uncommon. That's gotta be one of the lowest ban rate operators on Bank as well in general across all the years of play.
But you can see why they did it, right? Like, not only does the Flores counter the barbed wire and other traps set up on site on the top floor, but in this particular round, and especially on the basement, should we go back to the basement defense for Kinotrope before too long, the Goyos. Imagine the way that you set up the basement with, like, what, 4 Goyo traps within, like, a meter or 2 of each other. That's open season for Flores.
Yeah. Now, of course, you can kind of substitute Flores at Twitch for, like, half the gadgets. You know, Fenrir Mines, Goyo canisters, mirror windows, but that's banned away. Even Valk cams and such. But it doesn't have the same effect for, like, let's say, barbed wire or Melusi Banshees. So it is going to change things a little bit around. I am a little bit curious as we don't see different operators brought here by Kinotrope given the Flores ban, but also they need 1 round victory. They get 3 shots at that before overtime. So this Flores ban might not really be about this current round where we see a visual roaming. It could be about the round after this if they need to go there.
Cannot believe Aegator's rocking the Boss G. I am such a hater. Not only because it's tilting, but, like, I just think it kind of sucks at long range because of the damage fall-off change. We saw it was Border, right? I can't remember which player it was. Might have actually been Aegator. He managed to land a shot onto the chest of someone while spawn peeking and then still died. And he only did about 80 damage.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was Agate and Rashoy actually, but I could be wrong. But it was Border, yeah. On CC door. I mean, the Bosky is one of those weapons that in the right radius, like range, it will one-shot you. So it's a phenomenal weapon. But across that threshold, I'm not sure if it's 20 meters or 30 or whatever, it's probably going to lose you most of the fights. Where a regular DMR will do the same job, but you have 20 bullets and you can shoot much faster. But the gadget's good. You know, he can shot himself from all his drones, stay active on the roam. He's got impact grenades for a flank, but right now he's by the bomb site, which will make the drones think, where is he actually?
Ooh, almost a chance there. Misses it for Yukiz, but doesn't matter because Nina's found his gap elsewhere. Much needed now for Scars. They need 3 in a row. Otherwise, it's down to the lower bracket for them. Yukiz sneaking up towards these tempting hatches. He wants to make his way up. I think they know where Eclair is as well. Is he going to go for it right now? He will. Up goes Yukiz, and a big kill as Washoi opens the equation. A collapse from Scars onto the bomb site, and the plant is down. Carwow and Gatarada now need to make a retake, but it's going to be difficult while Gatarada finds a kill upstairs. There's still so many players for Scars on the bomb site. A shotgun in Yukiz's hands as well as Fishlike all but finishes off the round. Carwow locked in place. I think this is just a save at the moment. Talk to the team. Figure out what you're going to do next round of defense.
Now they are sitting pretty, that's for damn sure. I'm not sure if that was miscommunication from Kinotroll, but when Airgator accidentally swung the double door and got shot at by the SMG-11 server stairs, you know, you can make the call, guys. SMG-11 equals ammo. They're gonna go for a basement hatch plant. They didn't seem fully ready for it, but to be fair, even if they were, the shots were just hitting their marks there for Scars. Again, so good on the entry and not wasting any seconds in that round. That's a pocket strat. That's going to win you an individual round, and it's a lot easier to do that on the secondary and tertiary attacks. On basement, the primary side, that's where those kind of one-off strats get a bit more tricky, because it's just a naturally harder bomb site to pick apart. There are less options often, and you know, it's either going to be a server attack or a lobby frontal attack. That's kind of your 2 only options on this map, for basement that is. So I do feel like this is where Kinotroll are looking to lock it in and just be done with this game.
Basement bomb site so often comes down to, wow, here's a nice Evil Eye. It's too far to easily knife, which is the critical thing. Also stacking Util in blue.
Server stairs.
Yeah, a server stairs hold's always challenging to clear. Now, Blitz might actually be the perfect operator to deal with that. Also, the Thatcher is a favorite of mine. Wow, we're doing an old school. A Rooney gate on the hatch to try and destroy any gadgets. Wow, we're going crazy with Util in blue stairs. I'm really excited to see what Kinotroll are cooking for this round.
So it's really going to be Airgator who's going to play on the server stairs, no? Because he's playing Thorn Shotgun and he has like active util he can use. I'm just trying to think to myself, like, who would I sacrifice? Because let's be honest, it's a sacrifice spot. Like, you're not going to survive it, not by intention or design.
Yeah, I'd probably be running Airgator with Shotgun if it was me.
Yeah, that's what I would do as well. But what we know is going to happen or can happen is what scares me. With Thatcher being brought in a glass, you can literally just EMP the ADSs, throw a single smoke grenade, and just walk in with glass or blitz and just guaranteed win the gunfight. Like, there's no counterplay. There's not going to be any C4s. There's the Warden. Thorn Trap, of course, but you can also EMP that. Or you just jiggle the door once and then you pop it, then you go again.
Yeah.
So I do feel like if Scars can figure out all these puzzle pieces and then put them together correctly, nice and slow, this could be the freest kill of this series for them. It's actually going to be Eclair and Denari that's going to play there. Maybe he has pre-placed lasers and can pop them and combine them because he has 3 in pocket. So quiet.
Yeah, this is a very slow round from Scars. They're just slowly clearing every little piece of util they need. And Yukiz might be able to burn this gate with his excess X-Kairos. I think that's just burnt the gate that's on the hatch. Is Eclair falling back? Oh, he is.
Swapping with the Thorn, yeah.
Yeah,
Smart.
that's a good move. Airgator now has a shield, a shotgun, and ADSs. You're absolutely right. We needed to come over with the EMPs here from the Thatcher.
100%. EMP, send the blitz, and honestly, that should just be that. You see him respecting the grenade, it gets tossed. I mean, so much value. The Thorn Traps somehow live, actually, both of them. And I'm not sure if they are aware of the Thorn Traps, but if they aren't, this could be dangerous with the Blitz player.
It's been played so well by Fishlike and by Scars, but Gator manages to find the feed shots onto the Blitz. Low HP, but now he knows he's got the diffuser on his side. 12 kills for Gator on Bank, and he's keen to close the map right here and right now.
Should he just smoke it and go to glass? And then the second
Good flash.
Flashbang as
well.
Free fire!
How does he find another one? Finally traded back. But Gator has been worth so much to Kinotrope today. Scars now desperately in the last 20 seconds must find a way into this bomb site. Washoi from up above. He's got smoke, but he hasn't had a chance to use them yet. And Eclair is still undealt with inside a server. What a hell of a way to close it for Kinotrope. They might have fumbled the second map, but in the third, they finally get the job done. And they get a leg up over Scars. Into the upper bracket final they go.
And the way they do it as well, right? The mental resilience alone. Starting this series all the way back on Nighthaven Labs and kind of getting just tossed around the building. No leg to stand on. Looking like the inferior team. Then saying, you know what, they got it. They will figure it out on border. And they do. It's a comeback. They figure things out. But then we go to Bank. And oh my. Bank was by far their best map today, where they had the pocket strats, the counters, and I think just the confidence as well to make it work time and time again.
Yeah, so many ideas there for Kinotrope on both attack and defense, and that round is a perfect summation of it. Like the cook, absolute cook with the Aruni and the Thorn. I still hate Thorn for the record, but man, it was so good. I love to see it, and yeah, Kinotrope, a well-deserved win today.
Yeah. I mean, what I'd love to see there was actually that, yes, they played the Silver Stairs angle, but also it was actually Eclair starting in that position with Denari, and we're both questioning, like, why is he the one playing there? And then when he makes the call, guys are actually gonna go for it. Gator comes sprinting in and takes that position, and I think that literally is the round-winning play, right? Because he got the 2 kills with the shotgun, and probably only Gator himself could make that play work the way he did.
Yeah, it's funny though, because Eclair did end up getting 2 kills afterwards anyway, because after the Thorn was finally cleared, Eclair is still playing behind the server rack. It was so well played there from Kinotrope. You said it. I mean, Bank was just so much better than what we saw on both Labs and Border. It's time to hear from the horse's mouth. It's Okamesh on the line from Kinotrope, the coach of the squad. Okamesh, welcome back in, my friend. Congratulations on your entrance into the upper bracket final. How are you feeling about that win over Scars?
Yeah, I'm very, very happy to win because I've never won against Scars since 2024. I mean 2023.
Wow.
Yes. So this is like one of the biggest moments in my life. Thanks so much.
Wow.
Big congratulations. I guess the question is then, now that you're taking down Scars for the first time, who would you rather go up against? Because it looks of it, right? CHE or D+? Is there a favorite there? Do you think one is easier, or is it more honor maybe in beating one of those guys?
Yeah. What I say, but like we need to sorry, can you change the question? I'm like, my brain's like stopping.
No, that's all
okay,
good.
That's okay.
No, I've got one for you, Okamesh. If you want to think of another one, Pengu, I've got one for you, Okamesh. Obviously, it means a lot to you to beat Scars. You haven't beaten them for over 3 years now. But there's not just that. There's a bit of a rivalry between Kinotrope and Scars because obviously they have one of your old players, you've got one of their old players, and you've got their coach as well. So how much did having Ayagator and Eclair on the team give you an advantage in this matchup? And how much did them having Yuki's on their team maybe give you a disadvantage?
Okay. Yuki has a like one of the best mechanics in Japan, so like some rounds he did a like super fire round and then we lost some round, but Ayagator and Eclair can like have very big brain to talk, and we can make a system to win against the like such as big mechanics or the like individual team. So we built system with Ayagator and Eclair. That's like our advantage for this roster change. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's phenomenal. I'll make it simple then. Are you guys going to celebrate this victory, or is it just get back to the drawing board and work for the next match?
Yeah, we need to work on the next match because we need to get into the major.
Celebrate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So eyes on the major. It would be phenomenal if you guys qualified, to be honest. I know that Dev Mart and we cast Kinotrop all of last year, and we're thinking these guys are really good, they're gonna go big places, etc. Last year was not you guys this year, so it'd be amazing if it could be now.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, that's all we have time for tonight, Okamesh. Go and enjoy your victory. Go and get ready to practice for your upcoming game. It's going to be a huge upper bracket final against either CAG or D+. But, of course, I'll give you the floor one last chance before we close up the interview. Anything you'd like to say to anybody watching? Could be in English, could be in Japanese.
Okay, first English. Thank you for the supporting us. Like, when, even the Australia ex-teammate or the Chinese ex-teammate, thank you so much for the every replies or the messages. And I'm talking in Japanese. 応援してくださってるいつも皆さん、とてもありがとうございます。本当にたった一つのコメントでも励みになっております。これからも頑張って、メジャー進出、そして世界優勝をね、目指して頑張っていきたいと思うので、応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you so much.
Thank you, Okamesh. Good luck in your next game. Go rest up.
Yeah, thank you.
I love Okamesh's energy. Always have a big win for Kinotrope, 2-1 over Scars. Would you say, Pengu, can we call this an upset? I feel like it would be wrong not to.
Yeah, I feel like we kind of have to. I feel like for the sake of legacy between the organizations, and as Okama said himself, he hasn't beaten Scar since 2024. Like, this is a huge deal to these players individually. And yes, Kinotrope, they've gotten some roster upgrades, perhaps, some more experienced players, but it's not about how good the players are that you're getting. It's about what you do with them. And he spoke about the system that they're building internally and how it's all coming together. And I think that's the real success story, is that they got good players, but they're also enabling each other because of this. And that's beautiful.
Yeah, what a beautiful fairy tale story for Kinotrope taking the win over Scars. Next up, we have to say goodbye to one of the most historic and well-known teams in this region, but we don't know which it will be. It'll be one of the two Korean rosters. It could be FearX with their roster rebuild. It could be Help Us LFO, the former PSG Talon roster. This Korean derby begins after a quick break, so stick around for the first elimination match here in APAC North.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the
he gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the confirmation! He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Nesky gotta
has
go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Nes! Stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, to the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does, as they win the Mexico Major!
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. You can catch me in the pit. I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Reckless energy, I'm never signing out. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
They've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that will be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 and 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh! Got another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. He goes in. Shotgun. W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the
Oh,
impact.
he gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the
he doesn't know!
confirmation. He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Nesk, you gotta
has
go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Nesk, stick it.
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC, Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. You can catch me in the pit. I'm
out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh, got another one for Solitov. Information from the bees. It goes in. Shotgun. W7s. They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant. That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the
Oh, he
impact.
gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have
Oh,
the
he doesn't know!
confirmation. He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Nesk, you
only
gotta
has
go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Nesk, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC, Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical, the ace. Absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. You can catch me in the pit. I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Reckless energy, I'm never signing out. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing left.
He gets in just in time! There's no time remaining! It is APAC North! They are the best that this region has got to offer!
So one team through to the upper bracket final, but sadly at the other side of the spectrum, we have to find out who's going home first here in APAC North. Down in the lower bracket, obviously last weekend we got to see the first rounds of the quarter bracket finals.
Yep.
Sadly, both of the Korean teams lost their matches, which means that now one of them will go home. Pengu, it's your old PSG Talon boys on Help Us LFO going up against a very different looking FearX, a team that has been in this region for such a long time, back in the days as Sandbox, as Mantis, as Cloud9. Very different roster that BNK FearX has now, and of course Help Us LFO on the other side. It's going to be crazy to think that no matter what, at the end of today, we bid farewell to one of these teams.
It is. It honestly is such a shame that the two Korean teams, they play each other, because it goes to the big question: what does Korea have to offer right now in Rainbow Six Siege? There was a big issue for a long time about, you know, a lack of up-and-coming talent, new players, etc., etc., etc. FearX and the old PSG roster, Help Us LFO, were supposed to be, you know, the guaranteed first and second best Korean team, and they're supposed to be as good as the best teams from Japan. That's not been the story. Now they've both gone through roster iterations, and they find themselves in a worse spot than before, worse spot than ever, arguably.
Yeah, let's really hone in on Help Us LFO. This former PSG Talon roster, of course, they made some roster changes coming into this stage. They've had a bit of a sad couple of months, right? Like the last time we really saw them on the international stage was at Reload in Rio about a year ago. And Pengu, that was just because they're a Ubisoft partnered team at the time, so they got the direct invite. It wasn't like they had to qualify for it. Last time we really saw them at an event they qualified for was way back 2 years ago at the Manchester Major, where they went very deep. But since then, and of course since losing their old coach Fabian, it's been a very different story. Most recently, obviously, Misa and Gotti departing from the roster, Harper and Demic coming in, and really the only read that we have on this new roster is their fumble of their 2-1 loss against Kinotrope from last weekend.
Yeah, and it felt like the loss to Kinotrope actually was the same reason why they're struggling so much before, which is that some of the fundamentals are still a little bit lackluster. They find themselves in a spot where they have a really good position around, and then they'll throw it on a defense, or they'll fail to problem solve correctly on the attack. Dongwook, the former manager and current coach, he was also there during Fabian's time, said a tweet after the loss to Kinotrope that said something along the lines of, "We did not get exposed this badly in scrims. Now that we have been exposed by Kinotrope, we know what to fix."
Of course, Kickoff is a very unforgiving format. You lose twice and you're out. It's either going to be those no-home LFO guys, or it's going to be BNK FearX, who say goodbye first. A very different FearX to what people would be familiar with. Of course, your classic players like Goodboy, Mephi, Rin, and Coded, even their old coach, Dark, who have been on the roster for such a long time, they've all gone. The only person on this team that's the same as last stage is Woogie Man, the iconic Woogie Man. Everyone else is different. Of course, NL, Stetzel, Rheumatic, very much more unknown quantities. But Misa joining this roster from that former PSG Talon, now Help Us LFO roster. That's an interesting pickup. You know, arguably the best player from Help Us LFO now actually runs for FearX.
And this is actually a story that was running domestically in Korea for a long time, was if FearX were ever gonna pick up a new player back with the old roster, it was gonna be Misa. Misa is good friends with those guys, they play together in ranked and whatnot, and Misa was by far the best player in the former PSG Talent roster. It would make sense to pick up a strong enemy on an opposing team because you make them weaker and you make yourself stronger.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, both those two teams had to kind of, you know, evaporate for this to happen, but I'm actually happy to see Misa getting a shot here in FearX.
Yeah, of course. Look, Misa must be the saving grace, because FearX have had quite a fall from grace. This is their record historically, domestically, and internationally. And really internationally is what we're talking about here. Of course, 2021, the Sweden Major, 2022, they made every single event back in the day. Invitationals, majors, and then gradually dropping off. Eventually, we really saw that happen at the 6 Invitational. They were first rounded. They were one of the weakest looking teams at the event. And crazily enough, that was only less than a year after FearX made top 8 at Reload. They looked incredible in Rio less than a year ago, and today they are looking at a very different roster. And the question remains, like, can a new era of up-and-coming Korean players make good on what this old roster did for such a long time? All the achievements of this old FearX team, can this new team full of young talent hold a candle to it? Well, they're going to have to, because it's do or die right now in elimination.
But the pressure, right? The last thing you want for a new roster iteration of an, you know, old really good team is to go lower bracket and be like, guys, it's do or die, it's now or never. On one hand, this community shaped them into the form that they gotta perform in, and you really like make them work hard in practice for this 1 week that they've had off stream. But on the other side, you know, you have players like Setzel, up and coming rookie, if you will, tier 1 debutant. Does he need that kind of pressure? You know, playing alongside other big names saying, oh, you got this, so come on, we got this, you're better than this. It can be a tough situation. This could actually literally make or break the entire, you know, kickoff for them. Like, this is where it all happens.
Yeah, of course, we need to find out where we're going to be heading for this game. So let's look at the map veto. Of course, we're playing a best of 3 like we are for every single game here in APAC in the kickoff. So we'll have a couple of chances to see who takes it. Help Us LFO at BK Furex. It's Help Us LFO that picked the first map. And man, I am keen for some Fortress.
Yes, that should be so good. Also, I think Help Us LFO, I mean, picking up a new map against a more, you know, veteran enemy in players like Misa, like Wookieman, I think it's a very smart choice in general, because they're going to know all the older maps a lot better. I think Fortress should be a pretty good even ground to start off on.
Yeah, Furex on Chalet next up, but first of all, we go to Fortress. It's going to be a tough slog for both of these teams, but there are no second chances here in the lower brackets of APAC Kickoff here in the APAC North region. B&K Furex, with all of their history, countless LAN appearances, and countless achievements within Korea and on the world stage, going up against this Orgless Help Us LFO roster. Both teams fallen from grace. Only one gets a shot at redemption.
Monty and Bandit target banned away. Now, for Furex to get started on defense, they can kind of sit back and just kind of see what Help Us LFO they're cooking up on the attacking side. Fortress is one of my, honestly, all-time favorite maps personally. I think it's really well balanced. I think it plays really well. It flows really well. And I feel like both the ranked scene and the competitive scene have really taken to this map right off the rip, which is crazy to think about, because if you know, the old Fortress was seen as one of the worst maps ever by a lot of my people, at least. And to go from that kind of map to this loved and this played, what I mean, you too, James, right? You also have a good liking for Fortress, no?
I love it. You really won me over, Nick, when you were describing Fortress to me at Six Invitational, because obviously that was the first time we really saw it at the very top level. It was the first time I had to cast it. And I hadn't really played it much. It definitely not in ranked. Like, I'd played it a few times, but very much like casually. And I didn't know the map very well. I remember you sent me this document with all the callouts on it, and I was trying to learn the map as fast as possible. And you gave me this like 5-minute crash course in how teams tend to attack and defend it, and it blew my mind, because I'm still stuck in the old Fortress, which played so differently. Ever since then, like, obviously I've played it a bit in ranks now, and I've seen a lot of it. I've casted a ton of this map. It's easily become one of my favorite maps in the game.
Yeah. And I love when that happens. I mean, you know, we need to one day replace, you know, the Bang, the Clubhouse, the Oregon back in the day. And I feel like Fortress Rework kind of shipped us into a spot where I have faith that we're going to get some maps in the future as well that can actually rival those Titan maps. So very excited for the future. Seeing what's going to happen next up. For Help Us LFO, you know, former Dongguk, former manager, now coach, has worked alongside Fabian for 2 full years and has gotten a little bit of a taste of how to make strats and do counter prep and everything else. So I am curious if this is going to be a Fortress that's stylized around Help Us LFO's own play, or perhaps if they're expecting some from Furex that they want to specifically target counter. Could be an operator ban, could be, of course, a strategy in the server. Right now, it's about getting in the building safely and not losing any bodies early. Because, as I said, Help Us LFO historically have the issue of having some weak fundamentals and then kind of losing the grip of the round very quickly.
Yunsang down below. Now, this is one thing that, as a new map, a lot of people are still getting a handle on, the verticality. Especially because Fortress, the floors and ceilings look quite different. So it's hard to tell what is actually solid. For example, where that player is residing at the moment, that's concrete. He can't shoot through it. But directly above where Yunsang was standing prior to that, where it looks kind of like a ribbed ceiling, that is destructible.
Yeah.
It's quite hard to get a handle on, but really important to if you want to master a map.
We got the old tower. You can drop on down and just kind of walk on in and take game space for free as well. B&K Furex are playing the layers. They're falling back slowly but surely. Again, much like many of the maps, you kind of start very aggressively on the roam, very, you know, front forward, kill a drone, fall back, kill a drone, fall back, and you just meet on the bombs with 5 defenders alive if possible. It will come down to executes. Looking at the current landscape of this being a back portion kind of roam clear, it should be a bathroom courtyard attack most likely, with some pressure here on Horse to the left here of Blitz. Horse is kind of like office and clubhouse, is like the backbone of the entire bomb. If you get Horse control, you have an insane advantage, but getting Horse control is also very difficult.
It is. Great usage of the Grimsbees, though. Come out and force back Woogie Man. Wow, what an angle. I don't know what happened there from the Blitz, but Rheumatic is able to find down 2 players trying to enter into Horse as Woogie Man abandoned the position. They tried to lap it up. Now 20 seconds left to play. Diffuser is on the ground, and Rheumatic's found a 3rd kill. NL finishes it off. That is a very dominant start for FearX and a very messy opening for Help Us LFO.
And it goes back to the problems that Help Us LFO have been having for a long time, right? Fundamentals. For example, should you push into Horse first and then breach the bathroom wall? Or should you breach the bathroom wall first and then push into Horse? There's a reason why one of those 2 options is much better than the other. If you breach bathroom wall first, you can actually cut off the player that was falling back to Finrear by cutting off the entire rotation because you see the door. The other one is that Rheumatic, who got a triple kill on Kaid, he wouldn't actually be able to help his teammate had the wall been opened up first because he's literally in front of the breach. But the breach was closed. So Rheumatic kills 2 people on Horse, then the wall gets opened, then he gets the 3rd kill. So again, super, super cool here. We can see Help Us LFO kind of get a little bit more. Step 1, okay. Step 2, okay. Now we go step 3. Because if you go 1, 3, 2, I feel like that's kind of how you get that previous round.
Yeah. Hear that Tachanka's LMG ring out, and I get excited. Doubling down on the areas now with Woogie and NL. Interesting. I wonder what the plan is. Is it around this? No, they are going to reinforce over the external. And the Kai Claw goes down. Yeah, I don't know. Is there a specific place where they want to use the Tachanka smoke? Because it does seem like a heavy investment.
So Tachanka, I think on this map is actually very effective on both of the top floor bomb sites, because on this map, or this bomb site by the right here, you have 3 ways in. They're all single doors. I mean, sure, you can breach the walls, obviously, but the main ways in, Tachanka can cover a single door practically forever with the Shroomier launcher. So you can just start firing off, a shield can push you, because whenever you... This is kind of funny. When you're a shield operator, Blitz, Monty, Blackbeard, etc., and you walk into fire, whether it be from the gas pipes, the Capital, Tachanka, you actually get stunned, like when you get meleeed. Your shield kind of goes to the side. Well, it's a bit of weird interaction. So Tachanka can heavy counter any doorway pushes. And shields are also very popular in Fortress, so again, you can deny 1 whole point of entry. The reinforced off the bathroom wall fully, by the way, and the Kai clawed it, so again, problem solving. Yeah.
Here we see the Tachanka really come into action.
What I mean.
This schema barrier is so funny. It's such a little sliver to hide behind, but a very unusual shape. It'd be quite hard to battle against. Yeah, look, PSG, Help Us LFO are still very separated at the moment, which puts them in a pretty awkward spot. Whereas the B&K FearX guys, they can just sit back and continue to burn time with the smokes and with the Tachanka.
It does feel a bit like FearX is saying, hey, come problem solve. We're testing you. Are you going to fail or are you going to pass? And they don't have any easy way to deal with this Kaid, right? There's no Maverick. They don't have any EMPs on the board, but they got some frag grenades and some map control. The Rider is just at the building.
Oh. Is that a worthwhile 1-for-1? I'm not sure it is of any player to take down. I don't know if the Tuberal is a big target. Rider, though, I mean, it's so much information with him dying. You know, if he was still alive, the Solid Snake can just stand here completely safe in this room and ping out where the players are in the next room, give a lot of call-outs to the rest of the team to try and figure out and execute. Fire goes out from the Tachanka, and this Blitz, while the smokes have gone out, he doesn't really have a lot of choices. He can't run through this fire. He will get guard broken. It's what happens. He tries to sneak on through. He's looking for the Tachanka. Hello, and goodbye to the smoke. And with that, the round is done at the drop of a hat. Help Us LFO erupt onto the bomb site.
A much better look there as well, right? It was very important. They had 3 frag grenades in pocket in that 5v5, and they had to find the Kite Claw for the exterior wall, and they did. 1 nade found it, removed it, and the very important thing here, they breached, then they smoked, then they pushed. Had they pushed before they opened up that exterior wall, that round probably plays out in a very different fashion. So that was Helpless LFO doing the right step by step. And yes, it was a 1-for-1 there for Ryder. Was it worth it? I'm with you, James. I don't think it was necessarily worth it for the 1-for-1, but it did kind of start off the round. And theoretically here, it did give less guns to stop that blitz push later on, who was very successful. Important round in the bag for Helpless LFO. And being a Felix will go to tertiary bump site downstairs, in kitchen/dining. And just play the vertical game. Go upstairs for a bit, roam. Given the fact they have the kite here, they're probably going to reinforce the hatches, fall back, and then kite claw them later on in the round. But you can still start pretty actively. It's one of those sites that you can play the whole map that you desire.
Yeah, I feel like I've casted a couple of rounds on this bomb site where there's been a real lack of vertical play from the attacking side. And it makes it very hard to isolate these positions on site. Now, Ram's not banned. Ram's not picked. Oh, sorry. I must have... I'm crazy. I did see the Ram. I don't know. The Ram's picked! The Ram is going to be the important operator here. When I looked before, I didn't see the Ram. I went crazy. I was like, they didn't bring a sledge. What's going on? They got the breaching charges from inside. They have a little bit of verticality outside of the Ram in the breaching charges. But for me, the Ram is really the important operator here with Ryder. He needs to make sure that he gets maximum value out of these boogie drones. He's got 3 to deploy. And the pivotal thing is not just getting in the hallway of the basement, which is where they would be creating those lines of sight. Should he breach it open from that external wall, he needs to get it where that drone just went, actually inside a games room itself. That's where you can expose these players on the bomb site.
Yep. And there's the hatch right after that room as well in meeting. Likely a kite claw to electrify it. Woogieman is roaming a master bedroom, which could of course go for a flank, but I think it's too early to want to take any real gunfight at the minute. Just hold on the map control, and when the time is right is when you want to flank. When is the time right? It's when the attackers are distracted. It's either when they're busy, doing the vert, fighting vertically, or right before the start, that bomb site execute. Because that's when they're going to be calling, communicating, doing other things. But look at this, a nice pre-place drone spots the feet of Melusi. The thing is, you can't really sprint across the map and go for this gunfight, so unless you hit the pre-fire off the rip here, just air jab it off, Woogieman should be completely safe. And that air jab, I'm very sure it can just be shot here as well.
Yeah.
So the flank is still technically open.
Yeah, you're right. The question is here for Helpless LFO, do they send a player all the way around to try and kill him from the other side, or do they just leave him be? Because they need to make sure that they make good time here when it comes to that vertical game. Now he's detonated the air jab and he's just fallen away. He's really wary that someone might be hunting him down. I think this is the right call from Helpless LFO. You don't need to overcomplicate things.
And they're worried about it, right? So there's the thing, like, they have to respect the fact the air jab is gone, so that does apply a fair bit of pressure. But here's the real attack. Medic, or Medbay. They got the Candelas ready and Prime getting tossed on in. There is a ward, must be careful. He's been impeded once, but it's expired.
Nice job with the Thorn Trap and the shotgun from Stetzel. It's massive, and it's going to lock this round in, surely, for B&K Fear X. Helpless LFO need to go big. Now, Woogieman finally goes down. I think he persisted a little bit too long on that roam game, and he'll be punished for it. Now, verticality has not achieved what Helpless LFO were hoping for. And now Ryder has to make a big entry. Oh, no. That drone is also not going to achieve a lot as he tries to make his way inside. The Thorn Traps continue to keep them at bay, and Fear X just needs to deny this plant, and the round will be over. Time is ticking down, and Harper's the last one standing, so the round is over. And Fear X, I mean, it's pretty easy for them to just cruise on through that. Not enough achieved in the early round for Helpless LFO.
This is often how Fortress ends up being played out in ranked as well, where you kind of have like a one-pump go on the attacking side. The moment you lose 2 players in Medbay to the Thorn, the round is like statistically over, because you don't really get that kind of free way into out the building again. The Ying is dead, they got crossfires established, there are 2 attackers fighting the Roamer upstairs and Woogieman. Either you kill the Medbay player and you come out of that fight alive, or you die, and that will likely be it. So it's also why we're seeing these rounds naturally go very late and get into like a 5v5 bomb site execute. The attackers, they desperately need as many guns and utility as possible to make this work. It's very similar to a clubhouse or a consulate in those aspects, where you're really not going to fight tooth for nail necessarily on the roam. You're fighting the initial extension, which last round B&K Furious didn't really have, or you're fighting the bomb site. There isn't a ton of skirmishes, 1v1s across the map very commonly, due to the nature of the map. So I think Felix are doing a good job of respecting that and really not just giving any free openings for Rebels LFO, making it difficult for them every step of the way.
Attackers have located a bomb.
So what's par for the course here? Help us LFO obviously trailing behind. Is a second round enough, or do they really need to go for 3?
Oh, obviously, this depends on how good Felix are going to be in the attacking side. If we're going to assume that they are, I don't know, as good at defense as they are in attacking, so the skill level, that they will meet the average round outcome, I would say a 3-3 here would be needed for Helpos LFO. I don't think this is a map unless you are, I don't know, a weaker team or having a one-off where you can say, oh, it's fine, guys, 5-1 defense. It's a defender-sided map. I very much think this is actually an attacker-sided map, the higher skill level you go to. But it's still being relatively new. It's still being played by 2 teams that have roster changes. So it's a bit harder to predict. But I would say 3-3.
Oh, I gotta keep up the momentum then. For this round, is it all about the roam clear? Because there's quite a bit of presence here for Furex. Misa, up against his former team, is the one in the most aggressive position, just near old tower. Near that vending machine, but of course he can also continue to burn time. I think that was a gas pipe, not a Goyo charge. Didn't manage to catch it. But regardless, Misa will be caught off guard as he tries to retreat, and Ryder takes him on down. Though it does take a bit of damage to Rheumatic on the long angle. DMR v DMR battle is always a challenging one. You're not expecting it if you're an attacking side to be battling a DMR all the time.
I like this.
I think it's time to just detonate the Goyos and fall back.
They're min-maxing it, right? You and I would just run back, pop it, reinforce the wall, but they stuck around for 10 seconds extra, waited for the drone, then popped the fire, because they know that they could afford to wait. They're not going to walk in before the drone does, right? That 10 seconds might not mean a lot, but if you buy 10 seconds here and there a couple of times in a round, which pro players tend to do, that will make a difference. Especially when you're doubling that down with like more plant denial in a smoke, pre-placed Goyo canisters, etc. The wall did get reinforced. There are 2 Selma charged in pocket, and there is no wall denial on it, so it will get opened. It comes down once again to Helpos LFO. Can they problem solve and execute correctly? They got the dream scenario. They got 5v4. They got time left remaining, a full minute, and they even have a shield and Blackbeard to escort that diffuser in. This should be a very solid round for them.
Yeah, but it's all about just making steady progress from here on out, because a minute feels like a long time until you waste 5 seconds here and 5 seconds there. Great usage of the Flores. The Rotero catches NL. He was caught in the Grimm's Bees for a brief moment. Now Rheumatic will find one, but trade it back, which gives Help Us LFO everything that they need to enter the bomb site. Stetzel's the last one. They know exactly where he is. He can be covered not just by the Blackbeard, but also by Demic outside. No, Demic goes down. Yunsang outside, vulnerable, but does find the kill, and Help Us LFO tie up the scoreline.
Beautiful. Again, they actually take it step by step, and they kind of just take their time. The Flores from getting the kill, I mean, that's the complete cherry on top, because it simplifies so many moments in that one. Blackbeard, as I said, can scroll in the diffuser, the cover is there, and also, they were playing pretty aggro in a 4v1. The moment the first player died, everyone took a step back outside the building if they could, and took a more safe approach to that fight, and just kind of stalling for time to enable that plan to go down. That gives them the second attack, and I said they need a third. But they're in such a good spot to go for it. They were also victorious the last time they attacked this top 4 bomb site of Dorm, so anything really is possible. BNK and Felix are mostly showing us the same strats, the same similar setups. Again, Tashanka being brought out, that's for the denial obviously. No more playing around the wall tricky with the Kaid. They kind of gave up that aspect of the game, despite the fact that they've banned Thermite. A little bit curious, but
yeah.
Truth be told, the issue they had with the Kaid last time is you can't really protect the claws. And I think the issue there is the map is so new that, you know, one thing is knowing the angles and the verticality, as you alluded to earlier. What about those really tricky Kai claw placements and the Sami barriers? That's not been figured out fully yet, right? Because I'm sure there are some that are bonkers. We just haven't found them yet.
Yeah, and to add to that, another operator I would put in that conversation is the Denari, right? Once you figure out some crazy tripwires, it's just, yeah, it can be GG for the attacking side. Another thing, just on the Kaid conversation, Thatcher's really good. Like, Thatcher, with the rework, not only do you have the ability to EMP through walls, but now you can also spot util as well. You know exactly where the claw is.
Well,
and once you stun it, you know that it is a Kai claw.
could you not EMP things through walls before the rework, James?
You could. That's what I'm saying. Not only can you do that through the walls, but now you actually know where it is.
I'm just making sure. You know, as an avid Pro League watcher, I want to make sure that my caster knows how Thatcher worked before the rework. That's all.
You expect way too little of me.
Just checking. For a second there, my foreign brain was like, he couldn't EP through the wall before. That's pretty bad. You got it. This is the good old Solid Snake, or the good new Solid Snake. Just pops the scanner, sees two position, walks in, knows that most of that area is free. Then we got the Blitz Museum hallway, just walking down into a horse, looking to help him fight this bathroom player, but Asami, pretty strong and annoying operator, pops the Asami on the keypad, runs past the angle, and is safely back towards the bomb site, but then dies to the outside window.
Oof. Oh, nice. Second kill for Help Us LFO. Ryder can now go deep.
Careful.
The shotgun, though, is big for NL. No need to overextend here, Ryder. You've died in this exact position on Snake before. NL wants to go swinging, but Ryder reads it. Well played. Solid Snake, 3 kills in the round, traded back by Stetzel. And now it's just him and Woogie Man left in a 2v4. This should be locked up for Help Us LFO. They just need to be careful not to succeed any singular kills. And indeed, they get the crossfire on the Woogie Man. Stetzel all alone, but he finds 1 kill. Now, Help Us LFO know exactly where he is. They turn all their guns in that direction, and they can find the closing kills. Great take of the lead now for Help Us LFO.
Okay, so they've officially entered the area of success, right? The 3 attacking rounds, and they can actually go for a 4th here, which would cause a little bit of an upset. BNK Phoenix, I don't know. Obviously, it's hard to judge on a new roster, but I always felt that when they started really slow with the old team, they would have a hard time making the comeback. You know, and it's really how some teams are like that. Some teams think of old Dark Zero with Troy Canadian. Always started slow, but always end up in overtime, and then probably win most of those matches. But this moment, BNK Fierce down like, I don't know, 2-4, 2-5. I feel like in my memory, I'm always like, they always lose those. Like, they just don't make those comebacks happen. If they still have that same tendency with Wookieman's leadership, I mean, that could just slowly suffocate them here in Fortress. So they need this round right now. They need to tie up the score.
I noticed that Soldier for Help Us LFO in the cameras just there was actually wearing a Sandbox gaming jersey. Obviously, the organization that before Fear X rebranded. That is a throwback. If I've ever seen one. Even Harper, way back in the day, actually played with the Fear X guys.
Yeah.
I can't remember if it was in the Mantis era.
Yeah, Mantis
perhaps?
era, I believe.
Yeah.
Because there's Mantis into Sandbox into BNK Theorix, right?
It was Mantis into, they had a weird name for a little bit, and then there were Mantis again, and then there were Cloud9, and then there were Mantis again, and then there was Sandbox.
I forgot about the Cloud9 era.
Yeah, they were Mantis the very first APAC Pro League. They came second, and they were known as Mantis. None of the players are the same from back in those days, though, unfortunately.
My first interaction with them was...
coach.
I played against them at SI, I want to say 19? I think it was my first interaction with those guys. We scrimped them quite a bit that event.
They went to SI 18 as
it was
Mantis.
18. Ah, okay, it was 18.
Yeah. Look at this from Yinsang. I mean, I just love seeing how
So
these pro
free.
players are using Snake to take so much free map control so quickly. Misa's on the lurk, though.
It's a bit of a cat and mouse game, right? Misa can see the electronics, but Yunsan can see the heartbeats, essentially. Whatever you want to call that as. I'm not sure exactly what it tracks, to be honest. But I see, alert, somebody's here. Either
Yeah,
the
but
whole
he thinks
right
it's...
or bottom to his left.
Yeah, he thinks it's someone ahead of him, but it's actually the person behind him this whole time. If Misa... Misa's got the info on where the Blitz is. Doesn't want to shoot, which is a good move. No one's watching his position. Soldier exposes himself. Ryder turns around to get the response just in time. But the Blitz going down is a massive, massive loss for Help Us LFO.
There's a really great split-second decision there for Misa, right? He could have gone for the gunfight on Ryder, maybe gotten both kills, but he said, in case I die, it's better I confirm the Blitz and have a lower chance of beating the Grim than simply not getting the Blitz at all. Good catch there by Youngsang on Central Staircase. If they can rescue Harper outside the breach, outside the building, this could be a 4v3, but NL low on health. Still got a full minute, and this scanner is getting so much value.
Yeah, it is. Good info for Yunsang. I believe it was Woogieman that was actually spotted. He's in harm at the moment. He's trying to make his way forward. Wants to try and get back towards the objective, which is a good move here. Of course, you need to fortify positions on that site so that they can't just flood in and steal it from you. I mean, Hammam is so far from the objective. You don't need control of it. As Helper Seller foes start to flip their attack, just like FearX flipped their defense.
I mean, time is ticking, boys. 20 seconds, right? And they're still looking for these roamers. Youngsang's the floor above them, going down for the backstep, so they have no info on that scanner. I probably feel like they wish they did at this point. They gotta just take their guns together, 3, 2, 1, and push all at once.
Yeah, it's a critical moment for FearX, but Help Us LFO have the advantage here. They've been so slow, they need to make good on the time. It comes down to Stetzer with the shotgun, and he finds 2 kills. Harper can't find the final one. And so FearX to tie up the end of the scoreline as we finish the first half and move into the second after the halftime break.
Don't be sad, don't be lonely. Don't you know that I love you only? Just be mine, and I'll be yours forevermore. Don't shed a tear, don't hang your head and cry, for no we can make it, make it if we try. Just be mine, and I'll be yours forevermore. Let's stick together, and you will see. Come rain or come shine, you'll be happy with me. So just be mine, and I'll be yours forevermore. Don't be afraid, don't be in doubt. I'm telling you, baby, let's go out.
Don't be sad. Help us to live forward. It's okay that you lost a round. It's even 3-3 makes it more exciting.
When did we
to
get
watch.
this like absolutely banging break music? Like it's funny because I'll pull the curtain back a little bit. I was involved in some of the music choices for APL, and we did not do any of those tracks that I've heard tonight with this kind of like jazzy poppy stuff. So I like it.
So when you were glazing the soundtrack choice last week, were you self-glazing?
It was a meme. Yes.
Oh my god! I thought you were actually praising someone else. Like, nah, I did that. Big dog. Yeah. Self high five.
I was mostly doing like the win music and the tactical timeout music. But yeah, no. For the break songs, definitely didn't get any of that kind of like Olivia Dean-esque stuff, which I am a big fan of. It's quite a vibe. It was funny though. Like, I mean, we need that kind of don't be sad music, like, you know, after someone has a heartbreaking loss or something.
Well, that's the thing. We went from like super hype moment, high intensity, to the break. So it was like kind of fitting because, like, you know, help us to the forward lost round, don't be sad. But imagine that was like you absolutely threw the round into the half break, and then that song plays. I mean, that's comedic timing on a new level. So if production has a keen eye on how a team would lose a round, you could toy with people with the song choices.
I love it. Moving into the second half now, it's exactly what you said, Nick. Best case scenario for both teams, 3-3.
Yeah.
Certainly wouldn't be too unhappy if I was either of them right now. But to help us, LFO, of course, they move to that defensive side. One thing that we didn't really talk about yet so far, obviously we talked about the stakes for these teams. This is an elimination match. You're out of kickoff, you're out of contention for the Salt Lake City Major. And you know, let's be real, like if you're FearX, it's a pretty embarrassing loss to be first rounded in a league that they usually used to be the champions of. Who do you think is actually going to win it? We know the stakes, but who's actually favored in this match?
So in this match in particular?
Yeah, I mean, like, not necessarily Fortress, but the BO3 as a whole. Who are the favorites? Is there a favorite?
I don't think there really is a favorite. Look at how both teams, they lost last week and how they lost last week. I would say if I were to pick one team, I would pick BNK FearX. I think they have a higher ceiling maybe, or maybe just higher expectations. I mean, Stetzel, who's a new pickup, has been pretty hyped up by you, for example, and has performed quite well individually. This is a 3-3 game of Wickman going 0-4 and NL going 1-4. Like, I feel like BNK FearX are still fighting tooth and nail, despite not having every player show up. Whereas on the Help Us LFO side, I feel like we have seen everybody kind of step up in individual moments, and they're still only tied. So slight favor for FearX, but not by much.
Just in terms of the pure players, FearX obviously fighting with far lesser known players on their team. They took a chance on up-and-comers like NL and Stetzel, and even Rheumatic to some degree as well.
Yeah.
Help Us LFO, much more accomplished players, obviously, formerly of Help Us LFO and other teams. But Stetzel, you know, I won't be too critical of him because he's just found the opening kill, shut down Demic, and the smoke as well. Big player to take down, especially while Blitz and Blackbeard are in play.
We have a tricky situation. Is the prone away here. Soldier, he's hitting the deck and trying to escape. Harbor takes down Romantic though else. We're back to a 4v4, but trouble's coming.
Yeah, they're going big for it. A slew of kills, double for Misa, and Yinsang now must retake in a 1v4. They know exactly where he is. Good shots on the Woogie. Don't bother finishing it off. Come on, mate. Misa's going to punish you for that and make you look silly. A much-needed win there for FearX. 2 in a row as they finally take back the lead.
Just a nice little direct attack. Whenever I would describe Fortress, I say it's kind of like Chalet in this. If you want to like simply describe it, you have your direct attack, where, you know, if you're attacking your Master Bedroom and Chalet, you go Solarium, you go Solar Repel, and you go Big Window Repel. That's your very direct attack. They just did that same thing here. They went Lobby Stairs or Eagle Stairs, depending on what kind of cause that you're using here. Then they went to the tower. That's when Misa dropped down on Blackbeard. And then they just pushed down the hallway into lots of bomb site rotations. Essentially, they fight one guy main stairs usually, one guy in the tower, and that's it. Now they're at the bomb site walls. The opposite attack is actually where you just attack the roam clear. So where the current bomb site is, Kid Storms and Games, you had to roam clear that, work your way up the building, and end by the bomb site. So you're doing the opposite. You're never touching that direct portion of the map and main lobby and whatnot. You're simply going for a full sweep. So that's like one of the other attacks that we see on Fortress. The vast majority of the round, we don't really have a middle of the map like we do on Villa Red Stairs or Chalet with all its staircases. It's a bit like Skyscraper. Either you're attacking directly or from across. There is no real middle that's playable by the attackers.
Yeah.
That central staircase is bait. You'll die there every time you go there.
I guess that's the main difference between Fortress and Chalet. Is Chalet has so many external doors and windows where you can really put pressure inside, and Fortress just doesn't quite have as many of those. There's not as many ways to just quickly get inside. It is, ironically, a bit of a Fortress in that regard.
Yeah.
Nice impact. Come on. It's hard to land those these days since the impact range reduction.
I was gonna say, that impact range reduction changed everything. We used to impact trick thermite charges by tossing them above the reinforcement with ease.
Yeah.
And now, you can pray all you want. You can throw as many impacts as you want. You're not gonna hit the thermite charge.
I missed that. Bring it back. Hashtag buff impacts.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, on low-key, with all the heartbeat buffs and changes, you low-key probably could go for it to make thermite bans more appealing. Maybe there's a world where that happens one day. But for now, I think Ubisoft likes that we can actually open up the reinforced walls, because I think if you're solo queuing especially, there's no worse way to lose the game than not able to play the game because the walls are locked in.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Man, thorn traps, bloody hell. Get him, get rid of him. Get rid of him. Not happy,
As you were
Demic.
saying.
Not happy about it, Demic.
No.
Not at all. But the ground is taken nonetheless by FearX. And Blitz.
And it's not no losses. It took a bit of damage, that's it.
That's true.
Tiny
that's
bit.
True. And now the hard breach continues. Really putting under the pump Harper's position inside a bathroom, but he's in his army, so he can continue to create extra fortifications for himself, whether he is to contest or fall back. Oh, that was a miss. Oh, that was finally a hit. Eventually got the job done. A Kiba barrier comes out so critically, but the Blitz will surely finish him off now. Demic! And Harper to save himself! Beautiful from Help Us LFO. Misa is still on the ground, needs to be picked up. BNK FearX have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew, trying to clear Harper out of bathroom, and he's done more damage again onto Stetzel. What a laugh. He's just made bathroom his own, and now Woogieman is the last one standing for FearX.
Absolutely ridiculous. How'd they pull that off? There was a Blitz pushing, Gridlock behind them, like the triple-double crossfire, like they were everywhere. And somehow Harper is still alive with 20 health. Look at that final gunfight, gets shut down by a headshot from Woogieman. He'll get the rebound to Misa perhaps. But I mean, we're looking at 2v4 with 20 seconds left. If you're on the ground, this should be completely over.
Yeah, there's just no way to win this. Look at the HP. The two FearX players. Good flash from Woogie, but this isn't even the bomb site, man. They can just lock it up with the smokes from Ryder. Good attempt there from Misa, but Demic shut him down. It's going to be a round on the board to tie the scoreline once again for Help Us LFO.
Ridiculous turn of events. I mean, I was thinking there the entire time, surely you just throw out your Cuba barrier and just sprint. You just get out of there, right? No. He stuck around for so long, and we didn't really see the full picture. We only were spectating Harper, and we saw all the silhouettes of his enemies. Like, that was not a good idea. But I guess there was communication, because Demic was in the hallway with the Thorn and said, I got you, don't worry. Like, just stay alive and stay in that corner. I got your cross. And they picked up 3 kills and an injure off of that. I mean, look at this. That keeper right there, that saves the round. The wide swing, the crossfire together. They fully blinded hipfire with a deagle headshot. Nice.
Yeah, big round from Harper. And here we are again, 4-4. An even scoreline again. And these two Korean teams are very hard to separate.
10 seconds to insertion.
I'm curious what's the determining factor here, because I don't really have a grasp on it. Like, when we saw the Scars match earlier against Kinetro by Nighthaven Labs, you know, we knew that the turning point was gonna be that third operator ban, because if they ban the mirror, they'll play the Clash, if they ban the Clash, they'll play the mirror. And that's exactly what happened. Like, that was very predictable. Looking at this right now and how BNK FearX are approaching the attacking sides, I'm not sure what's gonna break the Camel's back. You know, are they gonna ban Asami because Asami can hold bathroom and just won the round for them? Are they gonna ban Denari because the tripwires have been super troublesome to clear? I don't know, and I don't know what's gonna make the biggest differences. But it's been these small details of individual heroics and small moments in the round that's been defining the outcome more often than not.
The double shield continues though for FearX. I'm not sure if I love or hate it here. Of course, the Blackbeard is very different to a Blitz. Like, they're kind of the polar opposite shields. You know, Blitz is the dominant shield in close range, the Blackbeard the dominant shield in long range.
Yeah.
Is it the right play here on Fortress?
So, FearX, when they should be the first came around, they would be the first team, I think, in the world to do this. They would ban the Legion, and then they would play 3 or 4 shields on Consulate, and they were running down APL teams with it every single play day.
Yeah.
And then they stopped and never did it again. And so just that.
Yep. Beautiful opening kill for the Blackbeard. That's why you want to run that Blackbeard over a Blitz or a Monty or a Fuse. You've just got that extra firepower with the rifle. Now a slowdown and a restabilization for FearX as they try and figure out how to crack open this bomb site. What is the point of weakness here on Help Us LFO's defense? Oh, wow.
I mean, they should go for a swing, go for broke, get 2 at the price of 1. It's a good trade.
Yeah, well, unfortunate for FearX. They found the opening kill, and then it just goes down the toilet. Massive couple of kills and a big flank from Ryder. Taking the lead once again. Help us, LFO. Looking very good.
That's what I'm saying, though, right? It's these small moments that create the entire turn for the round. 1 kill gets into 3 for Ryder, and everyone pushes together at that exact moment. How do you stop that? Well, probably not in the operator ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, what do you get rid of here? Because if I'm Help Us LFO, I'm not getting rid of his shield. Let him have it. Oh.
Yeah, you might just give it to them.
We're getting baited. There's a pause. It's like 3 seconds. We're about to see it. Ryder might be rebooting or something.
That's all right. But no, yeah, it's worth banning his shield here. They already banned the Monty. Monty is obviously the one over that kind of stands out because you're super safe. The Fuse, the Blackbeard, and the Blitz are not going to have that same shelter. Not sure it's worth it.
FearX guys looking schmick as ever in their team house. You can see Nova in the background of Woogieman's camera. Of course, for quite a long time now, Dark was the coach of FearX. Dark hailing from Brazil. He's now gone over to Virtus Pro. They're undefeated in the EML at the moment, and it means that Nova has stepped back into that coaching role instead of being the 2IC. But yeah, what a big advantage for FearX. Of course, they've got one of the biggest organizations in Korea supporting them. On the flip side of that, Help Us LFO are just that. They are looking for an org. They do not have representation. They went through a bit of drama last year, of course, with the PSG Talent organization pulling out. That would have been a very hard time for those players. And now they are orgless. But I noticed a couple of them are wearing jerseys. I'm not sure what the jersey is that Ryder's wearing right now. I think it's a football jersey of some kind. But I noticed two of the other players are wearing jerseys, which I thought would be very exciting to talk about. Oh, you're saying?
You still have the line.
Yeah, flashbanged me for a second there. Here we go. So Soldier, he's wearing a Sandbox Gaming jersey. Of course, Sandbox Gaming was the organization that this current FearX roster represented from 2021 to 2022 at so many different events. You know, Sweden Major 2021, Six Invitational 22. Of course, that was before they kind of rebranded to B&K FearX. Funnily enough, though, Soldier actually never played for that Sandbox Gaming team. So I wonder if he's done a jersey swap with someone. Because Soldier himself, he played for the old Talon roster, then he played for D+, and then he played for PSG Talon.
Yeah.
Never actually played for Sandbox. And Harper is the other one who's wearing a bit of a throwback jersey. He's got the Cloud9 jersey on. Man, what a throwback. Of course, Harper played for Cloud9 back in 2021. Represented Cloud9 at the Six Invitational 2021. In Paris, of course, that was the old FearX boys with, you know, the old classics like Envy Taylor and Static and Nova, of course. So
yeah,
funny to see 2 players from Help Us LFO running jerseys of their opponents' former organizations.
It's also pretty good branding, saying, hey, your org logo could be right here instead of these guys' logos if you sponsor our team. Which it's always a shame when you have, you know, tier 1 circuit and you're all playing for the same stakes at the same level, but under very different conditions, right? You're either gonna have to work a full-time job or have really good family support back home, or a lot of savings, I guess, you just burn off while you're trying to make it in Pro League. While you have some teams, because look at the player camps, right? You have Team House on the left-hand side, and you have 5 individual rooms on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
It is a tough scenario. And it means you gotta work really hard while getting less funding to then go even against your opposition.
Yeah. Oh, it's a hard game. Obviously, you can still, you know, get prize money for winning tournaments or even just placing in tournaments when you're orgless, but you only get your prize money, you know, however long it takes for that prize money to come through after the stage is completed. Whereas if you're on a salary team, you just know every week or every fortnight or every month that money's coming in, you can pay your bills. In the case of a team house, often your rent is essentially covered because you're sleeping at the team house. Sometimes food, accommodation, all these privileges that you have afforded to you when you have an organization, not to mention the supporting staff and the management that comes with it. It's a huge advantage. Fearex are kind of the last bastion for Korea in a way. But if Help Us LFO do away with them here, perhaps they would take the mantle. Here's a question for you, Pegu. At what point does Fearex like completely abandon the roster and just go and pick up Help Us LFO or a different team instead?
Oh boy. Oh, so the thing is, right, no matter what you do, okay, no matter who you are, you need to give your team a start season where the result does not matter. It's about settling into the competition. I think for Kickoff right now with BNK Fearex, you do not care about the outcome. Of course, you want to qualify as your player. Of course, you're allowed to qualify as an org owner, as a sponsor. But realistically, give these boys a few months together, and then stage 1 in a few months from now, after the Salt Lake City Major, I think that's your real skill test. And if you place poorly in that one, then we can have a conversation about roster changes. But it's so often that teams and orgs, they make changes far too quickly, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's true. Of course, I guess the other side of the conversation is Fearex are a partnered team with Ubisoft, which is why they got invited to Reload a year ago, and that affords them all kinds of extra privileges as a company. You know, as Fearex, the company, they get skins in game, they get revenue generated from the game. That's the goal as an organization. That's one of your primary ways that you make money. And they have to make sure that they can keep that Ubisoft partner spot safely, because if they lose that, that's a huge revenue loss as well. They need to make sure that their team still performs to a level that's acceptable of a Ubisoft partner team.
That is true. As most things, a fine line they have to navigate, and no one knows the outcome until you're standing, you know, at it with it in your hand. This team right now could have a slow start, but they could make a lower bracket run and go all the way to the major in theory. That is technically possible. But a comeback has to start right here, right now. You're down 1 round, 4-5. Trying to claw it back, but damn it, dude. This guy keeps swinging and keeps picking up kill after kill.
Oh, looks for one, looks for a second. It's getting tilted by that Blackbeard, and coming in from behind, it's the Boogeyman on the Ying. He finds a 2K before he's traded on back. It's not unlosable here for Help Us LFO. 3v3, no more gas remaining. Ryder's going to try and create a little bit of a fortress for himself using the final keeper barriers inside of medbay. That does secede some of this bomb site control over to Fearex, who have 40 seconds to look for a plant opportunity.
I'm trying to think, there is actually plantable though. They might need to get a kill. They're trying to choke for it. But what?
The swing from Yinsang bites off a little bit too much though, and leaving Harper all alone. It's now up to Stetzel to plant that diffuser while Rheumatic looks for the cover, but he's got just a pistol, and he swings! Only to find Harper waiting with open arms. It's a big 2K and map point for Help Us LFO.
Where are you looking? You know, I was sitting here thinking, can you not plan in this position? Because Blackbeard was sitting there for, what, 20 seconds straight. He reloaded, he was looking around, he was waiting. Obviously, there was some communication from BNK Fearex that they weren't ready, perhaps. But I was just thinking to myself, you had the upper hand. You had bomb site control. How was it if they were in no position to strike back? But then they planned way later, and they didn't have proper cover. They didn't really utilize the smoke grenades either. Also, should Blackbeard be the one planting when he can just walk in and get visual information on where the players are playing from? I have all these questions. Sadly for BNK Fearex, they've been struggling since that side swap. Yes, they had a one good rush round in the beginning, but ever since then, it's been Help Us LFO clutching up time and time again.
It's an important moment now for Fearex. 2 map points against them. And they have struggled on this attacking side. In these last couple of rounds, the defense is cleaned up.
How is it at full though? They have this tendency to kind of choke on the pressure a little bit. And this is actually kind of when the pressure is on, because it's match point. It's your game to win, you're the lead, you're rolling them, you're winning all your gunfights, etc. They have to kind of break the curse of the past and just cleanly close out Fortress. Because what that can happen in this BO3 series is, let's say it goes to overtime. Whether it helps LFO, they win or lose, there's gonna be some frustration if they start bottling a couple of small moments. That can then bleed into Chalet, the second map, and that can change the course of this entire series. I know these players help us LFO. It's really important to them that they can get this map over the line cleanly. I don't care if it's a guy 1v5 clutching and you technically lost the round but you clutched it, or if it's them flawlessly like winning the round and everybody paid, you know,
did their part in this, but they need to make it clean, not start slowly choking.
So it may just come down to this last defensive round here for Help Us LFO. 2 chances for Fearex to push us to OT. But if you remember how the last time Help Us LFO defended this bomb site and how that panned out, Pengu, it was calamitous for Fearex. It was really up to Harper, who held on for as long as possible inside a bathroom before Help Us LFO peeled back the layers of that defense. This could be a big opening kill, though. Yunsang, his position is red. Thankfully, though, he did not die. He survives. And if he's able to support Harper in this bathroom position again, Fearex will have to be extra careful on that roam clear.
Also, small thing to note that might be worth mentioning, if because they lost the round in the attack and bathroom on the roam clear, they actually never really saw the bomb site setup. Like, not really. Which means they're kind of walking into unknown and unfamiliar territory. Had they been there last time, it's like, okay, we know that this guy loves to play in this corner, and there's like a thorn trap here, an Illimine there, whatever. They're not going to have that full picture. Which means once they do get to that bomb site door, assuming that they get that room clear, they're going to have to spend some extra time scouting things out. NL, half health on Blitz from the thorn trap. What are we saying, James? Shame on you, Demic. Shame on you for playing thorn so well, and for doing damage to our Blitz player of NL.
Hey, the game, not the player, they say. NL is so affected by it, though. Their lack of ability to sprint for such a long time as the debuff finally subsides. Harper is once again the man of the hour for Help Us LFO. That position in bathroom is everything for this defense.
What if you cut this early, right? What I would like to do here, if I was in the server, because I'm scared, I would cut my losses early here, fall back, reinforce the wall if possible, because they have a spare reinforcement. Because that bathroom player can either get you a kill or be a free kill. But if you get the bad result this time around because they're going to counter it, you're starting off this potential final round 4v5. Less than ideal.
Good info for Woogieman on the snake. He sees everything, but Harper swings and finds Rheumatic. Good trade from Help Us LFO. 4v4. They find themselves in as they start to force these defenders back into that bomb site. Is it safe now to go for a reinforcement? I don't think it will be. And Woogieman shut down Demic, aggressive on the door. Woogie doesn't have another grenade to try and get aggressive here. And now, surely Soldier is a dead man walking. The Blitz is watching his position. Somehow he manages to get an angle. NL falls. And maybe there's a way back into it to hold on here for the defense of Help Us LFO. Woogieman needs to have a big impact. Good flashbang to come through from Misa, but then he hits the deck. Stetzel, the only full HP player left for Fearex, has to go big, but Ryder and Yunsang just fortify and fall back and hide on the bomb site. Yunsang for his 11th kill, number 12! He goes big, but the clock will be the killing blow to Fearex. And Help Us LFO polish off Fortress. Map 1 in the books. And Fearex will need to come back on the second.
they've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that will be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh, got another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. He goes dead. Shotgun. Sevens! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the
he gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the confirmation! He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Nesk, you gotta
has
go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Nesk, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. Spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC, Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necroc's the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does, as they win the Mexico Major.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. You can catch me in the pit. I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Reckless energy, I'm never signing out. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
He gets it just in time! There's no time remaining! It is APAC North! They are the best that this region has got to offer!
Map 1 in the bag for Help Us LFO. It's just a beautiful classic when you see a big organization playing up against a bunch of players who are down on their luck with nobody to represent them. They're wearing a mixed match of different jerseys, but they are a storied team, I Help Us LFO, and they've really made a name for themselves across their careers, and today they're certainly continuing that form. Pengu, this is a battle not just to stave off elimination, but it's a battle to determine which team will represent Korea throughout the rest of APL APAC North here in Kickoff. Only one can march on forward and represent their country.
Yeah, when you put it like that, the more you think about it, the more helpless LFO, they are so desperate for this victory, right? Because what better way to help you find an organization than to be the best team from your domestic region of Korea and be the only team to continue that lower bracket run. They need this. They want this.
That they really do. And look, it was a tight game. Fearex actually managed to really bring it back. Even as we can see the scoreline right now, 4-3. It was a very solid showing from Fearex on that attacking side to keep that pressure on Help Us LFO. But then a flip of the switch. And to me, that decisive moment was that round in Bathroom with Ryder support. I think it might have been Ryder, I can't remember. Supported by Yunseng. It was Harper, that's right. Harper supported by Yunseng.
And Demic.
Yeah, and yeah, Yunseng had such a huge couple of rounds as well. Big game, I think 11, 12, 13 kills at the end of it. Exactly what Help Us LFO needed. Like you said, so much riding on this. The pitch to any potential organizations out there to survive and continue being in the battle for Salt Lake City, and of course to carry the torch for Korea. But moving on to map 2, it's Fearex's map pick. I can't imagine a world where this is a 2-0 either direction. I think coming into this, we always knew this would be a rivalry between these two teams.
Yeah, I think a 2-1 victory, one way or the other, is the most logical thing to assume before the game started. And the thing is, if you look at how that Fortress map played out, so many rounds were individual clutches and big moments from Help Us LFO. If they don't have that same shine from individual players getting, 2Ks, 3Ks, etc., that will change the story of Fortress, and it will affect the rest of this best of 3. So I really do think we're going to go the distance. I think Chalet, which is up next, will be taken by Fearex.
Well, this is their moment. A debut of 4 new players on this roster. For Misa up against his former team. And now Fearex must make a comeback to fight for survival here in the lower bracket of APL APAC North. And so we get into Chalet. Fearex have chosen to take us here. And they need to have a big impact. What do they get rid of here for the attackers now that they start on their defensive side? Which is not easy, by the way, on Chalet. It's a very exposed map, especially with that Azami band out against them. What do they get rid of on the attack? Deimos.
Mira Deimos, okay. I'm all for it, actually. I am all for it. I could see Solid Snake getting brought out, though. We saw Help Us LFO play it, 2-3 separate rounds on Fortress. We saw both teams bring it a couple of times, actually. And I think Chalet is quite fitting. It's good for flank watch, good for entry, good for solo play. And also, mind you, a small feature about Solid Snake that we don't actually get to touch upon that much during commentary is how his secondary utility works. Essentially, you'll choose your starting secondary utility. You'll choose the flashbang, a nade, a smoke, or a soft breaching charge. I don't know if you can get claymores. I know for a fact you cannot get the can openers, the hot breaching. But you can choose one of the other ones, right? Whenever a player dies in the lobby, except when you team kill them as Solid Snake because they thought about that, they will drop a pouch on the ground that'll give you the opportunity to pick up one more secondary utility of any other kind. So say you start with a frag grenade and you haven't spent it, you cannot pick up a second frag grenade. You gotta pick up a smoke, a flashbang, or a soft breach. However, you can throw this frag grenade, go back to the pouch which drops from that dead player, and then you get another frag grenade, but only keeping one at a time. You can, in theory, throw up to 8 frag grenades in a round games. 8 frag grenades, theoretically. But
I never thought
it
of it
relies
like
on the map flow to allow kills to happen periodically, right? A lot of maps, let's say Consulate, Clubhouse, even Fortress, you kind of get the 5v5 and 4v4 quite frequently. But Chalet and Border are maps where you might get some early kills, so you can actually get more value out of Solid Snake.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, look, you're not wrong. A little bit of tech here that's changed in recent history. Soldier running the iron sights on the Blackbeard. Ooh, he's actually going to spot the Solus, who's tempted to run out down below. Help Us LFO ideally need to find a way to bait Misa to run outside. I was saying about the iron sights on the Blackbeard. Faster ADS time. Here he goes for it. It's being watched by Demic. Incredible that a lot of damage was actually done onto Soldier regardless.
But James, how much faster is the iron sight?
Not much. Not much. I ran it for a little bit and then I gave up. Oh, nice nade there from Soldier. I love that. Selma to clear barbed wire.
Selma to barbed wire?
Man, that is genius. I 100% guarantee there is a thorn trap underneath that window as well, which is why the barbed wire is so deadly. Woogie takes a lot of damage on his retreats.
Yeah.
I like the position from Yunsang as well. He's got the read on Stetzel. He wants to try and peek him outside. No ACOG here for Yunsang with the DMR. It's a bit awkward. Doesn't want to overly aggressively contest this angle.
Yeah, he has to just stay alive. That's the most important part. If he dies in that bathroom balcony, the pressure is gone. They can kind of retake that area of the map. So it's important to know as a player in the server when your job is to go for a kill and when it's just simply just be there as presence. Now it's a bit of a reset on the round. Youngson going towards library. Haber going back to office balk. Are they gonna flip the entire thing, leave one person with Solar, and just take the map space for free? There is a player 5 by stairs of Woogie Man. I don't think they know or expect him to be there. So that could be a huge flank in a moment's notice.
Yunsang should be aware of it. No.
Oh, he is?
Yes, he was. He snuck into library, and Woogie Man left all alone is taken down. But while Stetzel finds one, he's left all alone. 3 versus 1 now. To help us LFO to isolate this final pick, they should know where he is. They need to make sure to use the leverage of this Blackbeard to gain information. Info here for Stetzel onto Yunsang's position. Was there a camera of some kind? Was that surely not the default? Yunsang goes down. Very winnable 1v3 now for Stetzel as he makes his way forward. The upside down rappel here for Demic is deadly. And Soldier, I mean, he's got to be careful because he's already low HP. One shot to the leg from the DMR and he's dead. But if he just tries to play a little game of cat and mouse, that should be it. Stetzel needs to try and take these fights one at a time, but Soldier's got him, and Help Us LFO looking pretty solid on the attacking to start on Chalet.
I mean, very impressive post plan, right? They planned in such a spot that you can be on Solaire and Repel outside the building and see the diffuser entirely. It is a guaranteed round victory, and it doesn't matter if Yunsang died on the flank on library because they got the information that he was playing out of office. They can say, guys, he's so far away. The planet will go down. GG, nice try, good round. And it started off being a little bit, oh, okay, they didn't get that first initial pick, but then Help Us LFO just really figured things out in the mid-round. And it's thanks to Soldier on the Blackbeard. And it's why these shield operators have been so pivotal for so long. But look at this. Misa in a 5v4 went for the impact grenade run out. And this is one of those things that is so hard to value as a player. If you're playing the 4 versus 5, aka you're down a member, you can go for that impact grenade run out, and if you get the kill, you're playing 4v4. Excellent, you're even. But if you lose that, then you're playing 3v5, round is certainly just lost. But what happened here is the opposite. The Incatheers were in a 5 versus 4, that man advantage. Some would argue that Misa didn't need to make that play, because if you lose that play, now you're back to a 4v4, and you've lost your advantage. Why make a risky play if you've already gotten the advantage in the first place? Obviously, Misa made that play thinking there was only one guy repelling, and he knew from his teammate communicating with him that he was shooting at his teammate. So in his mind, that's a complete free kill. But he got baited. And that's how that round kind of turned upside down very quickly. It's off those small moments.
Yeah. Man, somebody call the shield police and say that, okay, it's open season. Demic and Soldier doubling down. Blackbeard closed up the last round, and now we've said, okay, let's bring everything else except for the Blackbeard. Blitz and Monty combo. It's scary. The Monty is great, though. We don't often get to see it played because it's banned so frequently, but the ability to just gain so much information and play slow and safe and call out to your team is huge here for Soldier. It's going to enable the Blitz to actually jump up inside of Library, and it's going to allow Soldier to get so much info. Problem is, he's isolated here, and he has the diffuser. So if he goes down, that's a huge detriment to Help Us LFO. But if he doesn't get dealt with, look at what he's able to achieve. But look at those Thorn Traps. They get actually destroyed, I think. One destroyed the other one. Now Soldier is so tempted to go for this kill.
I mean, again, if they somehow find it, you know, you said yourself, the case is on the ground, the smoke comes out, Blitz jumps in. This is going to be the push.
Here it comes. Yunsang and the Blitz have to make this work out for Help Us LFO. Great teamwork there. The flashbang and Yunsang to come in with that assault rifle. Our top floor control dominated by Help Us LFO, and Furex are once again on the ropes.
honestly a very impressive strat right there, picking things apart in a very different way. And if only Monty could make that play of walking into Fireplace and up the staircase, because he's so safe with that extended gadget shield. No other operator can replace that kind of position. It's why he's often banned on every single map in the game. Yeah. But what now? What's the second line of thinking here? Harbor gets a pick onto Misa. Stetzel and Woogieman both on 1 bullet worth of health. This round is completely falling apart, and they just thrown the guy on Fireplace stairs as well. Yeah. And they see the guy blue stairs. Yeah. They got full information.
It's just so well read, isn't it? FearX trying to get aggressive time and time again, but help us LFO. They've been slow, they've been patient, they've got their number, and a big round for Harper on the Capitao as well. 2 kills to close it, and help us LFO look even more convincing in their second successful attack.
That was good. The big thing here from Help Us LFO from this week to last week is partially the discipline of not being like soldier stressing, you know, there's two guys on place, 1 guy below, and just sounding very much under pressure. And I can say this because if you look at every other player around him, they weren't worried about soldier being in trouble. He was likely saying, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine. And then you count down 3, 2, 1, you smoke, you flash, you push. Nobody was stressing the urgency there in a bad way. That's phenomenal. The second one is they're also not making any mistakes. The second they get their first kill on towards the mezzanine player, they instantly flashbang for the blitz so that they can push small box. They smoked off the crossfire angle and they get blue stairs control. The moment that happened, instantly, boom, unflanked drones. And they see the guy flanking them on Fireplace stairs. Then they get off the flank camp, they get a freebie. Blitz, of course, who got escorted into blue stairs, sees the blue stairs flanker, and they get information as well. So everyone is doing their individual roles so well, and they're taking turns on flank watch. A lot of the time you'll have a guy watching the flank, then you go, hey buddy, I need you over here. They go, okay guys, I'm off flank watch. 10 seconds later, somebody goes, oh my god, I got flanked, why is no one watching the flank watch? I was like, no one else took that responsibility. It's something that often happens in the heat of a round. So the fact that they're all taking that responsibility together is phenomenal.
Help us LFO have a lot of ideas here on Chalet, which is great.
Certainly.
It's exciting to see, especially considering VRX's map pick, right? They're the ones that you'd expect to come into it really prepped with some fresh stuff. Help us LFO, they've showed us a cheeky Blitz Monty combo push. Now they're showing us the Monty returning, but also a Glaz. You know, they've used Blackbeard as well. A lot of different ideas brought into the mix for Help us LFO.
I'm curious with FearX though. It seems a little bit default for Chalet. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but if Help Us LFO keep doing these funky things with one-off pocket strats, usually defaults don't work very well into it because you're doing these pocket strats, expecting them to do what what they usually do. So it could be at one point that FearX gotta take that strat book, flip it upside down, and start doing some other stuff, and maybe give players like Misa, like Stetzel, like Romantic a bit more wiggle room and freedom to go for plays. Because again, this is good on paper, right? They're gonna kite trick, two-brow trick. What happens once they breach this wall, if they breach this wall? Well, then they have a single of the portable shield from piano that is supposed to stop them with the glass and the Monty push. That's probably just not gonna happen. But if they deny this wall successfully, that'll of course just prove my whole thing wrong.
Freeze in effect.
Yeah, sometimes it just comes down to being patient though. Help us LFO, just wait out the two-brow.
You have to.
And FearX look to just fall back a little bit. NL doesn't want to overcommit, so the Denari will fall back, but they're still going to try and play this crossfire for as long as they can.
Yeah. One thing that Help Us LFO don't have is the window pressure. Nobody piano, bathroom, a big master bedroom repel. They don't want to be exposed to a single gunfight, which is risky, but they're also enabling and allowing, rather, being confused to just fall on back, but they keep finding the picks, James.
Yeah, this is unusual, though. You don't often see an attacking team look to actually dominate control of the top floor. They usually just try and poke and prod and then focus up on the bomb side, but no, the insistence from Help Us LFO to commit to the top floor, to eliminate every last FearX player that might be trying to hold on to some semblance of a defense upstairs. And now Help Us LFO, they've dominated the entirety of the second floor. They can focus on just converting that to an execute onto kitchen and dining itself.
And the timer is less than 20 seconds. They're not rushing. They're not sprinting. They're not giving them any free pace. They want to make this round clean cut. But with these last few seconds left, James, 1C4 could unravel this entire attack.
It could, but not if they go for kills instead of the plan. It's all up to Rheumatic. They know where he is. And Ryder finds the final 2 kills. He's riding a wave for Help Us LFO. And it's 3 rounds in a row on the attacking side.
Get the Monty gone. That right here. I'm saying Monty ban. Yeah, next topic. Let's talk about something else.
Yeah, not even a conversation.
Get rid of it. Not even a conversation. Single-handedly, Monty has now won them 2 rounds, right? You walk up 5 stairs, you pick out the roam, round over. This round, you walk into piano with the glass and the smokes, and you again completely tear it apart. There's someone's ban, no surprise. The Warden ban here is really cheeky because now you can play Ying and you can play glass, and you can play Blitz for extra set of smoke grenades or a fuse shield and still have the shield operator. It just means you've dealt with one problem, here's another. And this time you cannot counterban it.
Yeah, wow. You're right though, that Monty, it just gives them so much. But of course, ban that out. They've shown their hand. They're happy to play Blitz and Blackbeard as well. As we go back to the very first bomb site that FearX tried to defend, it was the very first round. It didn't work out so well for them. If you remember, Pengu, Help Us LFO was so good on that top floor attack as well with the Blackbeard, with the Ying. Oh man, what do you do here if you're FearX?
Yeah, as I said, I think you gotta go off the paper, off the defaults. Like, we're seeing them playing behind their shield and kite, two-brying the wall, and then they fall back like they're supposed to, and then they lose. And then they start lashing out. They jump out the windows, they throw out the C4s, they take some gunfights. I think you gotta get in their face. They're playing, look at the attacking lineup, right? They're playing for execute. You know when you see this Warden ban that the glass and Ying would come. I said that the second it happened, and I hope BNK FearX also would realize this. What you need to do here is fight them on the roam. Look, they have no roam clears. There's no shield at the minute. Deimos was target banned by BNK FearX themselves. They're not playing Solid Snake. They want to get to the bomb site. If you give them the path to the bomb site, you will probably lose. Fight them early, fight them often.
Yeah. Yeah, you're damn right. That said, remember last time on this bomb site, Misa tried to embody that exact mentality, and he died running outside.
He
trying
did.
to take the fight to
Well,
him.
that's... We need more people to do that thing that Misa's doing and do it together, right? If you say, hey, let's have 2 people roaming library and a guy roaming bar, we're gonna have the roam game. Then we're gonna have 2 guys watch the bomb site rush. Now you have a playable round. But if 5 people are by the bomb site and they play utility, you get forced back.
Actually kind of unlucky that the Help Us LFO didn't find the kill in the retreat from Misa, but I guess they'll find the shotgun kill. Where was that? Was that
Trench door?
What? How?
Must have been.
There's no way
from the
Misa...
big window, no?
Wasn't Misa the guy inside a solarium like 2 seconds ago? Or am I crazy?
No, that was NL. I think that was NL.
Okay.
On smoke.
Yeah, well, aggressive play from Misa doesn't work out just another time. Good kill though from Stetzel, alleviating a lot of that pressure from the Ying. On the main window, but Soldier, he's carved his way into the bomb site with that glass, wants to get up close range, but the shotgun will best the DMR. This is a lifeline now for FearX that has been cut loose as NL is decapitated by Ryder. 3v2. Stetzel and Woogieman don't know whether they need to make a move or whether they can bide their time. I think Woogieman's running outside. He doesn't have a good read, and Stetzel just peeks into the waiting arms of Demic. Yeah, it's a complete obliteration of FearX. Round after round by Help Us LFO. They have carved a mark into Chalet. It's 4 straight, and FearX are left with far too many questions.
This is definitely acts of desperation. I think a bit of mental tilt settling in. FearX keep making individual plays and losing on those individual plays. Misa has now died 2 times, solo lashing out somewhere, trying to be the hero. And I said this myself, you gotta fight them, and you gotta fight them often, but you need to fight them together. It can't be Misa on Solis using his gadget, seeing there's no drone, then going for a gunfight 2v1. It has to be Misa and one of his teammates that make that play happen so you have a higher chance of success. Otherwise, you make a bad situation worse because you just lose a player. Then you play a 4v5 instead of a 5v5. it feels like Theorix from our perspective here, top down, neutral, no voice comms, that they're a bit divided on how to play this game right now. Because one part of them is like, follow the paper, follow the prep, follow the analysis.
Yeah.
Right? We prep for this. The other half is saying, the prep isn't working, we gotta play off instincts. And both of those strats can work. Instinct can work, and the paper can work. But they cannot work when you're doing both kind of half-hearted with different players thinking different things.
Yeah.
They need to align on how to approach these rounds now and just play together.
Obviously, both teams made roster changes, but FearX changed 4 players, whereas Helpless LFO only changed 2. And you're right, a lot of the none of these 5 players were on the same team last season for FearX. They're getting used to so much. Woogieman and Nova, their coach, are trying to kind of bring forward what FearX already had in the back pocket. Mies is trying to bring the stuff that he had when he was with Help Us LFO and PSG Talon. And all these other players like Stetzel, NL, and Rheumatic are trying to bring their own ideas as younger, fresher players into the mix. How do you blend that all together? Well, sometimes it just comes to playing individually and going for broke, going for your own individual plays, and that's what Rheumatic's just done. He's playing quite aggressively, actually, just on the west main stairs. He's found a player earlier, Yinsang, trying to enter trophy. But aside from that, I mean, you can see it in the evidence that Misa, who's one of the best players in the game, the best players out of Korea, is 0-4 at the moment. Hasn't even got an assist. And Woogieman, one of the most experienced players in Korea, is also 0-4.
Yeah, Rheumatic, the young gunner, stepped up though, and he has found one. And this actually slowed down Helpless LFO significantly for this one. And they're also up against that basement bomb side, which I think plays quite well for the FearX here. There's less angles to worry about, less threats. You can't really rush the bombs. I mean, you can try, but let's be honest, it's very risky, very, very dangerous. So they're going for a full clear or half clear, doing the vert. But see this, they have no real roam control. Solus is in piano right above the area that Rheumatic isn't dining. They're on for a flank, and timer's ticking. This is by far the best round for BNK FearX thus far.
Yeah, and there's also a bulletproof camera on site from Misa, which can see through the smokes. I feel like
the timing.
We need to see BNK FearX threatened on the plants, on the basement, but Help Us LFO fighting from a man behind. Feel like they can't do that until they get a pick. And Rheumatic is in such a deadly spot. Inside of dying, just on the other side of it, Harper is trying to figure out whether there's a player in that position. A flashbang goes towards blue. Woogieman can keep them at bay, and Impact goes out, but still Rheumatic. It hasn't been properly cleared as of yet. Can they hunt him down? That's my question. Indeed, they can, and the plant starts to go out. Demic's going to be able to get the plant down. Soldier is covering. Nobody is home for FearX. The first round, Pengu, where it looked like they might have a chance. There's absolutely none whatsoever, because Help Us LFO have got that plant down and assume post-plant positions. Woogieman finds his first kill. NL needs to support him as Woogie finds a second. It's up to Soldier in a 1v2 with no util. I think there might be info yet. Now they know where he is. He needs to jump over and go down to the main stairs, but he's got to walk through barbed wire to do that. But NL is not being covered. Woogieman finally trades him back, and he can get the clutch up. A much-needed clutch for FearX, and a 3K for Woogie. The first round on the board for FearX.
That was such a necessary round for them and their mental, but the fact that it took that much effort to win it, I mean, somehow the flank was successful. You know, you had 2 separate players from Help Us LFO locking down the flanks. The Ram on first floor, and then there was Ryder and Nomad on top floor. One holding Solus and one holding Rheumatic. And they were doing such a good job at locking things down. But there was that final small gap. The Ram was basically watching that verticality right when the plant was going down. And that very small moment of weakness, it got exploited by BNK FearX. Finally. They get one round, but I mean, if that's how much it takes to get a single or one, how many can they get? They're desperate for a second and a half so they can go onto the attacking side having an actual realistic shot at this.
Yeah, 1-5 is unacceptable. Right, we need
it's not
a
good
2-4 split. That's it. I mean, that's kind of the end of the conversation. That's all there is to say. We need to see FearX win this next round. Otherwise, it's pretty much done. Pretty much over.
So Helmut's gonna pull that back on the shield duties. The soldier, he has been phenomenal, but he was also the glass player. And it does put you into that box of choose one or the other. That's why having multiple flex players in one roster, one lineup can be so valuable. Just gives you many more opportunities to go for different attacking strats, really. We see Ryder back on the solid snake and see there's a player holding the jump in and dining. Had that been clear, you just send it. Now you're in now you're in West in trophy rather. You get a good bit of map control. The fact that it's not clear, no big deal. Go somewhere else. There's gonna be a gap somewhere for these entries.
Help us, LFO. Just need one more round. And then surely you just ride it out on defense to the victory. You ride it out. You put FearX away. And you march forward in this lower bracket. Good nade idea here from Soldier. Good coverage from Ryder. That's good teamwork. Ryder's trying to pressure from the bathroom window, but he'll actually get injured. Stetzel does a lot of damage. Because he's got these thorn traps, he can cover himself. Soldier needs to check this corner in close range. It's an awkward spot for him. He gets it down onto Rheumatic. But he can't finish off Stetzel, and Misa's come over to support as well. Now Stetzel's found Ryder. This is the best chance we've seen so far for FearX. They should be able to get a second round on the board.
Yeah, they're stabilizing. Just watching out right now. Shotgun on that staircase. Final flashbang. Shoddy v shoddy. Harbor gets it though. And Romantic is still injured. Just not been revived actually. But this is the issue. They have two players on Solarium stairs and a third player outside the building. They don't really have any real way, no pushing power. And to make matters worse, this isn't the bomb site. It's bar gaming across the building.
3v3 is so winnable. Oh, that's a big kill though onto Stetzel. Look at the re-aggro as well from Woogieman into Library to retake that control. Such a big roam. FearX have achieved this round, but Stetzel finally being put to rest with Rheumatic off-site and low on HP. This opens the gates. Help us LFO on the bomb site. Good read as well. Harper hears the shots ring on out. He needs to know where Woogieman is. Upstairs in Library. Demic has the diffuser as now the attackers become the defenders. They've got control of the bomb site. But Demic can't get inside without exposing himself to that hatch. So he has to rotate over into Mudroom instead, which is risky because that exposes himself to both Rheumatic and Woogieman, who now have a crossfire on both of the remaining attackers. How do they play this? Well, Woogieman will shut down Demic. Harper has to clutch up, finds the first one, but Woogieman again to clutch up. For FearX, it's a second round on the board and a much needed one at that as we go into the half-time swap. FearX 2 rounds to 4.
A very much needed clutch and back-to-back rounds for BNK Fearx by the most experienced player on the roster of Woogieman. But if that's what it takes to get a round on the board, I mean, they're going to need a lot of Woogieman in this one because they're down 2-4. The side swap has occurred. Helpless LFO going to defense of Chalet, the less favorable side, but they have been the much better team.
Yeah, look, Help Us LFO have built a lot of momentum, not just on Chalet, but remember how Fortress panned out, especially near the end of it. Some big moments from Harper, big moments from Demic and Yunsang. Even this round getting as close as it did after Fearx killed 2 players at the start of it goes to show how good Help Us LFO have been on Chalet. Now we flip things, Help Us LFO on defense, as you say, and I'm most excited to see how this Denari plays out, especially with how many shields we saw come into play in that first half. They're going to make an appearance in the second half as well, Pengu, and not just because of that Monty, but maybe even because of this shield from Woogieman as well.
I can't lie, I'm a little bit surprised that Help Us LFO let the Monty go through. I feel like when you're up 4-2 and the enemy's been struggling, like, because they're also struggling on Fortress on the attacking side, Monty is that clutch operator for the vast majority of teams in the world. By banning it, you're making the attacks much more frustrating, much more difficult. You can't skip steps. We'll see what happens with that third operator ban. Maybe they'll go back and rethink that. But for now, it'll be Misa, actually, who plays the Monty often as the IGL, similar to Soldier when he was playing it for Help Us LFO. You can call the shots because you get so much mental space and clarity when you're on that Monty operator. Don't gotta worry about your own body, and you can die and get swung and reaction times. You can just kind of play the game as a drone that can talk, essentially.
Boss G, Vigil. That time of the week again, I guess. Oh, just misses his shot. I'll tell you what, Stetzel's had a pretty good game today. He's really come into his own in terms of the fragging capability. Still, it's not like he's putting up crazy numbers, but a couple of good rounds on the defense there. He was playing Thorn, so it doesn't count, but yeah, it is what it is.
He's pulling his weight, for sure. If anything, it's actually been Misa who's been a bit behind the curve of expectations, I would say. I mean, he's had a rough time on the defensive side, but hopefully now with the IGL leadership, he can shine on the attack.
Oh man, these guys are so dead. They're both so dead. Well played from Fearx. NL to deliver the killing blow on these 2 players that were hunted down below the bomb site. This should be a round locked in now for Fearx. I mean, you really shouldn't be fumbling from a 3v5. Harper wants to get aggressive. He's in a good position. He's also got a bit of info from the default cam. And Rheumatic is low. So if he can be isolated, that should be a freebie.
It's also another round, an instance where Monty just shines. You know, hold middle mouse button, walk to the building and say, enemy here, somebody watch him. Like, you can't really stick around on the roam game against the shield operator. Harper finds a wallbang fight, kind of, through the soft wall of office and towards the office balcony.
Is that breach?
Gets 1 kill.
I don't think that breach is vaultable. I think that the Salmas are actually separated, and now it's a 3v3.
Oh boy.
Which means if that breach is not, in fact, actually vaultable or crouchable, I think that this round is pretty much over. I don't know how Fearx... Like, this is very sketchy for Fearx.
You still got the Monty that can walk on in. You have 4 frag grenades and Deimos Tracker. The only issue here is, honestly, Rheumatic being 1 HP. He can't really take a whole lot of gunfights. There's 2 C4s in response. Yeah, this is very tricky. Kind of even, kind of not. Monty's in the building, so I guess it's vaultable, yeah?
No, it's not.
But they shotgun the soft wall.
They open the soft wall. But wow, that breach not being properly opened could have been deadly. It doesn't matter because Stetzel's found a big pick. But you're right. Down below in Fireplace, Ryder has a Nitro cell. He's killed Misa. He's made it a 2v1 now, and he has to clutch up, but Stetzel can track him down. It's up to Rheumatic now to plant that diffuser with Stetzel to cover. Lots of grenades left available as well as Ryder gets aggressive. Plant is down. There's no Monty to worry about, which means this is 2 1v1s, and it's so winnable for Ryder. P10 Roni in hand. Rheumatic so low on HP. The real challenge here will be fighting Stetzel while that track from the Deimos comes out. How does he play this now? He knows where the Deimos is. He wants to isolate this one. He's worried about Rheumatic as well. He baits out the first peak, but Stetzel finds him with the Vendetta. And the gap is closing for Fearx.
honestly, it's one of those rounds that how was it if they played it so well until they didn't, right? They sent a player downstairs that had a C4, and the C4, the default plant location, they killed the Monty. Excellent stuff. There's like 11 seconds left. The round should actually be won. But then the player on the bomb side, Demic, he actually swung in piano to master bedroom and dies right here. And that kind of loses them around. Because what would have happened is that the Monsty's below in fireplace, he can now see the plant spot and the diffuser with the verticality. The guy on the bomb side just has to wait until the guy below says, hey, they're pushing deep. And that's when you swing. Dying before that happens means Ryder is stuck downstairs, has to run back up a staircase, and he gets demos tracked. He's not supposed to win the post plant there. So kind of a shame that they got so far and played so well, only to lose at the very final stretch of the round. But good for Fearx. They keep the game running. They get some more confidence back onto their side. But that should have been a much cleaner round victory than what they showed us. That was a 5v3 off the rip that became almost a 1v1.
Tell you what, Pengu, 3 rounds in a row. Never say never.
Yep.
And now it looks like Help Us LFO are the ones trying to get a bit cheeky, trying to get a bit desperate.
I don't know about this, James.
It didn't
2
work.
Spawn peaks in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't work for Misa, and obviously Yinseng last round tried to do it with the Boss G, and it didn't work.
Also, what's with all the Boss G's today? We spoke about how it's kind of fallen off a bit, right? And now we've seen like 5 times today.
Literally saw in 4K how bad the Boss G is at spawn peeking on border, because he landed the chest shot and didn't get the kill. Like, that means it takes the exact same number of shots to kill with the Boss G at that range as it does with Tuberel or a Rooney's DMR. If you really want to spawn peek, bring one of those instead.
Didn't go for it though. He still has that spare impact in pocket, or 2 spare impacts in pocket. Instead of looking towards library, good timing. Drops down the hatch. They've burned a few pieces of utility. Another grenade gets tossed out now, very sparingly here. Not too much of a worry, I guess. They have smoke grenades in pocket. They got a blitz in the window. They want to full send it.
And so Woodman goes deep. I think it was a Nitro cell that got EMP'd out of midair. And now the gunfight taken by Woogieman. He does fall, but he's done his job. All that Woogieman on the blitz needed to do was try and delay enough time to enable that plant to go down, and so it has for Fearx. Problem is, they're now fighting from a man deficits, and it's up to Help Us LFO with that clash to try and retake, which is not impossible. Improbable, yes, but not impossible. We've got plenty of util, the gas to come through from Demic. But critically, Help Us LFO need to make sure they have control from up above. The gas is massive here. Harper's hiding behind the clash shield. He sticks it. Help Us LFO. It's a retake of their lives. And they get it across the line. Fearx cannot find that planter. I cannot believe they managed to get that done. 7 players still alive in the server.
Outrageous. I mean, it's such a troll scenario because you saw the player white swing in the window, right? Just shooting through the smoke, being like, surely he's there. No, he's there. No, he's there. It looks like you can see the player because the smoke is kind of covering the shield, but they are diffusing behind the clash shield the entire time. So they stop panicking in the very end. There's one way you win that, and it's honestly with the clash shield, and to double down, they didn't have any throwable self-destruction. You know what's funny? Right before they jumped in the bomb site window, they tossed out their final grenade from Striker, Romantic. That grenade, had that not been spent before they jumped in the window, but been saved for the post plant, that shield would have never worked. Because all it takes to stop that play is one single grenade. But they probably didn't know there was a clash. They didn't think about the post plant. I mean, they're more worried about getting the bomb down than what happens after the fact, because it has to go down in the first place. Ridiculous turn of events, though.
And finally, the win streak from Fearx has been broken. They got 3 in a row. And as soon as one goes onto the Help Us LFO side of the column, we're suddenly just 2 rounds away from putting this to bed, eliminating Fearx from APAC North. And Yinseng is again tempted to go for this spawn peak.
Man.
I cannot understate the gravitas of this moment. Fearx on the verge of elimination.
He's waiting for the rappel sound or a drone close. He could have typically gone for the run out earlier when he was to his hard right, but I don't think he wanted to take that risk. I didn't have the exact sound cue. But I like the fact that Yinseng isn't doing this like for no reason without purpose. can also call the C4 toss for Demic, actually, if they end up going on a drone outside. Wookieman injured and confirmed, and a trade from Stetzel onto Ryder.
So worthwhile.
But losing the Blitz from Mossy, yeah, not worth it at all.
Not for Furex,
That's your
definitely
pushing power
is.
gone.
For Helpas LFO, that is a worthy trade. Misa's going to fall as well. Yinsang manages to dodge a bit of fire as well. He might be trapped here, but at least he can hold on and continue to delay time. Furex are on the ropes.
They have to chase him, I think. I mean, right now they got 2 minutes. It's worth it. The verticality, though. From Bathroom down to 1 HP from Stetzel. They're going to 3v1 Youngsang downstairs. But again, no matter what happens here, it's still worth it for Helpas LFO.
Oh, Boss G comes out. Just a blow of the wind on a Stetzel and he'll fall, but Rheumatic goes deep, finds the kill. A big one. He's also going to pick up a frag grenade on the back of it as well with the Solid Snake's ability. Now, Furex have evened up the numbers, but time is ticking away. And Stetzel's still on such a low HP. How do they conjure up a win out of thin air?
I mean, if you play around the Solid Snake right now and get some information, that could be one way. They don't have any Sophia charges for, you know, verticality, for a vertical kill. The issue is these Denari lasers, 1 tick and Stetzel's gone. They have 1 way to burn them, 2 ways actually. They can throw this last flashbang, some of the only heart-breaching, or the final drone into the laser. That's it. So this singular point of laser in the map could honestly stop the entire push, at least for 1 player. You're not gonna want to go through that.
Oh, and that shield is going to make it so difficult.
Yeah.
Track onto Harper from Rheumatic on the Solid Snake. There's a repel onto the balcony. Stetzel does find 1 kill. He's still low HP. The advantage on the health squarely in Helpas LFO's favor, and Harper has been so good today.
They can't get in.
No. I think this might be the end of the line. Surely not. Stetzel and NL have to vault inside. He does, and he immediately dies to the laser. There was no choice, and his second immediately to follow. Helpas LFO claim match point on Chalet and put Furex on the verge of elimination.
Oh my god. I mean, the thing is, this could have been over 7-2 as well with that basement post plan that did not work out for Helpas LFO in the 1v2. This is so close. The fact that the Denari laser wins them the 2v2 is also incredible, right? Window bathroom jump in, denied by the laser. The only way into the bomb site on Solarium breach a door, also denied by the laser. And the third operator ban, to nobody's surprise, is gonna be the Monty. They're
and
removing
the Denari.
that 1 operator. And the Denari, which is a great operator choice here, actually. But it takes away that final bit of crutch for Furex. You know, they were playing the Blitz, that wasn't working out. Now they're trying the Fuse Shield maybe from Wookieman, who knows. But it really was just the Monty and nothing when it came to the shields.
Yeah, oh man. Now, yeah, you're right. They can try the Blackbeard. I don't think it'll have the same level of success. The Monty was the secret ingredient for Furex, and now that the secret is out of the bag, Helpas LFO ban it away. And now 3 match point opportunities available for Helpas LFO. And for Furex, that means being first rounded in the tournament. If they lose any of the next 3 rounds, Pengu, Furex are the first team eliminated from APL. And considering that last year, in 2025, Furex were the #1 team out of APAC North. Across the group stages, in Stage 1 and Stage 2, they had 10 regulation wins, 1 overtime win, 0 overtime losses, and only 3 regulation losses. That's a win rate of 11-3. That far surpasses CAG or D+, PSG Talent Scars, Kina Trip, you name it. They were the best team last year. They made top 8 at Reload. And after a disastrous 6 Invitational, they dropped 4 of their core players that have been with them for at least a year, some of them longer than that.
Yeah.
And pick up a bunch of rookies, and Misa, formerly from Helpas LFO, who's now about to be eliminated with a 1-9 scoreline against his former team.
That one's gonna hurt. I mean, you might leave the team as friends, but it's always going to be a little bit personal when you face them later on, when you're on a new journey on your own. Helpas LFO, again, they're just holding steady on this defensive round and letting BNK Furex make the first moves. They hold the one, right? They're holding on Master Bedroom, a little bit of Solarium sound, they're holding Office verticality. They even find their drone in the rafters of master bedroom, so info denied. I mean, it really comes down to NL on the Blackbeard to just push them in the building, be the bulldozer, shove the defenders away, and get that map control. But look at the timer. 1 minute 40 seconds. They're only now by the breach. Thankfully, they brought the Maverick because there's a Tubra and Kaid on the wall.
Hello. Tubra just says, oh, that's a Blackbeard. I'm going to give him a few love taps just for the memories. Nade might be about to come out, but we need to see an actual gunfight taken here for Theorex, because it should be pretty straightforward for Ryder to dodge this nade. Let's put him under a lot of pressure, but that's perfect. He waits straight into Misa's waiting arms. And 2 big kills here for Theorex might alleviate the pressure for now.
Yeah. That's the kind of thing that Theorex are good at, right? The clear communication. Maverick the line, hold it, bounce the grenade, and watch the door run away. Either you get exposed to the Blackbeard holding the angle or the Maverick holding the door. Either way, you get that guaranteed kill. Romantic then got a second off screen just for good safekeeping.
Oh, no.
That's a third as well. Demi caught off guard, kind of a toxic baby in his hand. This should be a 4 for Theorex, surely. They don't bottle this one.
I mean, 5v2, you certainly got a lot of problems if you lose this round. Soldier and Yunsang now try and figure out how to reposition into a clutch potential. Ooh, got a lot of damage there onto that Blackbeard. That TCSG can pack a punch. Woogieman wants to jump inside as NL has bought a lot of space here for Theorex.
20 seconds. I was going to say C4 can end it, but it's gone. It's just Youngsen now in lobby fireplace with a single impact. And a big hope and dream to win this round.
Yeah, it's going to be the round, surely, for Theorex. Yunsang uses his last impact to just open a line of sight from which he will soon surely die. He's going to be forced back all the way into bar. I think he might just try and play defense in this one. Play hideaway, see if he can waste a little bit of time. It's okay.
They're coming.
Yeah, they are. They're hunting for him. The Blackbeard's going to be the first one in. He's got the read, spots him. No, actually looks the wrong way. Yunsang finds 1 kill. Looks for a bit more, but Woogieman with a pistol will finish him off, and Theorex can stop the bleeding for but a brief moment. Still 2 more match points staring them down.
Hold your nerve, breathe. Help us LFO. Again, every round they lose is them slowly feeling it slip away. That victory that they felt, when they got onto match point so convincingly. And being Theorex, every round they win, they get a little bit more at ease, knowing they might have a fighting chance if they can push into overtime and kind of reset this map a bit. This was how things started off. The grenade, the swing, the double kill, Demi getting caught off guard. A lot of honestly, timing as well. A lot of small things just not going the way of Hellboss LFO.
But they've got the flexibility to keep changing bomb sites here, and with no more operator bans coming through Pengu, there's one big elephant in the room that hasn't been seen or dealt with here. Especially when you've got a lot of Blackbeard, a lot of Blitz being played. What is that secret ingredient that always keeps that at bay? It's the clash.
That clash, man. Every time. This is honestly one of my favorite things that seems to happen for no reason. Whenever we're looking at a match point round across pretty much any region, when you start losing it, you always bring a clash. It's just one of those operators that can completely change your playstyle on defense and give you new opportunities of retaking areas and getting information. And also, it slows down the game further. And there's this thing about when you go either into overtime or when you're playing match point from behind, teams don't play super fast because they don't want to mess things up and lose, right? Because if being Furious lose this round, it is over.
Yep.
So what happens when you play slow on attack and you start playing stuff like Smoke Clash? Well, you slow the game down twice, and that means the timer becomes your biggest enemy.
A lot of info gathering early on in this round as well for Help Us LFO. I noticed the pulse at work in the bomb site, and Harper, of course, was peeking aggressively. Now he's seen the Blackbeard's seen him. And Theorex have to start thinking about the problem solving of the end of this round. When they have to deal with that clash, what tools are they going to use to try and take it down? They've got the Nomad, and they've got the Capital, plus a couple of flashbangs to boot. They just need to make sure they land on their marks.
You feel that tension building with every grenade, every piece of useful thrown. They need to get value. They gotta find this kill. BNK Theorex starting to feel a little bit desperate, right? If Help Us LFO just let go of the mouse and keyboard for the next 20 seconds, what will happen? Probably nothing. It has to be Big and Felix pushing forward and saying 3, 2, 1, execute top blue. But if you attacked against this before, you know this is such a hard attack to pull off. The crossfires, the mezzanine, library box, top blue, the fallback. Add the clash and toxic babes into it, plus a warden you can't smoke off. How the hell are you gonna pull this off?
Yeah. Every gunfight matters so much, and the nerves puts all that much pressure onto one of these players taking those fights. Good drone work. Demic is the first to fall. That's a big kill there from Woogie Man. The temptation to jump in here from the Blackbeard, but he gets a face full of a Nitro Cell. And with that falling, that's one of the key pillars of the attack for Fearx. They need to spring into action now, but critically, Rheumatic finds the essential kill onto the Clash. And with the attack flooding the top floor, it really just puts the pressure back onto Help Us LFO with 40 seconds still for the attack to pan out.
They gotta drop down those hatches. Second C4 goes out and gets juked actually. He just sprints on away. No one players above. No one's by side window. There's time to map out these locations. They get shot down the crosses.
It was patience for Fearx. Step by step, they inch their way towards the site. They isolate these players and eliminate them. A second round in a row. One more is all they need to push it to overtime.
I was curious if we're going to see attack timeout or not by Help Us LFO, because I thought, honestly, this could be the time. I feel like, yeah, there it is, actually. I was going to say, the way they're playing that round in particular is so scared. I thought they were going to play, as I said, mezzanine, top blue, use the clash, fight, fight, fight. But they all ran downstairs. It was literally just the smoke who died early, and then the clash playing blue staircase. I was thinking if you play 4 people library, there's no way you lose that. But they're playing that kind of play to lose, right? Instead of playing to win. They're so afraid of losing the game that they're playing the game incorrectly, and they're going away from the thing that worked for them, which is that ego challenge, confidence playstyle. This tag timeout, the idea is to bring them back into that old version of playing the game, where they're gonna be fighting back and not giving space for no reason.
You get that fire back underneath you. That's what we've seen from them, especially on Fortress, man. A lack of fear from Help Us LFO to make plays. I mean, Yunsang was swinging everybody back on Fortress, and he's gone quiet. Help Us LFO have gone quiet in these last couple of defenses. That was the first kill. Demic over-swinging on the bomb site. That's a grim sight. Fearx, I don't want to discredit them. They have played really well in these last couple of rounds. 2 in a row now to bring it back. One more attack is all they need. And the Clash makes a reappearance despite Harper struggling to achieve much with it last round. Do my eyes deceive me? Are we going back to that exact same bomb site? We are. Wow, this is a
I think that makes sense.
Big gamble from Help Us LFO. Everything is wide open for them. They could go to Master, they could go to Kitchen, they could go Basement if they wanted, but no, back to Bar we go.
But this is the thing, right? The only thing they had to change was not play super scared. If they had stuck to their guns and library and not fallen back, they literally would have won the round. And the worst part is, they got gifted that C4 kill onto Blackbeard. That's not going to happen again, and he's not the same way. So they're going to have to do the exact same defense, play with more confidence, but not get the Blackbeard kill, which of course will make it a little bit more difficult. But I actually think this is the right call for Help Us LFO. If you look at how B&K Furious attacked it previously, they didn't win the round. It was that Help Us LFO lost the round. They gave them the space for free. They allowed them to take it.
Well, we've seen a minor change in the castle being brought out instead of that pulse.
Yeah.
I wonder how much
Makes
this is
sense
going to
as well.
slow down this defense. Like, where are the castle barricades at? Are they just perhaps on the exterior
The
windows of
windows.
sight? It's
Yeah.
just burning time, burning util.
I think you just, again, maybe you put one on double door and fireplace beneath so you can play more on the dining hallway, but generally speaking, you just close off the angles and make this sledge, or maybe if they played Flores, run around the building and waste time destroying the castles. It's just to help further solidify that we're bunkering down. We're not roaming, we're not playing for a C4 kill, we're playing for the 5v5 at Clash top blue. And the only counterplay really that happened here, kind of Nomad. Once you get map control, you can kind of stop the Clash from retaking the space against you and limit the mobility. And the second one is going to be the Sense from Misa. If you use the Sense correctly, you can pretty much counter the top 4 setup by destroying the crossfires. The only issue is, it's not a solid wall. It doesn't block bullets. You can still get shot through that projector of the Sense wall. It'll just have to be based off luck. You're not going to have aim, you're going to have RNG, whether you're going to hit that shot or not.
Got to reload.
So Fearx are looking very confident this round. They've made quick work of that map control. They've ticked off a lot of these key boxes, the check marks, taking control of the map, you know, opening up these walls. And you're right, there is a castle barricade downstairs. Yinsang also finds a kill. It's Woogieman to go down. That's the main operator that's going to clear the castle barricades. The Clash Shield is really going to make things challenging here for NL as well. But no! The stun from the Clash's shield stops NL from being able to confirm that kill. And Harper finds Stetzel. This is the moment where Fearex capitulate. It could be the first time in history that this team is first rounded in APAC. Help us, LFO just need to hold their ground as the Blackbeard makes his way forward. Ryder shuts him down. Rheumatic is the last one standing. And it is indeed the end of the line for Fearex. Help us, LFO, put down the fallen kings from Korea. And they survive. They will carry the torch for their country here in the lower brackets.
And what a story as well. Help us LFO literally looking for an organization, taking down a big name in BNK Fearex, taking down their former teammate in Misa, and overcoming such a long time of struggles, of obstacles, of lacking confidence, adaptations, and counterplay, going into today saying, you know what, we got outplayed last week by Kinotrope, but we got exposed on our weaknesses, we're gonna work on them very hard, we're gonna come back stronger. Everyone says it, not everyone shows up for it. They 100% showed a significant improvement in so many areas from last week to this one.
And what a statement to make when the biggest org that's representing players from your country picks up one of your star players. Misa went over from Help Us LFO to Fearex, and yet they beat him anyway. It doesn't matter what talent Fearex are able to find from the scene, what talent their organization is able to attract. All of these players that joined Help Us LFO, especially recently, players like Harper and Soldier, they took a gamble, joining a team that has no representation, joining a team where they don't get paid salaries. They could have maybe gone and joined Fearex, but no, they took a gamble, and it was a gamble well placed because now they survive here in the lower bracket of Kickoff.
Phenomenal. I mean, there are so many highlight rounds, honestly, mostly from Help Us LFO. They are so clutch today. They have so many, like, you know, 2v2s and 1vx's and just big moments where they make a comeback. Even the rounds that was like the Monty Master bedroom attack, I think the first or second one from BK Fearex, it was a 5v3 off the rip into a 5v2. That turned into a 2v1. Every time that you thought Fearex they had a round, they didn't. Or at the very least, they made it extremely close.
Yeah, credit to Fearex. They did bring it back a little bit there. It was 6-3 match point. It ended up as a 7-5. So 2 rounds in a row on the attacking side. And they looked confident. Of course, we've had a slew of games today. Let's look at our MVP of the day. It actually wasn't from this match. It was from our match earlier, Kinotrope versus Scars. But I don't think anyone can dispute that it was very much deserved from Carwell. 1.94 KD. That is utterly insane. 10 multi-kills, of course. It was a grueling free mapper, but a well-deserved spot for Carwell. And to go through into the upper bracket final with a win over Scars is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah. No, not at all. I mean, this is definitely very well deserved. I also think that the Scars Kinotrope matchup was also a much closer one, probably the closest and even matchup we've had today by far, given that the Fearex game was a bit of a blowout. So the fact that you have a standout player in a series like that is definitely a big reason for me as well why I would choose him as MVP.
Yeah, of course, it was a great showing from Carwow, and if you missed that match, here are the highlights for you, the highlights of what Carwow managed to achieve. Doesn't really matter what he's doing, whether he's abusing the Thorn shotgun, whether he's on the Blitz, whether he's making entries happen with the Zero, which is
I thought
beautiful.
Thorn can count.
Yeah, Thorn doesn't count, man. Get off the Thorn. Okay, look, he can play Blitz and Blackbeard. He can play Zero. I respect that. So, yeah, I'll give him a little bit of credit where credit is due. I think he had an 18-kill game as well on one of those maps against Scars.
Yeah, he was racking up the numbers. He certainly was. Yeah. He's also playing, you know, as you said, like a variety of operators. Like he's playing Echo, for example, on Bank and whatnot. So he's not just playing like your entry, getting free kills. He actually plays backline support sometimes, plays flex sometimes, plays the entry sometimes. He's everywhere.
Yeah, huge performance from Carwell, and of course a big game for Kinetro to get the leg up over Scars. We saw how much it meant to Okamesh in that match. Let's reflect upon the bracket as it's gone, as it panned out today, and of course last week as well. The first rounds in the upper bracket final are all finished now, thanks to Can You Be My Enemy and D plus Kia panning out today in a way that we pretty much expected. Of course, D plus Kia always can be the favored team in that one, which sets up an utter banger of an upper semi-final with CAG taking on D plus Kit. Pengu, most people coming into this bracket would expect that match to be our grand final.
Yeah, they very much would. And I mean, it still can, right? One of those teams, the winner, of course, of CAG or D+, can do the upper bracket run, and then the other one can go the lower bracket run and like go all the distance there. But I am curious to see how CAG will fare, you know, in the new version of themselves, getting a proper support staff, DD now being a proper player, being announced and whatnot. I wouldn't say CAG had the strongest performance with LFO No Name. However, they did give really big praise in the interview afterwards, saying LFO No Name is actually a really good team, and we're trying our butts off to beat them. So that could just have been that their opponent was better, not that CAG was weak.
Yeah, it's going to be a crazy time over in APAC North, but of course that's not the only region we have here in APAC.
True.
We've got 3 different sub-regions. Tomorrow we'll be commentating Asia, which is, in a way, the most exciting region because we've got 2 spots to play for. Obviously, we have the best in APAC, undisputed. It's Weibo Gaming. They'll be playing in an upper bracket final tomorrow against Soul's Heart, the up-and-coming Thai roster that haven't made any roster changes in, well, forever. But of course, we've got a couple other teams to look at as well. Big one is going to be that elimination match, Fury and Daystar.
Yeah, it's kind of, again, I feel like APL always delivers with the surprises, right? The lower bracket all of a sudden looks very stacked in various regions, and you gotta say goodbye to teams that you don't want to say goodbye to just yet. APL North had it with the Korea versus Korea matchup, and then I think Fury and Daystar is kind of giving that same vibe.
Yeah, very much so. I think we'll have a couple of 3 mappers tomorrow, that's for sure. That's coming up tomorrow, Asia, but in just a few hours, coming up here on the Rainbow Six channel, we'll actually be having the North America League. Oh, what a crazy time it's been in NAL so far. Any particular matches on the schedule for today that you're excited for, Pengu?
Dude, I gotta watch my goat Fabian just wipe the floor with 5 fears. What are those guys, by the way? I haven't heard about them.
Literally, who was on that team?
I actually couldn't tell you. So I was gonna look at that and go, maybe he's gonna take that 7-2 and be done with it.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the new Dark Zero roster, of course. It's a lot of the old Space Station team. So we'll see how they fare. Obviously, a lot of new up-and-coming rosters in NAL, you know, 1-30 Outlaws, even Cloud9, you know, a bit of a newer team, a bit of a lower pack team. So yeah, keen to see what happens in NAL. But that pretty much wraps us up here in APAC North for tonight. Remember, Asia tomorrow, OS the day after that, NAL in just a couple of hours from now. But if you've joined us today, thank you so much. We hope you had as much fun as we did here on the APL, and we'll see you in the next one.